I am unleashing a mysterious revival in Marvel. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 351 Snow Girl. Tokyo, Shibuya Ward, north of Yoeji Park. The once majestic Meiji Shrine lay reduced to ruins. Within, the priests and shrine maidens were slaughtered by demons that had crawled from hell. Even those hiding in secret rooms and passageways were pursued by the demons, unable to escape. Atop the main shrine hall, crumbling after being crushed by a massive wine gourd, a handsome young man, dressed in a large plaid fabric and a red hakama, exuding an uncanny charm, held a wine gourd nearly his own height and, surrounded by demons, drank freely and guzzled the wine. Ha ha ha, what a delight! Amidst the insolent laughter, a terrifying figure, horned, huge, red, and towering as a mountain, flashed behind the handsome young man. The ferocious demons surrounding the handsome young man were horrified and instinctively lowered their heads, trembling as they prostrated themselves before him. The handsome young man, quaffing fine wine amidst the ruins of the shrine, was undoubtedly no ordinary being, capable of subduing so many terrifying demons. In fact, even the Meiji Shrine, with its venerable history and unseen presence, still possessed some extraordinary power, was shattered by this handsome young man, wielding a massive wine gourd that seemed to wield supreme power, smashing it from the void. His true identity was Shuten Daoji, a supreme demon in Fuso legend, ranked alongside the Great Tengu and the Nine-Tailed Fox, and vaguely revered as the leader of the demons. Shuten Daoji was one of the most noble demons in Fuso legend, a natural-born demon leader. According to legend, he was the offspring of a noblewoman from Omi province and the Inbuki Daimyojin of Inbuki Mountain, also known as the Yamada no Orochi. As the son of the Yamada no Orochi, Shuten Daoji, wielding the blood of kings, holds a supreme position among the numerous demons of Fuso. Coupled with his immense power, he is undoubtedly a high-ranking demon god in Fuso mythology. While the gods of Fuso mythology are somewhat weaker in strength and influence than those of other pantheons, Shuten Daoji's prowess is undeniable. This is precisely why the fleeting glimpse of his true form during his unbridled laughter earlier terrified so many demons. After the last shrine maiden of Meiji Jingu was utterly slain by his demonic minions, Shuten Daoji once again raised his enormous wine gourd and guzzled a deep swig of the fine wine mingled with the young maiden's blood. The crimson liquor seemed to stain Shuten Daoji's lips with a hint of scarlet, lending a touch of blood and terror to his otherwise unearthly beauty. After licking the blood-red wine from his lips, Shuten Daoji slowly rose. His dark eyes seemed to pierce the gray-black ash drifting from the sky as he gazed down at the towering Mount Fuji. It's been a long time since we last met, father. What decision will you make this time? Elsewhere, within the long dormant belly of Mount Fuji, scorching lava roiled, emitting an astonishing heat. Within this whirling magma, a colossal creature with 8 heads and 8 tails loomed at the base of the mountain. Its 8 heads, as massive as small mountains, recklessly hunted demons and demons escaping from the hell-dimensional passage. The demons, sent by Mephisto and other hell lords to wreak havoc on the human world, spreading carnage and terror to hasten Tokyo's descent into hell, now became food for the Yamada no Orochi to devour and nourish itself. Ever since Susanoo slashed its flesh and blood body, the Yamada no Orochi, resurrected from hell, has constantly sought revenge against its once despicable enemy. However, without its prideful demon god, Yamada no Orochi's strength has been greatly reduced, and it has yet to fully recover. Even the Hell Lords, who share control of the Hell Dimension, fear its ability to devour the flesh and blood of living beings to nourish themselves, have intentionally or unintentionally restricted its recovery over the years. After devouring the demons and demons within their territories and regaining some strength, the Hell Lords united to confine Yamada no Orochi to deserted territory. Only today have they released it from hell, leaving it to guard the passageway to the Hell Dimension. However, things are not going as the Hell Lords had expected. Upon returning to the human world, Yamada no Orochi did not slaughter the humans in Tokyo, devouring their flesh and souls to restore his strength and incite fear. Instead, he guarded the passage to the Hell Dimension, constantly hunting demons from hell, using them as flesh and blood sustenance to restore his own strength. Crack! Crushing a fire demon over 10 meters tall into pieces, Yamada no Orochi could clearly feel a warm power growing in his abdomen, flowing throughout his body, strengthening his newly reborn flesh and blood. The pleasure of this growing strength made Yamada no Orochi subconsciously narrow his enormous eyes. For Yamada no Orochi, the benefits of devouring these demons from hell far outweigh those of mortals. Moreover, while completing the tasks assigned by the Hell Lords and dragging Tokyo into Hell might earn the favor of Hell and gain a power boost within, Yamada no Orochi viewed this external power as far less valuable than his own. Of course, the power the Hell Dimension could channel into the city of Tokyo was limited. After devouring the demons that crawled out of this passage, Yamada no Orochi didn't mind making a trip to the bustling city not far away, perpetually emitting the stench of blood. He transformed every living being and demon he saw into nourishment for his own growth, devouring them completely. Using the city's population of millions, perhaps even tens of millions, and the demons swarming from hell as fuel, he would return to his peak, perhaps even surpassing his former self. Then, armed with unparalleled power, he would slay that despicable villain. Compared to the utterly decimated Meiji Jingu Shrine and Mount Fuji, which Yamada no Orochi used as a hunting ground, Sensoji Temple, also a passageway from the Hell Dimension, was remarkably peaceful. The monks within this ancient temple, far from being slaughtered, were operating in an orderly fashion. Of course, this wasn't to say that the monks of Sensoji repelled the terrifying demons from hell. Rather, they were defeated from the very beginning, a complete and utter defeat. When Hamamonami emerged from Sensoji Temple, the astonishing allure permeated the air, and the entire temple fell. Not only the novices and monks, but even the once impressive monks were now trapped in an endless illusion, becoming Tamamonami's captives. Without even Tamamonami's orders, the monks, who had gazed upon Tamamonami with utter fanaticism, raised their butcher knives against their former companions to win her favor, leading terrifying demons from hell. The area expanded in an orderly manner. Compared to the chaotic hell passages and other dimensional passages, the one guarded by Tamamonami was the fastest expanding. Among these hellish passages, the fiercest battle took place on the battlefield of Tokyo Tower. Shortly after returning to the real world, Wang and two other temple mages received requests for assistance from other temple mages. So, aside from another Templar mage returning to the Shanghai Temple and the king who needed to return to Kamartaj to retrieve the powerful weapon sealed away by the Supreme Mage lineage, the remaining Templar mage, Zhang Tao, opened a portal and rushed to the battlefield beneath Tokyo Tower. Seeing Zhang Tao open the portal, Ailin, hoping to gain some fate points, followed suit. The moment they passed through the portal and entered the Tokyo Tower battlefield, a piercing chill washed over them. The gray-black ash that had been falling from the sky had somehow transformed into flakes of goose feather-like snow, falling densely from the sky. The piercing white seemed to engulf the earth. The entire battlefield was now shrouded in a blanket of silver, as if the sky had covered the earth with a silvery white coat. Even the towering Tokyo Tower had transformed into a whitewash. Within this silver world, an intense battle raged. Monsters continuously emerged from the snow, joined by a steady stream of monsters pouring out of the Hell Passage, and launched a relentless assault on the Kamartaj mages. While these hundreds of mages were numerous, they paled in comparison to the monsters in the snow and the endless stream of demons and goblins crawling out of the Hell Passage. As soon as he entered the battlefield, Ailin heard a furious roar. Cassius, are you done? If you don't secure the damn passage, and if these monsters continue to swell, we'll be the first to be overtaken by them. The roar was immediately followed by a sullen voice. Shut up. If you weren't such a loser, unable to even hold back a snow maiden, letting her constantly interrupt me, I would have sealed this dimensional passage long ago, Pa. Is this just an ordinary snow maiden? This is a fucking Hell Lord. If you could lead the men to hold this thing back, I'll seal the passage. Amidst the incessant bickering, Ailin's eyes lit up slightly. He then looked towards the man known as Cassius. At this point, Cassius hadn't yet fallen. With his immense talent and magical prowess, he was a leading figure within Kamartaj. After receiving a summons from the Shanghai Sanctuary, Cassius, Mordo, and others led a group of Kamartaj's elite mages to Tokyo, where they engaged in fierce battles with the demons and monsters within. Through repeated battles, these experienced mages quickly discovered an anomaly within Tokyo Tower. After confirming that beneath it lay a passage leading directly to hell, Cassius and Mordo, along with a group of elite Templar mages, arrived at Tokyo Tower, attempting to seal the dimensional passage beneath it and close the doorway that allowed hell to invade the human world. However, before they could close the dimensional door, the snow woman guarding the passage unleashed a blizzard, then, hidden within it, attacked them. Caught off guard and costing several lives, Cassius, taking advantage of the moment Mordo and his men entangled the Snow Woman, launched a sneak attack using forbidden magic. However, despite their superior numbers and the forbidden spell, Cassius and his men were temporarily severely injured and repelled the Snow Woman. However, this infuriated the Snow Woman, who, using her power to shape and form, created snow monsters from the snow. While attacking them, she also, through unknown means, summoned all the nearby hundreds of demons who had accidentally entered the human world due to the overlap of the two realms. Even the demons and devils crawling out of the hellish dimensional passage seemed to be moving ever so slightly faster. Facing a growing number of enemies, even the Kamartaj mages, numbering over 100, felt a sense of strain. Add to that the occasional attacks from the snow maidens, hidden in the blizzard. Cassius and the other mages skilled in sealing techniques were unable to effectively seal the hellish passage. Instead, they were ambushed by the snow maidens and the demons pouring out of hell, killing several. Watching the enemy numbers swell while their own numbers dwindled, both Cassius and Mordo grew anxious. In that moment of distraction, a sharp claw, hidden in the blizzard, suddenly darted out from behind Cassius, grabbing at his vest. But just then, with a crackling sound, a black light bullet instantly ripped through the blizzard and struck the icy claw, blasting it into a cloud of snow. But before the snowflakes could completely disperse, a terrifying burst of energy erupted from the black light bullet, vaporizing them completely. Hearing the noise, Cassius turned around. He saw the completely evaporated snowflakes and the tunnel in the air that had been torn apart by the wind and snow. In an instant, the astute Cassius understood what had happened. Through the bullet tunnel opened by the black light bullet, Cassius quickly saw Ailin at the end of the tunnel, and the mage Zhang Tao standing beside him. Cassius didn't know Ailin, but he did know the mage Zhang Tao from the Shanghai temple. Was that the friend that Mage Zhang had called for help? Confused, Cassius turned and nodded to Ailin, muttering a thank you. Then he turned again and accelerated the sealing magic in his hands. Chapter 352, Loss of Control. Boom! At that moment, a dull rumble suddenly erupted, and the ground beneath their feet began to tremble. What's going on? I don't know, it seems something's coming. The mages present all paled at the sudden tremor. Looking toward the source of the sound, they saw, beneath a gray-black sky streaked with falling ash, a massive figure, like a wheel, turning, crushing house after house. Numerous vehicles and residents scurried about like headless flies, rolling toward the battlefield with unmatched momentum. Not good, a large figure has been summoned by the Snow Woman. At that moment, the massive figure, relentlessly rolling toward Tokyo Tower, slammed into a river and paused slightly. That pause allowed the silhouette to be clearly seen. Amidst the ash, a massive wooden wheel, tens of meters tall, stood between heaven and earth. Within the wheel, a gigantic head, with a green face, fangs, and a bald, hairless crown, emerged. At this moment, countless pieces of flesh and limbs crushed by the massive wheel flowed down the axle, pouring a stream of crimson blood mixed with flesh and blood onto the massive head at the center, making it look incredibly terrifying. Damn it! This looks like the wheeling doge that appeared in the night parade of 100 demons. We can't let it get close. Given its size, if it gets close enough and joins forces with this Snow Woman, Master Cassius and the others won't be able to seal this dimensional passage. What should we do? A middle-aged mage, seemingly elegant, took a deep breath and shouted, "Come on, help me kill it." The wheeling doge was formidable. Although the elegant middle-aged mage was a master of mysticism, killing it was no easy task. So, he decided to fight tooth and nail, or rather, risk his own life, by forcing a super-level spell from the Book of Vishanti to kill the wheeling doge. Of course, casting such a spell beyond his level wasn't easy, even for a master of the mystic arts willing to sacrifice his life. Therefore, before unleashing his super-level spell, he needed some fearless companions to hold the wheel-entering Taoist hostage for a while, buying him time. While the other mages didn't know the elegant middle-aged mage's plans, they knew the danger of joining him to slay the wheel-entering Taoist. Given its size and strength, stopping it would be incredibly dangerous, let alone killing it. However, as the elegant mage finished his words, several voices echoed across the battlefield. "I'll do it, count me in. How can I be left out of this kind of publicity?" Soon, 6 temple mages, 4 men and 2 women, gathered behind the elegant middle-aged mage, ready to risk their lives to stop the wheel-entering Taoist. But even as they spoke, a chilling aura suddenly rose from the battlefield, sending chills down the spines of every mage's and demonic spirit present. Under this extremely dangerous aura, the Snow Girl, who had been hiding in the snow and wind, planning another surprise attack on Cassius and his men, suddenly changed expression. Without hesitation, she retreated madly into the distance, concealing herself in the wind and snow. But the moment the aura rose, the terrifying aura that had chilled everyone to the bone vanished without a trace, as if it had never appeared. Though the chilling aura vanished, the alarm bells ringing in everyone's hearts remained undimmed. Like the calm before the storm, it only heightened the unease of the mages and demons present. Unconsciously, even the entire battlefield fell silent. The mages, demons, and devils engaged in combat all paused their battles. Even the demons that had just emerged from the hellish dimensional tunnel had their excited expressions frozen. Alerted by their sharp instincts, they retreated slightly, trembling as they retreated back into the bottomless passage. A good opportunity. With the demons' attacks temporarily pausing, and those that had just emerged from the dimensional passage retreating, Cassius's eyes lit up, and he immediately blocked out the spiritual intuition that frantically warned him. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, his mana surged, frantically accelerating the formation of the spell that would seal the dimensional passage. Noon has arrived. At that moment, a calm voice suddenly rang out in the eerie silence. With a gentle click of a mechanism, Ailin pulled the trigger again. A second later, the ferocious barrel wrapped around Ailin's arm unleashed another thunderous roar that shattered the sky. The dragon hunter's roaring bullet, shimmering in black and seemingly absorbing all its sharpness after solidifying into substance, suddenly shone with a sharp edge. Almost instantly, the dragon hunter's roaring bullet, condensed from endless death energy, malevolent aura, and dark energy, vanished from the dragon hunter's muzzle. Buzz, a few seconds ago. As the Wheeling Dew rolled towards Tokyo Tower with a snarling grin, the green-faced, fanged head in the center, as if sensing danger, suddenly let out a roar of fear and rage. Immediately afterwards, a beam of ochre light suddenly erupted from the massive head in the center of the wheel. As the ochre light spread, a vast, rotating ochre barrier instantly rose, enveloping the Wheeling Dew. As a renowned demon in Fuso, the Wheeling Dew was renowned not only for its immense size, but also for its Wheel of Light, one of its most powerful trump cards. This constantly rotating Wheel of Light was the Wheeling Dew's innate magical power, the concentrated magical energy of its being. Its radiant light possessed an immensely formidable defensive power, so powerful that even demons of greater power could not breach it. As long as the Wheel of Light could not be instantly broken, the Wheel of Light, standing tall on the earth, continuously absorbed energy from the ground, replenishing and repairing it. It was precisely through this skill that the Wheel of Light stood out from the numerous demons of Fuso, rising to become a renowned demon in Fuso history. And at the very moment the Wheel of Light rose and flowed, a black light, like a terrifying meteor falling from the sky, carrying a terrifying force that would rip apart and destroy everything in its path, crashed down upon the continuously pulsing ochre-colored Wheel of Light. Bang! Using its special features, the Wheel of Light was immediately identified as a giant dragon, activating dragon slaying mode and firing the dragon hunting roaring bullet, which had been charged for a full 10 seconds, possessing unfathomable power. With a single, all-out blow, like a falling meteor or a volcanic eruption, the explosion unleashed an unstoppable force. With a resounding boom, an immensely violent force erupted, instantly reducing everything around them to dust. Even space itself distorted, shattering into fragments like a shattered mirror. With a resounding crack, the dark dragon hunting roaring bullet shone with a terrifying black light that seemed to engulf the world. Under Lun Rudeo's incredulous gaze, it instantly shattered the radiant Wheel of Light, and sank into the center of the forehead of the green-faced, fang-toothed head. Buzz, with a barely perceptible hum, the dragon-hunting roaring bullet, which had lodged itself between Lun Rudeo's eyebrows, exploded a second time. The endless black light that had fatally escaped when it shattered the Wheel of Light, burst forth instantly. In an instant, streams of black light shot out through the cracks in Lun Rudeo's body. As these black lights spread, the vast form of the Wheel of Destiny instantly cracked like a shattered mirror. As more and more black light emanated from his body, his throat trembled slightly. But before he could utter a single sound, a terrifying roar, symbolizing destruction and death, erupted from his body. Roar! With that roar, the massive form of the Wheel of Destiny exploded, disintegrating into a shower of shattered debris. Before the debris could even begin to fly, black rays imbued with a thick aura of malevolence and death swept across the heavens and earth, continuously washing away the shattered debris, reducing it to ash and extinguishing the last ray of hope left in the wheel of destiny. Hearing the pleasant reminder in his mind, Ailin nodded in satisfaction. Then, with a flick of his arm, the dragon hunter's slightly heated barrel, shifting into Dragon Slayer mode with a clanking sound, transformed once again into a pristine flintlock rifle. Just as Ailin was about to raise the dragon hunter, pursuing his victory and slaying more demons to earn fate points, a sharp, piercing pain suddenly shot through his right arm, piercing deep into his bones. His right hand, trembling slightly, dropped helplessly, allowing the dragon slayer, emanating a terrifying aura, to fall from Ailin's fingers. Every bone, every muscle, every blood vessel, even every cell in Ailin's right arm seemed to wail in protest. Wave after wave of excruciating pain, each more intense than the last, pierced Ailin's nerves and soul. Under this excruciating agony, even Ailin's unwavering will could no longer control his physical body. The spiritual power that permeated his right arm instantly lost control. On his right arm, hidden by his sleeve, a dense mass of pale fleshy buds began to rise, wriggling eerily like worms. Meanwhile, Ailin's exposed right hand suddenly sprouted strands of eerie red hair, tinged with an ominous aura. Get back! The moment his right arm lost control, Ailin's eyes flashed with an unprecedented brilliance. The next moment, a surge of spiritual power surged from Ailin's heart, flowing towards his right hand, forcibly suppressing the uncontrolled spiritual energy within it. The spiritual power, symbolizing the light of reason, swept over him. Repeatedly washed by the spiritual power, the uncontrolled spiritual energy within Ailin's right hand was repeatedly intimidated. Through repeated shocks, Ailin finally managed to restrain some of his spiritual energy. Seconds later, the ominous red hairs on Ailin's right hand finally retracted into his body thanks to his efforts. At the same time, Ailin, finally finding a sliver of strength, slowly crouched down and picked up the murderous dragon slayer with his left hand. Without hesitation, he returned it to his special ring. But the mere act of picking up the dragon slayer seemed to drain Ailin's immense strength, leaving him gasping for breath. The excruciating pain in his right hand only intensified, sending cold sweat pouring down his face. Sweat soaked his cheeks and back, turning his face pale. Lowering his head, Ailin gazed at his still trembling right arm, a wry smile forming within him. Is this the side effect of the dragon slayer? Such power directly granted Ailin the ability to fight beyond his level, sometimes even several levels higher. How could its use be without side effects? Besides the user, they would receive a permanent buff that would inflict hatred and disgust upon all creatures with dragon bloodline. Although the bullets fired by the dragon slayer are condensed from dark energy, dead energy, and evil spirits, they also draw a portion of Ailin's spiritual power as fuel for the bullets' fuse. While this spiritual power is insignificant compared to the power of the dragon slayer's bullets, it still adds up to a significant drain. Furthermore, using the dragon slayer's special ability to forcibly identify a target as a dragon and activate dragon slayer mode significantly depletes Ailin's spiritual power. Fortunately, Ailin's spiritual power has been further strengthened through his constant practice of the cosmic brain meditation method. This drain is not significant. However, every round fired by the dragon hunter, or dragon cannon, while in dragon slayer mode, consumes a significant amount of Ailin's spiritual power, not to mention the fully charged dragon hunter roar rounds. With each additional dragon hunter roar round used daily, the spiritual power drain increases exponentially. This time, the dragon hunter roaring bullet that Ailin used to kill Renayuda was the fourth time Ailin had used dragon slayer mode that day, and the third fully charged dragon hunter roaring bullet. However, it had only been a mere 1 or 2 hours since Ailin entered Tokyo through the King's Portal. Whether it was dealing with Inariates at the University of Tokyo, chasing Cassius, battling Daitengu and Tamamonami, or now dealing with Yuki Onna and Renayuda, Ailin had used Dragon Hunter repeatedly. In such a short period of time, Ailin had used Dragon Hunter so many times, even employing Dragon Slayer mode several times, and the accumulated side effects of firing Dragon Hunter roaring bullets finally erupted at this moment. Chapter 353. The moment Dragon Slayer mode was cancelled, Dragon Slayer instantly drained a significant amount of Ailin's mental energy and spiritual power. The spiritual energy in Ailin's right arm was nearly drained, causing his right hand to lose control. Although Ailin seemed to have suppressed his erratic right arm, it would take at least several days of rest for it to recover. This was bad news for Ailin, who was surrounded by demons and had no idea how long the battle would last. Mage Zhang Tao, standing not far from Ailin, noticed Ailin's abnormality and quickly rushed to his side, reaching out to help Ailin, who was still trembling slightly, from the ground. Feeling the trembling in his arm, Mage Zhang Tao looked at Ailin with concern. "Are you okay?" While the feat of slaying a great demon second only to the Hell Lord in power with a single strike seemed incredibly impressive, the true cost was something only Ailin himself knew. At least, judging by the torture that had left a formidable warrior like Ailin trembling and nearly unable to straighten himself, the price Ailin paid for such a blow was undoubtedly high. "Thank you," Ailin softly thanked Master Zhang Tao in pure Chinese. Amidst his stunned expression, Ailin shook his head, signaling that he was fine. Feeling his body weakened by the excessive spiritual energy drain, Ailin shook his head. Still too weak, otherwise, he wouldn't have been nearly exhausted after using a few extra Dragon Hunter ore rounds. The immense spiritual energy drain had significantly reduced Ailin's strength, but fortunately, Ailin had anticipated this before following the king's teleportation. With this thought, Ailin opened his left hand, palm up. As Ailin's mind turned, the Angel's Scepter, which had become a brand on Ailin's arm, transformed into a stream of white light, rapidly condensing and appearing in Ailin's left palm. Pounding the now heavy Angel Scepter onto the ground, Ailin cast advanced holy light healing on himself. Almost instantly, a soft, milky white halo emanated from the Angel Scepter, flowing down Ailin's arm and completely enveloping him. It was as if he were immersed in a sea of holy light. The holy light energy, nearly drowning Ailin, rushed into his body through his open pores. Streams of warm current flowed through Ailin's body, repairing and nourishing him. These warm currents particularly targeted Ailin's subtle, hidden injuries, as well as his right arm, which had been nearly drained of its spiritual power and completely lost control by the Dragon Slayer. The warm, radiant holy light energy, seemingly healing, nourishing, and even elevating Ailin's body and mind, caused Ailin to close his eyes in a state of comfort. In this moment of ultimate relaxation, Ailin felt as if he were back in his mother's arms. The moment Ailin closed his eyes, an immense, pan-consciousness trembled faintly within an invisible, empty dimension. Suddenly, a faint green aura surged from the void into Ailin's body, propelling him to a unique state. Instantly, Ailin entered the deepest state of sleep, losing himself, forgetting everything, and even the entire world. In that instant, Ailin's vital signs became extremely slow, almost imperceptible, until he stopped breathing completely. However, the pores all over his body trembled slightly, as if his cells were breathing, entering a strange state. Fetal breathing. This is a unique spiritual state described in the cosmic brain meditation method. It separated from Ailin's state of trance by an entire major realm and several minor realms. By chance, Ailin entered fetal breathing and thus gained a hint of good fortune. In mere seconds, Ailin's entire being's energy and spirit were revitalized. Even the spiritual energy that had been drained from his body, as if drawing a vast supply of nourishment from some mysterious dimension, was recovering at an unprecedented speed. As the energy of advanced holy light healing dissipated, as if some balance had been disrupted, Ailin quickly fell from his fetal breathing state. However, this fetal breathing state, blessed by the immense holy light energy, had brought Ailin immense benefits during that brief period. Not only did the fatigue and pain in his body vanish, his energy and spirit felt unusually full, and even his nearly drained spiritual energy was replenished. That was fetal breathing just now. After sensing his own body's state, Ailin regained consciousness and instantly realized the extraordinary blessing he had just gained. For Ailin, experiencing the state of fetal breathing in advance meant more than just a simple recovery. Afterward, Ailin could have relied on this fortuitous insight to grasp a glimpse of fetal breathing. While this wouldn't allow Ailin to enter the state of fetal breathing directly, it would have greatly benefited his spiritual power. Recalling the faint vision of the azure energy descending from the heavens before he entered this state, Ailin vaguely understood why he had so coincidentally entered fetal breathing this time. The world favored him. The azure energy that had just propelled him into the fetal breathing state was undoubtedly a backdoor granted to Ailin by this world. It seemed to be rewarding Ailin for his recent contribution, or perhaps it was eager to restore and enhance Ailin's strength, allowing him to fight and expel the demons and evil spirits invading from the hell dimension. It drove back those who didn't belong to the main material world, even sealing off the remaining dimensional passages. Is this the benefit of the world's favor? I finally understand why those lucky protagonists can so easily explode. It seems the entire world is helping them. If it were the lucky protagonist's enemy, this feeling of being cheated would undoubtedly make them feel as if they'd eaten shit. But if I were the one blessed by luck, how could it be so refreshing? Standing beside Ailin, warily watching the surroundings to prevent any monsters from attacking Ailin at this moment, the mage Zhang Tao was stunned when he saw the milky white light dissipate and the refreshed young man emerge from it. The hand that pulled out a bottle of secret medicine from his bosom froze in place. This secret medicine, specially refined by Zhang Tao through the secret methods of camouflage at great cost, can quickly restore some physical strength and mana in times of crisis. After seeing Ailin's expression and hearing Ailin's fluent Chinese, Zhang Tao had originally wanted to share his treasured possession with his fellow villager. But now, looking at Ailin's refreshed look, Zhang Tao didn't know whether he should hand over the thing in his hand. At this time, Ailin saw the small porcelain bottle with a pointed mouth in Zhang Tao's hand, and asked with a little surprise, "Hey, what is this?" After tightening his left hand awkwardly, Master Zhang Tao smiled bitterly and said, "This is the secret medicine I made. Seeing that you seem to be dying just now, I wanted you to take some secret medicine to relieve your physical condition. But I didn't expect that I would do something unnecessary." Ailin figured out what was going on in an instant. Hearing this, he naturally went up to take the bottle of secret medicine in Master Zhang Tao's hand, and then thanked him. "Thank you, Master Zhang. This bottle of secret medicine came at the right time. To be honest, I was still worried about how to restore my spirituality in the next battle. Although my holy light treatment can heal the damage to my body, it seems to be of no help to the recovery of my spirituality." With a flip of his hand, Ailin put the bottle of secret medicine he took from Master Zhang Tao into his space ring. Meanwhile, Ailin took out the Dragon Slayer, which he had just recently stored in his interspatial ring. With his spiritual energy restored, although his ultimate move, Dragon Hunter Roar Bullet, whose spiritual energy consumption had multiplied by who knows how many times, could no longer be used, it didn't affect Ailin's ability to kill enemies with it. After all, besides Dragon Slayer mode and Dragon Hunter Roar Bullet, Dragon Slayer was also an extremely powerful weapon. Zhang Tao's heart twitched slightly as he watched the bottle of secret medicine disappear in Ailin's hands. "Do you really need my secret medicine now, looking so refreshed? Besides, I only gave you a few sips to replenish your energy, not to take the whole bottle away. I only have one bottle." Looking at the piece of secret medicine disappearing from Ailin's hand, Zhang Tao suddenly felt like crying, but couldn't. However, thinking of how Ailin had not only helped them slay the mastermind behind the 100 Demons Night Parade, but also aided them in successively dealing with great demons like the Giant Nebula Lord, the Great Tengu, the Nine-Tailed Fox, and the Wheel of Destiny, and even helped them seal the hellish dimensional passage beneath the University of Tokyo, Zhang Tao sighed helplessly. As the little girl had said earlier, this was their responsibility. Ailin had done his utmost to help them. Under these circumstances, how could Zhang Tao have the nerve to ask Ailin for the return of the secret medicine? Even though his heart bled at the loss of the secret medicine he had cultivated at such great cost, Zhang Tao ultimately remained silent, saying, "As long as it's useful to you." At that moment, the dark-skinned mage Mordo, wielding a long staff, approached from the other side. He greeted Ailin with an unusually cordial attitude, saying, "You must be Ailin, the one the Ancient One had the king invite. You truly deserve to be recognized by the Supreme Sorcerer. You've slain a great demon nearly as powerful as a Hell Lord with a single strike. You're truly young and promising. At your age, I was nowhere near as good as you." Before discovering that the Ancient One was drawing on the power of the Dark Dimension to combat the alien demons, Mordo had always considered the Ancient One his mentor and idol. He had always taken the Ancient One's words at face value. Coupled with his admiration for the strong, Mordo was incredibly enthusiastic about Ailin, who had just helped kill the Wheel of Life and solved a major problem for them. Ailin shook his head when he heard this. "Master Mordo, you are too kind. But before we chat, we'd better deal with those guys around us first and seal this dimensional channel to hell. After all, in addition to this dimensional channel, we still have to deal with the remaining 4 dimensional channels leading to hell. There are 4 more dimensional channels leading to hell." Mordo, who had a smile on his face because of Ailin's appearance, his expression changed immediately when he heard this. At this time, Zhang Tao, who had finally recovered from his heartache, also spoke up. "That's right. In addition to the Tokyo University passage that has been sealed by the King and Lord Ailin, and this dimensional passage here, there is also a dimensional passage leading to hell under Sensoji Temple, Miji Jingu Shrine, Mount Fuji, and a Kabukicho in Shibuya District. If these dimensional passages are not all sealed, as time passes and the death toll in Tokyo increases, the dimensional passages will become thicker and more dangerous. In the end, they may even pull the entire Tokyo into hell, turning it into a dead zone. Looking at Mordo, whose brows were getting more and more frowned as he listened, Zhang Tao said in a slightly bitter tone, "Before coming here, Lord Ailin was stopped by demons like Dai Tengu and Tamamonami, and killed the evil god-believer who set off the 100 Demons Night Parade and obtained this valuable information. Unfortunately, the 100 Demons Night Parade has already begun, and killing that guy cannot curse the outbreak of the 100 Demons Night Parade." Ailin nodded when he heard it. "That's right, so, if we want to stop Tokyo from falling into hell and becoming a bridgehead for hell to attack the Earth, we must seal all these hell dimension channels." After saying that, Ailin turned his head and looked at the hell demons who, after stepping back slightly and finding that the crisis had dissipated, continued to climb up from the hell dimension channel under the Tokyo Tower with a grin. After shaking his right hand and spinning the Dragon Slayer in his hand, Ailin said again, "I will deal with those guys who crawled out of the channel. You guys think of a way to seal this dimensional channel as soon as possible." As he said that, Ailin pointed his toes. The whole person was like a nimble monkey, quickly climbing up the snow-capped Tokyo Tower and coming to the top of the hell dimension. Bang bang bang, he fired the machine gun continuously, shooting each shot on the head. After sending several demons who had just climbed out of the dimensional channel back to hell, Ailin chose a suitable position. He raised his right hand. Chapter 354 is too easy. Ailin raised the Dragon Slayer in his hand. A faint malevolent aura lingered invisibly around the spear, forming an ethereal black phantom that distorted vision while also lending the dark muzzle a certain intimidation. This wasn't the dragon-like aura engendered by the Dragon Slayer's activation, but rather the accumulated resentment of the souls who had perished at its hands. However, this hint of malevolent aura failed to intimidate the demons that had crawled out of the hell passage, thirsting for slaughter and destruction. Instead, it seemed to enrage them, stirring their inner ferocity. Roar, hiss, amidst roars rising to the sky, the hideous, terrifying demons, their blood-red eyes, glared furiously at the slender figure that towered above them. Their furious gazes seemed to tear Ailin apart. How, gazing down at the murderous demons below, Ailin's lips curled slightly. "Since you're so cooperative, I won't be polite. Look straight at me, you bastards from hell." Despairing stare, with a stern shout, Ailin's newly recovered mental energy madly poured into the special rune deep within his mind. Then, through Ailin's eyes, it transformed into the phantom of a giant psychic dragon, roaring to the heavens. Flapping its enormous wings, obscuring the sun and sky, it transformed into a terrifying shadow, swooping down upon the demons crawling out of hell below. At that moment, intimidated by the terrifying power of the psychic dragon, the demons within the hell dimensional passage, either crawling or flying out along it, felt as if they were facing an enraged lord of hell. They let out piercing howls, trembling like sieves, lowered their heads, and buried their faces between their thighs in fear. Even the timid winged demons trembled, their fleshy wings folded and, falling like a pile of rotting flesh towards the bottomless passage of the hellish dimension. But at that moment, Ailin, standing above them, in vain pulled the cold brass trigger, Deathstorm. In an instant, the Deathstorm that had once flashed suddenly appeared again under the gray sky, weaving a giant web of death, mercilessly enveloping the demons in the passage below. Bang, 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 the continuous sound of gunfire, like a raging roar, echoed through the gray sky. Dark light bullets poured out from the brass muzzles, like the breath of a giant dragon, containing boundless murderous aura, and creating visible ripples in the air. Puff, 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 amidst the hail of bullets known as death, the once vaunted, tough skin and wiry muscles of hell's demon seemed as flimsy as cardboard and tender as tofu, easily ripped apart by the blacklight bullets. In an instant, the deep-dimensional passageway blossomed with crimson flowers of blood. The demons, freshly emerged from hell, barely had time to wail before the Deathstorm tore through their flesh and bones. Blood and glory. At that moment, the death barrage of countless blacklight bullets connected, forming a death tunnel, sending all the demons caught in the giant web of death to their doom. The uniquely violent aesthetic of the Dragon Slayer was fully displayed, at the edge of the hell-dimensional passageway. Cassius's expression changed as he watched the cascading death barrage descend. Ailin's Deathstorm not only pierced the demons that had just escaped from the hell passage, but also shattered the barrier he had so painstakingly sealed. Just as Cassius was about to curse, Ailin's stern voice suddenly rang out. "Quick, seal this dimensional passage while this is happening." Thanks to Ailin's death barrage, The demons that had finally managed to escape hell and were near the hell-dimensional exit were instantly wiped out. Even below, the demons scrambling to escape hell and enter the human world were terrified by the shredded flesh and blood pouring down from above. They retreated back into hell, faces filled with terror. They braved the hardships of climbing this dimensional passage to hunt the flesh and souls of the human world, seeking advancement through slaughter and chaos. They were not going to die. However, while the previous scene had instilled fear in the group of hellish demons, the cessation of the death storm proved insufficient to deter the greedy demons for long. For most low-level hellish demons, encountering the hell dimension's invasion of the prime material plane was a rare opportunity in their lifetimes. The flesh and souls lurking everywhere in the prime material plane presented them with a truly heaven-shattering opportunity. If they were lucky enough to kill enough in this war, not only would their strength rapidly increase through slaughter, they might even gain the favor of the hell dimension, receive a blood baptism, and evolve into a higher-ranked demon, achieving a leap in social status. Under the allure of such overwhelming wealth, even without urging, it wouldn't be long before some fearless demon would once again climb out of the dimensional passage. When Ailin used Death Storm to clear the demons near the hellish dimensional passage's exit, the demons surrounding Tokyo Tower seemed frightened by Ailin's powerful attack on Wheeling Path and the hellish demons, and they all slowed their attacks. Seizing this opportunity, Mordo and the elegant middle-aged Eastern wizard attacked, collectively slaying numerous demons charging from all directions. For a moment, an eerie silence descended upon the exit of the hellish dimensional passage. Cassius, awakened by Ailin's stern shout, roared with excitement, gathering all the mages on the battlefield capable of sealing spells to the edge of the hellish dimensional passage. Then, using Kamartaj's unique fusion technique, he temporarily combined the power of all the mages onto Cassius. With the combined power of dozens of mages, Cassius formed hand seals and shouted fiercely, "Seal!" In the next instant, a golden-red film of light rapidly spread from Cassius's hands. In an instant, it enveloped the hellish dimensional passage, which was constantly spinning and expanding beneath Tokyo Tower. Just as the golden-red film enveloped the hellish dimensional passage, Ailin, standing atop Tokyo Tower, suddenly spun around and pulled the trigger. Bang! With the muscles in Ailin's arms rapidly trembling, the arc ballistic technique he'd learned from Mr. X was used for the first time on the Dragon Slayer. The light bullet, gleaming with black light, traced a graceful arc in mid-air, narrowly piercing the gaps between the steel of Tokyo Tower. It instantly pierced the void and impacted a raised snowdrift 100 meters away. With a roar, the slightly raised snowdrift shattered instantly, sending a shower of snowflakes scattering. This also halted a figure, concealed by the wind and snow, silently and stealthily approaching Tokyo Tower. A beautiful figure, the Snow Woman, emerged faintly from the blizzard. Looking at Ailin, who was pointing the strange, menacing weapon at her 100 meters away, as if to intimidate him, a hint of regret crossed her slightly cold gaze. Have we been discovered? What a shame. Ailin's gunshot rang out. More and more people noticed the Snow Woman, hidden in the snowstorm, seemingly attempting to approach Tokyo Tower once more. The combat-focused mage, Mordo, led a squadron of battle mages without hesitation, charging towards the Snow Woman. Watching the figures charging towards her, the Snow Woman glanced back at the hellish dimensional passage, fading away within the golden film. She sighed softly, then instantly transformed into 1,000 drifts of snow, vanishing once again without a trace. This time, even Ailin's clairvoyance failed to detect the Snow Woman. He silently scanned the area with his clairvoyance. Still finding no trace of the Snow Woman, Ailin frowned slightly. Could the Lord of Hell, who guarded this dimensional passage, have simply vanished like that? It seemed too easy. For some reason, watching the disappearing Snow Woman, Ailin felt a strange feeling. It was as if she had never truly considered the importance of guarding this hellish dimensional passage. Was it just his imagination? No. It wasn't an illusion. Thinking back to the day Tengu and Tamamonami he'd seen earlier, Ailin felt as if he'd missed something. In the main hall of Sensoji Temple, the Golden Buddha, once the centerpiece of the main hall, revered by countless, now lay in shattered fragments, scattered across the ground. Where the Golden Buddha once stood, a magnificent, vast cloud bed now stood. Atop the cloud bed, Tamamonami, barefoot and lazily resting on her 9 enormous white foxtails, closed her eyes, digesting the forbidden knowledge she had just acquired. The worm of blasphemy, burning a lamp to save lives, truly fascinating knowledge, if properly utilized, Some of this forbidden knowledge could even prove useful against a demon of Tamamonami's caliber. Tamamonami, not expecting to gain such fascinating knowledge on this trip, flashed a flicker of delight, but also grew increasingly curious about Cassius's identity. This level of forbidden knowledge was clearly beyond the grasp of ordinary mortals. How interesting. Could it be that Cassius, like Métis, is the reincarnation of some old man? Just as Tamamonami pondered this thought, the distant sound of wooden clogs slowly approached outside the hall. Then, a soft whisper reached Tamamonami's ears. Lord Tamamonami, just received word. The plan was a success. Oh, so soon, a serene whisper filled with utter allure echoed, and the breath of the emerald-clad maid outside the hall quickened slightly. Tamamonami's every move, every word, even a single alluring glance, held a terrifying allure capable of captivating all beings, a charm that disregarded both sexes. Even women would succumb to Tamamonami's astonishing charm and become his captives. Suppressing the throbbing in her heart, Qingyu whispered, Yes, Lord Tamamonami, the plan is going surprisingly smoothly. Compared to hundreds of years ago, the human world today is like a melting pot of greed and depravity. We've only stirred it up slightly, and people are eager to jump out. Haha, isn't that how the human world is? A faint sneer played on her lips. Tamamonami shook her head and said to the blue-clad maid outside the hall, Call back our people. It's time to leave. Yes, Lord Tamamonami. As the golden-red film of light continued to spread, the strands of golden light, after covering the hellish dimension passage beneath Tokyo Tower, seemed to merge with the earth and the air. The faint golden film was like patching a hole in the earth, making it whole again. After the golden-red film of light covered the hellish dimension passage and merged into the world, powers, seemingly emanating from heaven and earth, instantly enveloped the golden-red film, coating it with a thick coating. Instantly, the silhouette of the hellish dimensional passage beneath Tokyo Tower grew increasingly blurred. A moment later, as the last golden light faded, the revolving dimensional passage beneath Tokyo Tower vanished completely. Within the Shanghai Sanctuary, the Eastern mage who had just returned to the sanctuary to report the incident, saw the passage, projected like a globe deep within the sanctuary, suddenly vanish. He shouted in excitement, summoning the surrounding mages to quickly mobilize the sanctuary's power, thickening the world barrier beneath Tokyo Tower. In the blink of an eye, the barrier near Tokyo Tower reached over 10 times the strength of the surrounding area. With such a thick barrier, even if the hellish dimension were to reappear, reopening a dimensional passage would be incredibly difficult. Typos, corrected later. Chapter 355, The Impending Nuclear Explosion in Tokyo. With a hellish dimension passage beneath Tokyo Tower sealed, the infernal aura that enveloped the area above Tokyo, projected onto the virtual image of the Earth within the Shanghai Sanctuary, visibly dissipated, becoming significantly lighter. The mages who were stationed in the Shanghai Sanctuary and responsible for guarding the dimensional barrier were cheered up after seeing this scene and shouted, Great, the erosion of hell on Tokyo has weakened. In this way, as long as the remaining 4 dimensional channels are closed, no, as long as 2 more dimensional channels are closed, the balance of the hell magic circle covering Tokyo can be destroyed, and Tokyo can be prevented from falling into hell. Next, even if we slowly expel those demons and ghosts that escaped from hell back to hell, and then destroy the seals of the remaining 2-dimensional channels, it will still be in time. Amidst the excited voices, the temple mage who had just returned from Tokyo said hesitantly, But in that case, those civilians in Tokyo will not be. After Huawei finished speaking, a pair of calloused hands patted his shoulders. Lamo, don't blame yourself. We have tried our best. As soon as these words came out, an exaggerated sneer came from the side. Uncle Ma, don't let old Mo fool you. He's not worried about the civilians in Tokyo, he's only worried about the young ladies in the red light district. Hey, that's enough. Amidst the laughter, the oppressive atmosphere in the Shanghai temple seemed to dissipate a lot. But at this moment, on the projection of the Earth in the center of the room, several red dots suddenly appeared in the Pacific Ocean. These red dots were moving at a speed visible to the naked eye, towards Tokyo. Seeing this, the temple mages, who had been keeping a close eye on the Earth projection, all looked pale. Red dots. I remember when I modified the dot marking information, I only marked the nuclear bomb dot red. How come, after a pause, the expressions of the several temple mages in the room suddenly changed? Nuclear bomb, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 nuclear bombs. Who the hell is so crazy? Wait, it can't be that the top leaders of the big countries like the World Security Council, The Federation, or Tsarist Russia, found out that demons from hell came to Tokyo, and were afraid that those demons from hell would spread, so they launched nuclear bombs directly at Tokyo, intending to eliminate those demons from hell in Tokyo. Damn it, they can't be so crazy. No, bullshit. Not long ago, those politicians dared to launch nuclear bombs in New York without hesitation, let alone Tokyo. In order to protect their wealth, power and lives, those politicians can do anything. The night parade of 100 demons, those demons and monsters invading from hell, look much more terrifying than the invading aliens in the Battle of New York. Amid the clamor, the temple mage known as Uncle Ma shouted sternly, "Stop arguing. Lao, Aren, Jiaozi, Liangzi. I'll determine your location. Open the portal and see if those 5 red dots are nuclear bombs. Yes, 5 if those red dots are nuclear bombs. Immediately summon Mage Cassius and Mage Mordo and have them evacuate Tokyo and avoid a blast. Death and battle with demons and demons would be fine, but if a nuclear explosion launched by humans were to occur, then these mages protecting Earth would truly become a laughingstock." Under the guidance of Uncle Ma, the most experienced mage, the remaining mages within the temple sprang into action. Soon, golden red portals opened one after another within the Shanghai temple. Through these golden red portals, pre-opened along the trajectory of the red dots, they were able to escape. Not long after, the mages in the Shanghai temple saw nuclear bombs streaking through the sky, hurtling towards Tokyo, where 100 demons were parading at night. Swoosh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. After confirming that the 5 red dots were all nuclear bombs, everyone in the Shanghai temple paled slightly. Elsewhere, on Tokyo Tower, after the deep, dark passageway to the infernal dimension disappeared, Ailin saw the land and building debris reappear beneath the tower. A strange light flashed in Ailin's eyes. Previously, after Wang had projected the ghostly space at Tokyo University and sealed the infernal dimension passage, Ailin clearly remembered that after the infernal dimension passage disappeared, a terrifying tunnel, seemingly leading straight into the earth, was left in its place. But here, this dimensional passage was completely sealed. Cassius, finally relieved, looked up and noticed Ailin's expression. He suddenly said, "You look like you're curious why my seal and the king's seal are different." "Yes, you guess it." Seeing Cassius take the initiative to talk, Ailin didn't deny it. Instead, he nodded and said thoughtfully, "Is it because the sealing method is different, or because the previous dimensional passage was located in the ghost domain?" Seeing that Ailin had guessed the truth in one word, Cassius glanced at him with some surprise. "Both, but it's mainly because of the latter. That ghost space is located in the gap between the hell dimension and the real world. As long as the dimensional channel is temporarily sealed, it will be easily crushed by the world barrier between the hell dimension and the real world without the source of power, and will not pose any threat to our world, so we don't need to handle it too finely. But it's different here. This is the real world, so our seal just now, after temporarily sealing the channel, is more about repairing the world gap eroded by the hell dimension in this area. After we repair this world gap, the repaired world will spontaneously mobilize the power of the world to protect itself from harm, and repair all parts of this gap as good as new. So after the hell dimension channel disappears, you can see the land and building debris below." At the end, Cassia deliberately pointed to the ground in front of him and said, "In this way, as long as we observe for a while, after the self-repair of the world power, the world barrier of this place will become similar to other places, and we will not need to send people to garrison here in the future, which will save trouble." "I see." Hearing this, Ailin nodded thoughtfully. During Ailin's conversation with Cassius, as the seal on the hellish passageway was repaired and the Snow Woman retreated, the surrounding demons and monsters that had accidentally entered Earth through the temporary passage formed when the worlds overlapped suddenly changed direction and fled rapidly into the distance. However, before they could get far, the temple mages, who controlled the portal, flashed a sinister smile at the fleeing demons. In an instant, the offense and defense switched. The temple mages, who had just been struggling to hold out against the demons' attacks, united their forces and launched a pursuit of the fleeing demons and monsters. In a mere moment, the fleeing demons and monsters paid a heavy price under the temple mages' spells. Of course, for the sake of fate points, Ailin would not miss this golden opportunity to strike back. Under the roaring muzzle of the dragon slayer and the blazing eternal flame, a series of distinct sounds echoed rapidly in Ailin's mind. Ling. Kill. Within moments, with the exception of those demons and ghosts that escaped through various bizarre means, The majority of the demons and ghosts were decimated by the combined efforts of Ailin and the temple mages. Just as Ailin, Cassius, and the others were about to advance to the next hell passageway and seal the remaining hellish dimension passageways, a swirling golden red circle, emitting sparks, suddenly unfolded before them. Immediately afterwards, Ailin saw the temple mages who had just returned to the Shanghai temple to report the news, escaping through the portal. Behind him, 2 other temple mages followed. Upon seeing Lao Mo and the other 2 temple mages, Cassius, the most powerful of the group, frowned slightly and spoke out, "Qin Zhu, aren't you responsible for guarding the Shanghai sanctuary? Why are you here? Has something happened there?" As he spoke, Cassius's expression grew serious. Hell had invaded, demons were parading at night. Furthermore, the Supreme Mage had been pinned down in the London sanctuary by the combined forces of the dimensional demons. If anything happened to the Shanghai sanctuary at this point, Earth would be doomed. Fortunately, Cassius's worst fears didn't materialize. "No, the Shanghai sanctuary is fine," Cassius said. The mage, Qin, had spoken with a sigh of relief, but his next words rekindled his anxiety. "But if you don't leave here, you're in real trouble, huh?" Mage Zhang Tao, approaching from the side, asked in confusion. "Why?" The mage surnamed Qin didn't hold back, simply recounting everything they'd just witnessed with a wry smile. "Why? It's those politicians conquered by humanity. Just now, they went crazy, launching 5 nuclear bombs from different directions at Tokyo. 5 nuclear bombs. If we don't leave now, we'll be buried with Tokyo." What? Hearing that 5 nuclear bombs were hurtling towards Tokyo, not only the remaining temple mages, but even Ailin's expression suddenly changed. Five nuclear bombs. Did those politicians, determined to destroy Tokyo completely because 1 nuclear bomb wasn't enough, launch 5 nuclear bombs like crazy? 5 unparalleled attacks. Not only ordinary people, but even demons and ghosts crawling from hell would be reduced to ash. 5 nuclear bombs flying from different directions. Even if Ailin summoned the Seraphim again, it would be of no use. The Seraphim could intercept 1 nuclear bomb, but could they intercept all of them? Wait. The Seraphim couldn't intercept 5 nuclear bombs, but these Templar mages seemed to be able to. Thinking of this, Ailin said to Zhang Tao, Cassius and others, "Don't you have a portal? 5 nuclear bombs would be a desperate situation for others, but it doesn't seem difficult for you. All you have to do is open a portal on the path the nuclear bombs must take, and then drop the nuclear bombs into outer space or an uninhabited area, and everything will be fine." Cassius shook his head when he heard this. "It's not that simple. We, the Supreme Mage, once signed a contract with King Arthur. Unless something major happens on Earth, the Supreme Mage must not interfere with the decisions made by the top leaders of various countries in the world. If we act rashly, we may even trigger the backlash of the contract. Unfortunately, launching nuclear bombs is a decision made by the top leaders of mankind." So, after shaking his head helplessly, Cassius sighed and said, "If only Master Ancient One were here. Although the contract can bind the mages of the Supreme Mage's lineage, it will not be effective for the current Supreme Mage. If Master Ancient One were still here, he would definitely be able to easily save this disaster." At the end of his words, Cassius clenched his fists in resignation. Ailin was slightly taken aback when he heard this. He suddenly understood why Natasha and her team had been unable to find the New York Sanctuary during the Battle of New York. The mages in the New York Sanctuary were probably hampered by this contract and unable to use the portal to move the nuclear bomb. As for the Supreme Sorcerer, with her strength, she was clearly not bound by a contract signed thousands of years ago. At least King Arthur and his men did not have the power to restrain the Supreme Sorcerer. In fact, the original contract was probably signed by the Supreme Sorcerer at that time, worried that his disciples would use magic to do whatever they wanted and wreak havoc on the human kingdom, so he went along with it and made this contract with King Arthur. But he probably never imagined that thousands of years later, this contract would become a stumbling block to his disciples' ability to save the world. Shaking his head, Ailin's thoughts turned, and a sudden thought occurred to him. Wait. Those high-ranking humans' goal is to destroy Tokyo with nuclear bombs, to eliminate the demons and monsters that appear in Tokyo, but they probably didn't specify the landing points of these nuclear bombs, right? If you use the portal to slightly change the explosion points of those nuclear bombs and send them to the remaining 4 hellish dimension passages, would that be considered a violation of the contract? As Ailin spoke, Cassius and other mages were stunned. A mage from Japan suddenly lit up in the eyes of hope. Chapter 356, The Headlong Bang. This, just as Cassius and the others were pondering, the temple mage from Fusang suddenly emerged from the crowd with a fearless expression. Without waiting for Cassius and the others to speak, the temple mage from Fusang, with a fearless expression, stepped out from the crowd. Master Cassius, how about letting me try this method out? Cassius, Mordo, and the others turned around, frowning slightly at the mage who had emerged from the crowd. After a moment's silence, Mordo looked at the slightly shorter mage among the crowd and said in a serious tone, Master Kinemon, have you truly thought it through? According to the records within Kamartaj, of all the mages who violated the contract signed between the Supreme Sorcerer and King Arthur, 67 perished instantly from the backlash, 23 were gravely injured and dying, 43 were crippled by the contract's backlash, only 7 were slightly injured, and the only one who remained intact was the then young Third Supreme. Under these circumstances, do you still want to attempt this? Mordo didn't directly stop Master Kinemon, but instead briefly described the fate of those who had violated the contract. These bloody facts and data were more persuasive than any words. Under these weighty statistics, Master Kinemon's face paled even further. Arin's swirling mental force field keenly detected the fear hidden beneath his pale face. However, contrary to Arin's expectations, he didn't flinch. Instead, he forced a look of relief. Someone has to try, right? Seeing the faint admiration on the faces of the other temple mages who had come from Fuso with him, Kinemon's expression flickered with a hint of fear. He waved his hand. Don't look at me like that. I'm not as great as you think. You know, my home is in Tokyo. Although I sent my family out before the 100 Demons Night Parade began, my relatives and friends are still here. And I just found out that my eldest daughter secretly ran back to Tokyo not long ago. In this situation, I have no way of knowing where she is, even for my daughter. As a father, I have to try, right? By the end, the forced relief on his face had faded considerably. However, Ailin looked up to the short Fuso mage. People are selfish. Most Beyonders with extraordinary abilities are even more so. Under the threat of death, even for their own daughter, only a few would make such a decision. And that's precisely why. After Master Kinemon finished speaking, the other temple mages around him actually showed a hint of admiration for the once somewhat pedantic master. Cassius, the most powerful of the group and somewhat considered the leader, pondered for a few seconds before nodding. Since you've made up your mind, I won't stop you. I'll go with you to deal with the nuclear bomb. If all else fails, I'll bring you back immediately and do everything I can to save your life. Confirming Kinemon's resolve, Cassius offered no more words of comfort. Instead, he promised to cooperate with him and intercept the incoming nuclear bomb. Furthermore, if all else failed, he would do his best to preserve Kinemon's life under Arthur's contract. Protecting Earth from the invasion of other dimensions is the responsibility of the Supreme Master's lineage. Now that hell has invaded and hundreds of demons are parading at night, they too bear some responsibility. However, facing the schemes of multiple dimensional demons, they've already given it their all. In this situation, Kinemon's willingness to risk his life for a glimmer of hope might be precisely what he wanted. Even if Kinemon could actually redirect the nuclear bomb's impact point, landing it within those hellish dimensional passages, perhaps they could even atone for their mistake. Otherwise, if those 5 nuclear bombs truly detonated, reducing Tokyo to a deadly wasteland, no one knew what would ultimately unfold. Would it be the horrific explosions of 5 nuclear bombs, annihilating the demons emerging from hell and destroying those hellish dimensional passages? Or would it be the deaths of millions, completely plunging Tokyo into the arms of hell? Seeing Cassius's words, Mordo frowned slightly and stopped trying to persuade him. I'll lead a team to determine the exact locations of those dimensional passages. If that method truly works, I'll guide you there. With that, Mordo waved his right hand, adorned with a dangling ring. 2 golden red teleportation circles, one large and one small, appeared in midair. Don't misunderstand. Although Mordo could open 2 portals simultaneously, this time, he only opened one. The smaller, less fully formed portal was the one Mordo had opened. As for the larger one, plop, the next second, the burly Wang burst out from the other side of the portal, clutching a pile of items. As soon as he emerged from the portal, Wang excitedly held up the items in his hands, saying, I got them. Master Zashimo and I just selected several items from the secret vault. With these, even if the Yamada no Orochi that was teleported to Fuso gets into trouble again, we can crush it. As soon as Wang finished speaking, the portal Mordo had opened also fully formed, and a clear image was transmitted from the other side of the portal. On the other side of the portal, the long dormant crater was now filled with smoke. Beneath the vast crater, a terrifying monster with 8 heads and 8 tails, covered in tough scales that glowed red from the heat of the magma, savagely hunted demons from hell within the roiling lava. Even through the portal, the mages present could sense the monster's ferocious aura. Yamada no Orochi, frustrated by its reckless hunting, which had led to a dwindling number of demons emerging from the hellish dimensional passage, suddenly seemed to sense something. 3 of its ferocious heads, resembling dragons, snakes, and neither dragons, suddenly raised their heads and gazed towards the portal in the crater, which was spewing sparks. The instant they caught sight of the golden-red portal, Yamada no Orochi seemed to recall unpleasant memories. The ferocious heads suddenly raised their heads and let out a terrifying roar towards the heavens. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Amidst that terrifying roar, visible ripples instantly emerged from the mountain's belly, sweeping toward the massive crater. Crack. After enduring 3 rounds of sonic bombardment, the portal Mordo had opened emitted a cracking sound before exploding with a bang. Puff. Mordo, standing at the portal's exit, bore the brunt of the sonic impact, and after the backlash of his spell, a mouthful of blood instantly gushed out. The other temple mages, under the onslaught of sonic waves sweeping through the portal, turned pale, their internal organs aching. Several mages from Fuso paled even more, uttering terrifying cries as if exhausted. Yamada no Orochi. Wasn't it defeated by Susanoo no Salji? How could it appear on Mount Fuji? Yamada no Orochi, the most famous and terrifying Yokai in Fuso's history. It once wreaked terrible havoc in Fuso, a terrifying demon known throughout Fuso history. Even long after being defeated by Susanoo, it remained a taboo, a weapon that could silence children's night cries. Now, this legendary demon had reappeared within Mount Fuji, surely instilling fear. And it wasn't just the mages from Fuso who saw the terrifying form of the Yamada no Orochi. Upon witnessing the Yamada no Orochi's terrifying form, the temple mages from other realms also cast a fatally resentful glance at the king, who had just emerged from the portal. Goodness me! Whatever you say, it's coming true. This crow's mouth must have been blessed, right? Under the resentful gazes of so many mages, even the king's face was somewhat bruised. God bless you. He had only just been talking about the Yamada no Orochi, but who knew the next moment, the Yamada no Orochi would actually appear. He looked at the mages who were somewhat silent around him. Cassius looked up and said, "Don't make that face. Although Yamada no Orochi is powerful, this isn't necessarily bad news. At least we've located a hell passageway and the identity of the demon guarding it. Besides, with this giant here, Kinemon and the others won't have to choose their targets. If possible, just drop the nuclear bomb on that monster. Otherwise, if it escapes, we'll be in big trouble." Recalling the fleeting moment he'd caught through the portal, Cassius felt a heavy heart. That monster had been devouring demons that had crawled out of hell. No wonder, despite being one of the 6-dimensional passages, not a single demon had emerged from Mount Fuji in all that time. It turned out they'd all been devoured by that terrifying creature. While Yamada no Orochi's action seemed to alleviate some of their troubles, Cassius felt far from happy. During this long-planned night parade of 100 demons, Yamada no Orochi's unbridled devouring of hell's demons only served to demonstrate its brazenness and strength. Absolutely cannot let the other party escape from Mount Fuji. Thinking of this, Cassius suddenly looked up. The next second, his eyes happened to meet Kinemon's equally determined eyes. Obviously, Kinemon, who also realized this, had the same idea as him. After the 2 men met eyes, they were slightly stunned. Kinemon said anxiously, "We must not let Yamada no Orochi escape from Mount Fuji, otherwise it will be more difficult to deal with. Without further ado, I will intercept the nuclear bomb immediately, change its landing point, and use it to deal with the Yamada no Orochi." "Okay." After nodding, Cassius said, "I will lock the position and trajectory of the nuclear bomb and help you predict its trajectory," because they were worried that Yamada no Orochi would rush out of Mount Fuji and cause big trouble. After discussing it, the 2 men couldn't wait to act. At this time, the king, clutching a pile of items, pulled a pitch-black box from his bosom and quickly declared, "This box contains the Eye of Petrification, plucked from Misahisa by the supreme mage of the previous generation. The magical power contained within this Eye of Petrification is sufficient to activate the Eye of Petrification once more. With Mishise's nearly law-based eye of petrification, even if the Yamada no Orochi within Mount Fuji is truly the legendary monster, it can be instantly petrified. While the king's words might have sounded a bit skeptical, the treasure he had retrieved from Kamartage's secret vault gave him immense confidence. While the Yamada no Orochi was terrifying, Mishise's reputation was no less formidable. Although this was merely a petrification eye plucked from Mishise's body, if struck by that nearly law-based eye of petrification, the Yamada no Orochi would not be immune to the law-based power within it. Of course, it was merely a long-forgotten eye of petrification, and the power of the laws within it was limited. To completely petrify the Yamada no Orochi would undoubtedly require some stabbing, but simply holding it for a moment wouldn't be difficult. All they had to do was drop a nuclear bomb into Mount Fuji through the portal at that moment and quickly close it, and they'd be successful. Great stuff. Cassius's eyes lit up at the words, and he quickly ordered, Mordo, cooperate with the king and have him use this eye of petrification to control the Yamada no Orochi. Don't worry, leave it to me. Mordo nodded solemnly, then came to the king's side and whispered to him. A few dozen meters and seconds later, over Yokohama, still some distance from Tokyo Bay, Cassius, his feet resting on a massive magic round shield, suddenly called out, here it comes. The next second, a nuclear bomb, its tail fins dragging, swiftly entered their field of vision. Watching the rapidly approaching bomb, Kinemon took a deep breath and, without a word, shouted. As his magical energy surged, a massive portal, 10 meters in diameter, rapidly appeared before Kinemon, its size steadily increasing. Elsewhere, at the moment Kinemon and his companions took action, the king, who had long awaited the portal, instantly opened the jet-black stone box in his hand. A second later, a faint yellow light burst forth from it, instantly immersing itself in the head of Yamada no Orochi, which, halfway out of Mount Fuji, roared to the heavens. Instantly, Yamada no Orochi's eyes seemed to lose their luster, shimmering with a stony hue. This petrified hue rapidly spread throughout Yamada no Orochi's body. Where the dim light had penetrated, a stone hue shone, rapidly spreading across Yamada no Orochi's neck and body. Buzz! At that moment, the other heads of the Yamada no Orochi suddenly shot out, tearing at its petrified head with utter ferocity. With the fierce force of the 7 giant heads, the nearly petrified head was instantly torn apart. Blood, flesh, and stone fragments flew everywhere. Although the Yamada no Orochi had severed its head to avoid the danger of being petrified, its body, stained by the petrifying light, inevitably stiffened. At this moment, a nuclear bomb, trailing a trail of flame, rushed through the shaking and deforming portal at terrifying speed and slammed into the Yamada no Orochi's other head. Chapter 357 The terrifying figure roaring in the nuclear bomb. Just as the terrifying explosion was about to unfold, all the birds and animals on Mount Fuji vanished. The entire mountain began to spin. In an instant, the towering peaks became sunken basins, while the lower bases rose into the sky, transforming into towering walls. Like a vast cage, it imprisoned the Yamada no Orochi. Mirror space. The Supreme Sorcerer's signature move. In his spare time, the Supreme Sorcerer would occasionally inscribe this magic on special scrolls, adding to the heritage of Kamartage. In this space known as the Mirror Dimension, the user can freely control any object within it, and any damage caused there will not affect the real world. However, this time, can the mirror space prevent the spread of the nuclear explosion? After using the eyes of petrification, he unhesitatingly used the mirror space scroll to drag the Yamada no Orochi and the nuclear bomb into the mirror space. Wang only had time to manipulate Mount Fuji into a cage before Mordo, his face trembling, pulled him into a rapidly closing portal. Just as the portal was about to close, through the rapidly closing portal, now only the size of a fist, Mordo and Wang saw blinding light, like a small sun, illuminating the entire sky. With a bang. As the portal closed completely, Mordo, watching the nuclear bomb detonate on Yamada no Orochi's head through the portal, had no time to rejoice before he saw a terrifying aura of flames erupt from the void and descend upon Wang. Contract backlash. Damn it. You're just a support, why are you being backfired by that damned contract? Mordo's face darkened at the sight of the flames. But before he could react, a series of crisp voices suddenly echoed in his ears. Crack, crack, fuck, fuck. Hearing this sound, Mordo's face darkened again as he cursed. He swung the ring wildly, rapidly creating a portal beneath the king's feet. The moment the king, engulfed in black flames, fell into the golden red portal, Mordo, standing beside him, rushed over and plunged into it. As the two disappeared behind the portal, white cracks quickly appeared in the void above Mount Fuji's summit. As the illusory white cracks covered the summit, a terrifying roar soared, ripping through the clouds. The void, covered in white cracks, shattered like a mirror. Instantly, endless light and heat surged forth. The terrifying shockwave surged upward, tearing a hole thousands of meters in diameter through the gray-black sky. But before the rays of hope could penetrate the gaping hole and reach the human world, a terrifying mushroom cloud, with a radius of several thousand meters, rose from the summit of Mount Fuji, completely obscuring the sunlight streaming down through the gaping hole. Boom! A visible shockwave spread in all directions, like a bowl turned upside down between heaven and earth, destroying everything it touched. In an instant, the devastating explosion completely destroyed Mount Fuji's chimney-like crater. After destroying the summit, the terrifying blast, influenced by the mountain's unique topography, continued to surge towards the surging magma within Mount Fuji's belly and the passage to hell. A mere aftermath spread beyond Mount Fuji. Even this aftermath, filtered through the mirror space and Mount Fuji, easily reduced Mount Fuji and the surrounding lush forest within a 10-mile radius to scorched earth. The extreme heat and violent shockwave from the nuclear explosion instantly ignited the vast forest. But before the forest could be completely consumed, the terrifying shockwave that followed lifted the burning trees and the soil beneath them, carrying them far away. Puff! Before the trees, weeds, and soil could even touch the ground, the terrifying heat and immense force contained in the shockwave shattered all the debris in the air, reducing it to ash. And at that moment, a fierce will that seemed to transcend heaven and earth suddenly penetrated from the center of the explosion. Following closely behind was a terrifying roar like a dragon's roar. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sound, like the all-consuming Mahakala, drowned out the terrifying explosion, mysterious and filled with unimaginable terror. With this roar, a mysterious wave of energy instantly spread, almost freezing the very air. Everything seemed frozen. It seemed as if the entire world had fallen into deathly silence. Unease, panic, fear, and terror, all sorts of unsettling emotions instantly spread through the minds of all who heard the sound. Some who lived near Mount Fuji, or those who had visited and were lucky enough to escape the horrific aftermath of the nuclear explosion, gradually formed a strange image in their minds as a result of this roar. They seemed to see a colossal creature with 8 heads and 8 tails, furiously steering a boundless black flood, roaring out from the endless abyss. Before the boundless, horrifying flood, everything else paled in comparison. But the more everything paled, the clearer the image of the behemoth within the flood became. Faintly, people could even smell the stench of the water. It was as if the illusory flood was very close. The moment the behemoth appeared, low whispers, high cries, lascivious sounds, and a cacophony of voices crazily penetrated the minds of those who witnessed this terrifying figure. Countless voices intertwined and resounded within their minds, like a giant shit-stirring stick thrust into their brains, churning them endlessly, turning their brains into paste. And just as they were distracted by the terrifying sounds, wet arms suddenly emerged from beneath them, pulling them down into the vast swamp that had suddenly become an ocean. Just as some struggled desperately to escape the swamp, they were horrified to discover that everything they had just seen in their minds was not an illusion. Now, a trickle of water was bubbling from their bodies. It wasn't blood, but streams of stinking water. Not only their bodies, but also the surrounding houses, buildings, forests, everything within their sight, were now seeping out with water. This seeping water began as a trickle, but soon became unstoppable. 10 seconds later, countless foul-smelling springs gushed out from the earth, as if a divine punishment had been bestowed upon it, instantly transforming the land into a swamp. And in the center of this swamp, half blasted open, filled with countless deadly radiation, and flowing with magma, lay the belly of Mount Fuji. Its body was covered in blood, covered in countless wounds and scorch marks, and even its head had been largely blown off, leaving only 3 battered heads and 5 snake-like tails. A massive figure, eyes filled with madness and decay, roared to the sky. This seemingly disastrous scene not only failed to diminish the Yamada no Orochi's terrifying fury, but instead made it seem even more terrifying. Under the influence of the all-pervasive lethal radiation and another, even more terrifying and dangerous force emanating from its belly, the Yamada no Orochi's bloody wounds rapidly transformed. The crimson blood, as if rotting, quickly decayed, transforming into pools of stinking flesh. Drops of dark green thick water occasionally dripped from the decaying flesh. But this seemingly insignificant water, when it hit the ground, erupted into a terrifying spectacle. The dark green thick water dripped onto the earth, instantly robbing it of life. The solid volcanic rock was rapidly corroded by the thick water, turning it into pools of foul-smelling mud. Even the boiling magma within the mountain's belly was easily sapped by the thick water. As the vision of the marshland intensified, Yamada no Orochi's body underwent drastic changes. From the piles of rotting flesh, bizarre organs and even body parts occasionally morphed, making Yamada no Orochi appear even more bizarre and terrifying. Even Yamada no Orochi's aura grew increasingly eerie with these changes. Just as Yamada no Orochi's eyes grew redder and more frantic, as if ready to plunge down Mount Fuji on a killing spree, a flash of clarity suddenly flashed across its 3 pairs of crimson eyes. Reawakening, Yamada no Orochi quickly realized the changes in its body, and a hint of mockery flashed in its crimson eyes. "I've already died once. Do you still think I'm as foolish as before?" With these words, Yamada no Orochi's ferocious head gazed at the special crystal in its abdomen, which continuously emanated a strange power and bewitched its mind. This crystal, imbued with terrifying power, was the reward given to Yamada no Orochi for his journey to the human world after the deal he struck with the Lord of Hell. Possessing the ability to devour and eager to restore his strength, Yamada no Orochi, upon sensing the terrifying power contained within the crystal, felt a surge of intense desire. Therefore, even knowing the crystal might have been tampered with by Mephistopheles, it resolutely swallowed the trap. As it anticipated, after being severely damaged by the nuclear bomb and nearly reduced to ash once again, the terrifying power of this special crystal erupted. After helping to block the final vestiges of the nuclear bomb, the strange power within the crystal rapidly eroded Yamada no Orochi's mind, attempting to corrupt its soul and transform it into a corrupted beast capable of madness and murder. However, this time, Mephistopheles underestimated Yamada no Orochi. After being repeatedly deceived by humans and these so-called gods and demons, Yamada no Orochi had begun to retain some vigilance. Therefore, at this critical moment, after devouring and refining a portion of the crystal's immense power, Yamada no Orochi's will, though temporarily out of control, swiftly regained control of his body at the crucial moment. He even managed to find a blessing in disguise by refining a portion of the power within that special crystal. Feeling the strange power coursing through his body, a flicker of excitement flashed in Yamada no Orochi's scarlet eyes. Strange powers, forbidden knowledge, truly an unexpected reward. If I hadn't been vigilant, under the influence and contamination of this forbidden knowledge, I would have turned into an uncontrollable beast, charging the human city ahead, risking my life to test the hidden cards left by those powerful humans and gods. Haha, Mephistopheles, I'll remember you. Once I've completely devoured and digested the power and knowledge contained in this crystal, I'll make you pay. Yamada no Orochi, his eyes filled with cold murderous intent, made up his mind. His massive eyes also cast a cold glance at the human not much bigger than an ant not far away. The slutty foxes and the pups are wreaking havoc in the city, while I'm the only one quietly guarding that passage devouring demons. Yet you leave them alone and attack me with those dangerous things. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? I can't deal with Mephidus for now, but can I not deal with you and like humans? Faced with this discriminatory treatment, Yamada no Orochi's heart flashed with boundless rage. Through a trace of strange power, it frantically absorbed the earth's water veins and the moisture within the heavens and earth, forming a terrifying and violent torrent that swept towards the foot of Mount Fuji. Wave after wave of floodwater, carrying a monstrous aura, poured down from Mount Fuji like a world-destroying flood. Beneath the terrifying torrent, the entire earth shook uneasily. The flood, carrying countless rocks and mud, destroyed everything in its path with a devastating force. Houses, cars, trees, and all kinds of buildings were instantly destroyed by the raging flood waters. Those who fled beneath the waters, wishing their parents had given them more legs, were mercilessly swallowed up by the surging waves without even a wave. Everything collapsed under the terrifying flood unleashed by the Yamada no Orochi. Typos, posted first, corrected later. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 358, The nuclear bomb's golden body is destroyed, and the human leaders are shocked. Still, can't it be stopped? A wry smile crossed Kinnaman's face as he gazed upon the dozens of miles of scorched earth surrounding Mount Fuji. and the devastating flood unleashed by the enraged Yamada no Orochi. Cassius, standing beside Kinemon, felt a heavy heart. Even using the Supreme Mage's mirror space to create the capital, the King Arthur's contract was backlishing. How could Kinemon, who had altered the nuclear explosion's location, possibly escape the backlash of the contract? In fact, the moment he opened the portal to face the nuclear bomb, the backlash of the King Arthur's contract reached Kinemon. However, Kinemon chose not to close the portal. Despite the inferno, he resolutely opened it to its maximum. As a result, Kinemon's body, magic power, and even his soul were ignited by the terrifying inferno. But now, with a wry smile, Kinemon's voice, slightly hoarse from the flames, said, "Master Cassius, there's no need to waste mana suppressing my backlash. The moment I opened the portal, I chose my own fate. Cassius, Kinemon, Master Cassius, don't comfort me. Although I failed to kill the Yamada no Orochi, I saw that the nuclear bomb still severely damaged the monster." A faint smile crept across Kinemon's face, engulfed in black flames. "At least my efforts were useful. Perhaps, in thousands of years, my name will be passed down through the ages like Susanoo. I will," with a solemn nod, Cassius, at Kinemon's request, cancelled the spell suppressing the backlash from the contract. As the golden-red spell dissipated, the black flames burning Kinemon's body suddenly surged, engulfing him. Amidst the raging flames, Kinemon did not close his eyes and wait for death. Instead, he endured the agonizing pain of the flames and, with his trembling hands, forcibly opened another twisting portal in the void. Since one nuclear bomb could severely damage Yamada no Orochi, what about another? Cough cough cough. "Let me do one last thing for Fuso." Amidst Kinemon's violent coughing, the endless stream of evil fire from the void instantly engulfed him. Even so, the twisting portal in mid-air persisted. It wasn't until the second nuclear bomb passed through it that it shattered, transforming into tiny golden-red sparks that vanished into the void. Along with the portal, Kinemon's body, consumed by the evil fire, vanished. Elsewhere, the Fuso government and high-ranking officials from around the world watched in horror as Yamada no Orochi emerged from the nuclear explosion, roaring to the heavens and unleashing a devastating flood. As humanity's most powerful trump card in the world today, nuclear bombs hold a special kind of faith. In everyone's mind, there's no creature a nuclear bomb can't kill. But when the figure of Yamada no Orochi emerged from the center of the nuclear explosion, unleashing a devastating flood, the nuclear bomb's invincibility was shattered. Not only the Fuso government, but even the rest of humanity's high-ranking officials were plunged into an unspeakable panic. Hidden within the spaceship on the far side of the moon. "Even a nuclear bomb can't kill that monster," Nick Fury gasped as he watched the satellite feed. A flicker of fear flashed in his eyes, and he quickly turned to Talus beside him and asked, "Carol hasn't arrived in Tokyo yet?" Glancing at the rapidly moving red light on the nearby console, Talus shook his head. Carol was delayed for too long by the ruins on the Pacific Ocean floor. At her current speed, it would take her at least a minute to reach Tokyo. "No, it's 59 seconds, less than a minute." Hearing this number, Nick Fury breathed a sigh of relief. However, turning back to see the terrifying, blazing figure captured by the satellite, his newly relieved fear surged again. Even nuclear bombs couldn't kill that monster, so could Carol truly defeat it? After a brief pause, Nick Fury forced the thought out of his mind. Goddamn it. They were all fine last year. How come just a few months later, all these gods and monsters from ancient legends have burst forth? Even as Nick Fury was cursing, Ailin used intermediate holy light healing to dispel the last traces of the flames from the king, restoring his burned face. It was unclear whether the king had merely reduced the power of the nuclear explosion, or whether the scroll of mirror space was crafted by the Sorcerer Supreme. The backlash from the contract suffered by the king was far less severe than that suffered by Kinemon. After the king, somewhat painfully, used a white stone to bear most of the flames in his stead, Ailin's intermediate holy light healing dispelled the last traces of the flames from the king. The horrific burns healed. Although the rescued king's face was still covered in flesh, it was at least less unsightly. "Thank you." Touching his now pristine face, the king, his robes tattered by the burns, approached Ailin with an excited expression, wanting to express his heartfelt gratitude. After calmly avoiding the king's embrace, Ailin shook his head and quickly said, "Let's go. The second nuclear bomb is about to explode." "Okay." Mordo and the others, who had also witnessed the scene, were silent for a moment before quickly stepping through the long open portal beside them and entering the Shanghai Temple. As they entered the Shanghai Temple, a brilliant mushroom cloud rose again from Mount Fuji. A terrifying explosion, several times more powerful than the previous nuclear blast, instantly swept in all directions. However, at that moment, the figure roaring to the sky atop Mount Fuji had vanished without a trace. Seconds earlier, when the portal, emitting golden red sparks, appeared above Mount Fuji, Yamada no Orochi's expression suddenly changed. When it saw the nuclear bomb bearing down upon it from within the portal, its 3 remaining pairs of giant eyes shrank sharply, becoming vertical pupils. Having initially intended to teach humanity a lesson, Yamada no Orochi's massive body abruptly spun without a word, diving directly into its remaining, slightly unstable, hellish dimension passage. While it intended to teach humanity a lesson, it had no intention of sacrificing itself. To Yamada no Orochi, that strange iron object was even more terrifying than a divine weapon. Having already experienced it once, Yamada no Orochi had no intention of retesting the power of a nuclear blast anytime soon. So, it slipped away without hesitation. To slow the nuclear bomb's rapid descent, a thick, dark green plume erupted from one of Yamada no Orochi's heads. With a puff, the sonic boom of the nuclear bomb sank into the dark green smoke, like a quagmire. A full 3 seconds passed before the nuclear bomb, riddled with cavities and corrosion, emerged from the haze and landed in the belly of Mount Fuji. Watching the terrifying mushroom cloud rise again from Mount Fuji, Tamamonami's foxtail swayed gently in the breeze at Sensoji Temple, exuding a strange allure. Is this a nuclear bomb? Truly terrifying. I never imagined that in just a few hundred years, mortals like ants would possess such terrifying power, but this isn't necessarily bad news for me, he thought, thinking of the human leaders who had been easily seduced by the fox women under his command, and who had then launched a nuclear bomb on Tokyo. A flicker of contempt flashed in Tamamonami's eyes. Humans possessing such terrifying weapons were easily seduced by a charm spell. To Tamamonami, those people were like children walking through a busy street with a large sum of money. However, this actually provided her with considerable advantages. After putting aside the shock of the nuclear bomb, Tamamonami's thoughts shifted to the aura that had suddenly vanished from Mount Fuji before the detonation. I didn't expect that Yamada no Orochi to escape at this moment. It seems Mephisto, that self-important conspirator, has once again gone awry. After a lazy stretch, one of Tamamonami's foxtails suddenly stood up like hair. As if sensing something, Tamamonami's expression suddenly changed, and her entire figure, like a foamy illusion, shattered with a bang. At that moment, a massive wine gourd, with the force of a falling meteor, shook the void above Sensoji Temple, sending ripples through it. It then crashed down towards where Tamamonami had stood. With a resounding boom, a violent force unleashed. Everything around Tamamonami's position instantly crumbled to dust. Even space itself twisted and shattered, turning into a shattered mirror. The ground, like a spider web, instantly cracked and ripped apart, centered around the enormous wine gourd. A massive crater then rapidly spread outward. From the thick cloud of dust, a burst of unbridled laughter rose. Ha ha ha. You slutty fox, you run real fast. As the laughter echoed, a tall, handsome figure suddenly descended from the void, landing squarely on the enormous wine gourd. Observing the handsome young man standing atop the gourd, Tamamonami unfurled her 9 foxtails, and a terrifying demonic aura instantly rose from her body. Shuten Daoji, if you seek death, I can grant your wish. With that, Tamamonami, his face gleaming coldly, revealed an ancient orange mirror in his hands. Yada no Kagami, this mirror has indeed fallen into your hands. Looking at the orange mirror in Tamamonami's hand, a flicker of fear crossed Shuten Daoji's enchantingly handsome face. The Yada no Kagami. One of the 3 sacred artifacts in Fuso legend, a treasure on par with the sword of Aim no Kame and the Yurasaki no Magatama. According to legend, this precious mirror has always been wielded by Amaterasu Mikami. Unexpectedly, it now fell into Tamamonami's hands. Although Shuten Daoji had vaguely heard of this rumor before coming, the sight of the Yada no Kagami in Tamamonami's hands still left him feeling a pang of regret. For great demons of their level, there are very few treasures that can enhance their strength. And the 3 legendary sacred artifacts are one of them. With the Yada no Kagami, the 9-tailed fox, already renowned for its brilliance, has even more power. Though fear welled up in his heart, Shuten Daoji didn't betray a trace of fear. Instead, he coldly demanded, "This mirror is your reward from those guys, isn't it?" It seems you're one of those plotting against my father this time. Hearing Shuden Daoji's question, Tamamonami scoffed. Father? Oh, stop pretending. Are you the kind of demon willing to go to war over that stinking snake? If you were truly such a good son, you wouldn't have stood by and watched when the Yamada no Orochi was defeated by Susanoo no Mune. As he spoke, Tamamonami suddenly swung the Yada mirror in his hand, unleashing a bright yellow rainbow light at Shuden Daoji. The light was incredibly fast. Even Shuden Daoji, who had been prepared, didn't have time to block the massive wine gourd beneath his feet before it struck him directly. Boom! With a resounding explosion, Shuden Daoji, along with the gourd, was blasted hundreds of meters away. The bright yellow iridescent light had even dented the enormous red wine gourd, made of an unknown material. With this kind of power, I'd say it's truly worthy of the 8 Tadakami mirror, right? Licking his crimson lips, Shuden Daoji revealed a sinister smile. However, from today on, this 8 Tadakami mirror belongs to me. In the next instant, Shuden Daoji, once a handsome young man, transformed into a massive, red-skinned, horned, and incredibly burly demon with a ferocious, sinister look. And just as Shuden Daoji unleashed his full force, a wave of icy cold suddenly appeared behind Tamamonami, sweeping towards her. The earth, the air, everything that came into contact with that cold air was instantly frozen. In an instant, a world of ice and snow, filled with an endless chill, unfolded behind Tamamonami. However, faced with a terrifying cold, Tamamonami's stunning face showed no sign of panic. Instead, a brilliant smile blossomed. Typos, corrected after posting. Chapter 359, Final Kill. Tamamonami gently flipped the Yada mirror in her hand, and Shuden Daoji's figure suddenly appeared within the bright yellow ancient mirror. A shift in position. Under the Yada mirror's influence, the space reflected within the mirror seemed frozen. The powerful force of space immediately sealed and imprisoned Shuden Daoji's body, freezing it like ice. In a trance, when Shuden Daoji regained consciousness, he was shocked to discover that he had unknowingly swapped places with Tamamonami. The terrifying cold energy that threatened to devour Tamamonami was now within striking distance. Still trapped by the powerful force of space, Shuden Daoji had no time to dodge before being struck directly by the terrifying cold that seemed to freeze the world. Snow Woman, with a soul-shattering roar, Shuden Daoji's terrifying body was instantly covered in frost and icicles. Though confined by the Yada mirror and even frozen by the cold energy released by the Snow Woman, Shuden Daoji appeared to be in grave danger. However, his eyes, shrouded in a layer of icy crystals, still shone with a domineering aura. For this time, he was not alone. Amidst Shuden Daoji's roar, a hazy figure suddenly appeared behind him, and a soft, snow-white hand pressed down upon Shuden Daoji's towering demonic form. However, contrary to Shuden Daoji's expectations, the Snow Woman who appeared from the void, far from being his lifeline, instead of freeing him from the terrifying cold, cast him down into hell, icebound coffin. As the Snow Woman unleashed her demonic power, a chill far colder than the previous breath, a terrifying temperature nearing absolute zero, instantly formed a massive ice coffin around Shuden Daoji. Then, under the Snow Woman's icy gaze, the soft hand pressing against the ice coffin tightened its grip. Instantly, Shuden Daoji, trapped within, felt a terrifying pressure, powerful enough to crush steel, crushing every part of his body. It seemed as if it was burying him in the biting cold. Sensing the Snow Woman's movements, two flashes of fire, seemingly tangible, flashed from the frozen Shuden Daoji's eyes, as if silently denouncing the Snow Woman's betrayal. Facing Shuden Daoji's furious glare, the Snow Woman, like a neighbor's older sister, smiled sweetly. The next moment, the crystal-clear ice coffin that had encased Shuden Daoji suddenly cracked, shattering into countless ice blades emitting an endless chill. Driven by an invisible force, these countless blades paused in unison and instantly launched themselves at Shuden Daoji's body. He thrust forward, stabbing at Shuden Daoji, who was frozen within. Rumble. Thousands of ice blades blasted out in unison, like a volley of millions of artillery shells, emitting a continuous, violent roar. The ground beneath Shuden Daoji's feet instantly shattered, crumbling into dust. Then, crushed and compacted by the continuous roar, the ground, compressed to its limit, sank, forming a terrifying crater. Boom! With a resounding roar, a dark red liquid spurted out from the crater, sinking several meters into the earth. It resembled gushing blood or boiling magma. Did it work? Tamamonami's face, reflecting the dark red in her eyes, faltered, but her heart remained unfazed. She swung the Yada mirror in her hand slightly, and at Tamamonami's urging, a brilliant divine light emanated once again, falling towards the area covered by the countless ice blades. But at that moment, boom! A dark red light shot up into the sky. However, what burst forth from the vast pit was not blood, but dark red magma. Magma gushed forth, and flames blazed the heavens. The cold ice instantly shattered and melted under the relentless onslaught of magma. Scorching steam and smoke rose, instantly enveloping most of Sensoji Temple. The swirling thick vapor not only enveloped much of Sensoji Temple but also obscured a divine light radiated from the 8-foot mirror, rendering it impossible for Tamamonami to discern what it had struck. Puff! Just as the sound of the 8-foot mirror's divine light striking something was heard, a tremendous roar, like a volcanic eruption, reached Tamamonami's ears. Amidst the rising scorching steam, the shadowy image of a gigantic orb suddenly exploded. From within, a seemingly endless, terrifying magma instantly erupted, engulfing the heavens and earth. Witness this scene. Sensing something was amiss, the Snow Woman had already transformed into flakes and vanished. As she vanished, heavy, goose feather-like snowflakes suddenly fell from the sky for miles around Sensoji Temple. The cold snowflakes continuously drifted toward the roiling dark red lava. However, before they could even land on the dark red lava, the terrifying heat radiating from it vaporized the flakes, sending up a scorching mist. Not good. Tamamonami's enchanting pupils constricted at the sight, and she hurriedly activated the Adeno mirror, shining once again upon the vapor-shrouded space. Instantly, the lava and mist caught by the mirror's divine light solidified in place, even the rising heat trapped in midair. Unfortunately, aside from the roiling lava, which was held captive by the Yadano mirror, the ancient Yadano mirror's surface did not reflect Shutendaji. Upon seeing this, Tamamonami's beautiful face darkened instantly. Tamamonami activated the Yada mirror not to contain the swirling, spreading magma, but to confine the space and locate Shutendaji, hidden within. She wasn't afraid that Shutendaji might hide in the mist, waiting for revenge against her or the Snow Woman. Rather, she worried that Shutendaji, having suffered a heavy loss at the hands of her and the Snow Woman, would simply flee. Shutendaji was violent and powerful, commanding numerous demons. While Tamamonami didn't fear him, she didn't want to let him remain undefeated and instead become the target of this terrifying creature. They had painstakingly set up a trap to eliminate the Yamada no Orochi and Shutendaji and his son. Tamamonami didn't want to let such a golden opportunity go to waste. Fortunately, Tamamonami's worst fears didn't materialize. As Tamamonami's Yada mirror froze the magma, the sky and earth suddenly darkened. A massive meteorite, oozing dark red magma, suddenly plummeted from the sky, plummeting towards a patch of ice and snow. Within the ice and snow, a hazy figure loomed. Gazing at the massive meteorite overhead, the shadowy figure shouted, "Disperse!" A second later, illusory figures identical to hers instantly split from her body, shooting off in all directions. Just as she attempted to flee, to escape the space enveloped by the magma, a voice filled with surging fury suddenly rang out. "Want to run? Ha, bitch! Die!" Immediately afterwards, an arm, still bleeding like molten lava, suddenly emerged from the ice and snow and slammed down on the ground. Bang! Another resounding roar echoed. Streams of searing magma instantly burst forth from the snow-covered ground, like spikes, instantly piercing through the illusory figures that erupted from the Snow Woman. Hundreds of clones, shattered by the Snow Woman, attempted to scatter, but none escaped, being directly struck by the terrifying magma spikes. Simultaneously, the dark red meteor in the sky plummeted, rising and falling like a vast death cage, incinerating the hundreds of figures trapped within. Blocked from retreat by Shutendaji's vengeful attack, the Snow Woman's expression suddenly changed. Although both were great demons of Fuso, the Snow Woman's strength was still far behind top-tier demons like Shutendaji and Tamamonami. If the Snow Woman withstood Shutendaji's fatal blow, she would have been severely injured, if not killed. Fortunately, at that moment, a massive ancient mirror suddenly appeared in the sky, its divine light illuminating the heavens and earth, dividing yin and yang, and freezing space. From the rapidly falling dark red magma meteorite to the hideous magma spikes on the ground, they were frozen in the void. Even Shutendaji, who had reappeared in the snowstorm, covered in blood, was frozen in this patch of space and time. Swoosh! Another brilliant flash of divine light passed. The Snow Woman, also frozen in time, instantly regained their ability to move. Having escaped from a desperate situation, the Snow Woman immediately used the snow release technique to instantly escape from the frozen space and time. Under the influence of the Yada mirror, the space where Shuten Daoji resided was completely frozen. The powerful force of space sealed and imprisoned his body, frozen as if frozen in ice. Once again trapped, Shuten Daoji could not move at all, and his situation suddenly became perilous. In an instant, the situation shifted dramatically. One moment, it was the Snow Woman who was in mortal danger. The next, it was Shuten Daoji who was in danger. Why don't you make a move, nearby, to maintain the special force that imprisoned Shuten Daoji? Tamamonami's demonic energy frantically surged towards the Yada mirror in her hand, rendering her unable to move. But don't forget, Tamamonami is not fighting alone. Just as the Snow Woman, having fled hundreds of meters away, heard this and was about to turn and attack Shuten Daoji, a massive figure, who had been standing there for some time, suddenly leaped down from the ruins of Sensoji Temple, a single broken pillar remaining. With a gentle flap of his massive wings, he broke the sound barrier, unleashing a raging hurricane and a fierce wind pressure. Before the deafening sonic boom could be heard, the burly figure, with a flash of silver light in his hand, suddenly crossed the hundreds of meters and appeared behind Shuten Daoji. Sizzle, with the sound of a sword being sheathed, a dark crack suddenly appeared in the void behind Daitengu, as if slashed by a sword. Daitengu, the slash that opened up the void seemed to also release the constraints on Shuten Daoji, restoring the frozen space and time to normal. Within that frozen space and time, Shuten Daoji, blood-drenched in a hint of resentment in his eyes, moved his lips slightly. He had barely uttered a few words when his massive, majestic demonic body was instantly ripped into dozens of pieces by the terrifying sword energy. A boom. Then, the ripped demonic body was incinerated by the futile eruption of magma meteorites and magma spikes, unsealed. Amidst the terrifying impact of the falling magma meteorite, Tamamonami shouted loudly. Regardless of the damage to his body, he overdrawn his demonic power and forcefully activated the Yada mirror in the recycling station, emitting another brilliant beam of bright yellow divine light. He photographed the space enveloped by magma, and also the soul attempting to escape within the roiling magma. Buzz, divine light shone down, searching the heavens and earth. Shuten Daoji's dim soul instantly emerged from the Yada mirror. Instantly, a bright yellow divine light radiated, piercing Shuten Daoji's dim soul. Then, crushed into nothingness by the force of space that followed, the divine light followed. In an instant, this great demon, whose name had left a storied legacy in Fuso history, was completely silenced by the combined schemes of Tamamonami, Yukiana, and Daitengu. Even his body, imbued with terrifying power, was ignited by the terrifying magma it had summoned, incinerating it into pools of black ash. Shuten Daoji, die? Go. After striking Shuten Daoji dead, Daitengu's wings flared once more, instantly breaking the sonic boom. Then, carrying Tamamonami in one hand and Yuki-onna in the other, Daitengu instantly vanished into the hellish dimensional passage beneath Sensoji Temple. Almost as soon as they entered the infernal passage, the nuclear shockwave from Mount Fuji shattered the barrier Tamamonami had cast around Sensoji Temple. Like a plow through a field, the already shattered temple was engulfed in the aftermath. It happened so quickly. While the battle between Shuten Daoji and Tamamonami, Yuki-onna and Daitengu seemed to last an eternity, in reality, only a few seconds elapsed from Shuten Daoji's appearance to his death. Yet, those few brief seconds allowed the terrifying nuclear explosion from Mount Fuji to reach Sensoji Temple. If Tamamonami hadn't just found the time to activate the Yada mirror, emitting a divine light that delayed the impact of the nuclear explosion, and hadn't set up a barrier outside Sensoji Temple in advance, the aftermath of the nuclear explosion would have overwhelmed the great demons before they could completely eliminate Shuten Daoji. Chapter 360 Come out, my beloved sister Hila. Boom. Instantly, the building surrounding Sensoji Temple shattered and collapsed under the impact of the nuclear explosion. In the blast, everyone, from the trembling ordinary people hiding in their rooms to the monks and sorcerers bewitched by Tamamonami, and even the demons and ghosts who were unable to retreat, were all swept away by the terrifying nuclear explosion and reduced to ash. Tens of thousands of lives perished in an instant. Under the devastation of the successive nuclear explosions, the dimensional passage connecting to hell beneath Mount Fuji seemed unable to withstand the devastation and instantly shattered, transforming into thousands of terrifying spatial fragments. Together with the aftermath of the nuclear explosion, The once sacred mountain of Fusang was instantly transformed into a bottomless abyss of molten lava. Inside the Shanghai sanctuary, the mages who remained in the temple had already amplified their magical projection, projecting Tokyo across the entire room. Keeping a close eye on Tokyo, they quickly noticed the collapse of the projection of the hell-dimensional passageway on Mount Fuji. While this should have been cause for celebration, not a single smile crossed the crowded Shanghai temple. While the nuclear bomb had severely damaged the Yamada no Orochi and even destroyed a hell-dimensional passageway, it had also resulted in the tragic deaths of billions of lives. The raging resentment fostered by the instantaneous deaths of countless people now fed the three other hell-dimensional passageways, causing them to grow at a visible rate. In just a few seconds, the three hell-dimensional passageways expanded exponentially. Furthermore, beneath the magic circle that spanned Tokyo, countless souls of the tragically deceased, filled with utter resentment and endless hatred, rushed towards the hell-dimensional passageways like moths to a flame. Then, dragging Tokyo, now largely a dead zone, towards hell, they fell. After these tragic deaths, under the onslaught of the raging resentment that enveloped the world, these beings had long since transformed into mindless, vengeful spirits. Filled with resentment and an instinctive aversion to life, they hated every living being. It was precisely for this reason that, after their tragic deaths, they were even more eager for Tokyo's fall than the demons originally surging from hell. Thanks to the efforts of these vengeful souls, Tokyo, enveloped in ritual, was rapidly plummeting towards hell at a speed unfathomable to ordinary humans. If this continued, the moment the remaining three nuclear bombs detonated, Tokyo would be wiped out of all life, plunging into hell completely. Watching the rapidly spreading gray-black fog over Tokyo, the mages in the Shanghai temple, their bodies covered in scars from their battles with demons, clenched their fists in frustration. Amidst the unwilling mages of the temple, Ailin, standing on the second floor of the Shanghai temple, gazed at the projected image of Tokyo below, a deep glint in his eyes. Damn it, over Tokyo Bay, a crimson figure clutching a nuclear bomb watched the terrifying mushroom cloud rise into the sky at the end of his sight. His masked face instantly darkened. The arm holding the nuclear bomb tensed, crushing it, leaving a thick dent in his arm. Carol, still hearing the cries of countless dying people, wished she could smash the bomb into the head of the idiot who ordered the launch. Damn it. Less than 2 days after returning to Earth, he'd witnessed 3 nuclear explosions in a row. And there were even 3 more bombs poised to fall in the sky. Damn it. Are all those with nuclear launchers lunatics? Although Carol was eager to kill the fools who had launched the nuclear bombs, causing countless tragic deaths, she was forced to change direction when she caught sight of 2 more nuclear bombs streaking through the sky, emitting a destructive aura, heading towards Tokyo. She then broke the sound barrier again and again, hurtling towards the other 2. Her delay had already caused 2 nuclear bombs to explode, killing countless people. Carol would not allow the remaining 3 nuclear bombs to fall on Tokyo, turning the few remaining people into cold corpses. Boom! Amidst a series of loud noises resembling thunder, a crimson figure, carrying a nuclear bomb, swiftly streaked through the sky. Puff! Outside a ruined air raid shelter in Tokyo, a sudden flash of fire appeared above a still sparkling tree stump, and a fully armed figure appeared out of thin air. Wearing a sci-fi, form-fitting radiation-proof suit conjured from his 100 illusionary heavenly clothes, Loki, wielding a staff of civilization, sped at incredible speed across a land shrouded in silence and lethal radiation, toward his chosen destination. A moment later, Loki appeared on a patch of ruined ground. Quickly clearing a relatively clean area, Loki retrieved 6 crystal lamps from his chest and placed them in a certain order and position within the nearly cleared space. After arranging the 6 lamps, Loki swiftly used a basin of blood imbued with powerful spiritual energy to create an inverted hexagram formation on the ground. The 6 lamps were positioned precisely at the 6 corners of this inverted hexagram. Zooming down and looking down from above, one would be struck by the shocking fact that Loki was standing at the very center of the massive formation encompassing Tokyo. If his 6 crystal lamps extended infinitely in one direction, they would correspond precisely to the 6-dimensional passages. Following his previous preparations, the ritual was completed in just a few seconds. Loki arrived at the center of the hexagram, retrieved a holy chalice imbued with death, and placed it there. He then withdrew a vial of blood, shimmering with a strange luster, and poured it onto the death-filled holy chalice. Having done all this, Loki clapped his hands and casually tossed the empty test tube to the side. Crack! Amidst the sound of shattering glass, Loki snapped his fingers. Instantly, the 6 crystal lamps perched at the sharp corners of the hexagram lit up with Loki's snap, emitting streaks of orange-red light. Watching the 6 flames ignite within the crystal lamps, Loki glanced up at the sky again. Very well, the 3rd nuclear bomb hasn't exploded yet. So, take advantage of this opportunity to descend, my dear sister. Loki took out a small silver knife and gently slashed his wrist. Suddenly, crimson blood gushed out, soaking into the inverted hexagram formation on the ground. Loki's spiritual blood seemed to breathe life into the inverted hexagram formation on the ground. The formation, measuring 6.66 meters in diameter, instantly came to life. While injecting vitality into the inverted hexagram formation, Loki also quickly chanted the Hades language of Helmuth that he had just learned. With the blood of relatives, the blood of Thor secretly drawn when Thor was exiled to Earth, as a guide, with the Holy Grail of Glory, the Holy Grail of Death stolen when visiting Odin's treasury, as a witness, with billions of dead souls, the dead souls created by Mephisto at a huge price, as a sacrifice, break the seal and descend to the world, led these billions of tragically dead souls to your kingdom, the master of Helmuth, the eternal and immortal god of death, my beloved sister, Hela. After one short and powerful ancient word after another, the spirit of Loki flowed madly from the wound on his wrist to the inverted hexagram formation on the ground. Under the influence of an unknown force, the 6 crystal lamps surrounding the inverted hexagram formation instantly shifted from orange to blood red. Immediately afterwards, the inverted hexagram formation before Loki suddenly erupted with a radiant light. Attracted by the soaring black light, the souls of the incapable dead, which should have flown toward the remaining 3-dimensional passages, danced and gathered around the radiant light. After circling it 3 times, these countless souls, guided by an unknown force, suddenly joined hands, shoulder to shoulder, forming a vast bridge of the dead. This immense bridge connected the inverted hexagram formation on one side and sank into the void on the other, leading to an unknown land. As the bridge of souls sank into the void, the chalice of death, placed at the center of the inverted hexagram formation, seemed to sense something and began to vibrate rapidly. Under the increasingly intense vibrations, the blood of the god of thunder poured into the Holy Grail suddenly dissolved into formless, intangible blood smoke, which then stepped onto the bridge of souls, leading to an unknown land. Following the call imprinted deep within its bloodline, the rising wisp of blood-colored smoke stepped onto the bridge of souls, sank into the void, and then, at the call of its bloodline, entered an unknown dimension filled with thunder and mysterious runes. It was unknown if they shared a common origin or something else. The terrifying thunderbolts that had threatened to unleash annihilating punishment and destroy the Bridge of Souls, however, sensed the aura of the blood-colored smoke and subsided, their furious roars subsiding. At this moment, the Holy Grail of Death, a symbol of glory, also seemed to sense its master's presence. Suddenly, it guided the Bridge of Souls, where countless souls lay piled high, and hurled itself directly towards the mysterious runes emitting a terrifying aura. Bang! In an instant, countless runes, gleaming with brilliant divine light, erupted with astonishing power. Instantly, they shattered the souls that attacked them, utterly annihilating them. However, this explosion of runes failed to frighten the endless stream of souls. Instead, it intensified the Holy Grail's resistance, more than doubling the number of souls charging towards the mysterious runes. Swish, swish, swish. Under the relentless bombardment of countless souls, the mysterious runes that had enveloped the nameless space for who knows how many years began to stir. Within the deadly, silent space enveloped by the mysterious runes, a woman with disheveled hair and smoky makeup opened her weary eyes upon sensing the turbulence above. This is Hela's dark, deep eyes narrowed as she gazed at the golden ripples rippling overhead and the throbbing blood within her body. The next second, empowered by the power of death, Hela's eyes pierced the gray sky, penetrating the barrier beyond, composed of countless violent thunderbolts and mystical runes. They fell upon the Bridge of Souls, a veil of countless dead souls, and the blood-red smoke from the bridge, which continuously collided with the rune chains. After glancing at the rising blood-red smoke, Hela's gaze followed it and the Bridge of the Dead, traversing layers of space and finally passing through the human world. "I see," said Loki, dressed in strange attire, praying to her. After piercing through layers of space, Hela's eyes caught the last line of Loki's prayer. "Sister," sensing the blood-red smoke from beyond the barrier, which seemed connected to her bloodline, and the young man praying before her, Hela seemed to have a thought, a strange look in her eyes. But soon, this quizzical expression was drowned out by an unquenchable excitement. On the Bridge of Souls, the souls, seemingly out to welcome Hela, continuously charged at the mysterious runes. Though their quality was far inferior to the rune chains laid by Odin himself, a drop of water wears away a stone. Under the relentless bombardment of countless souls, the rune chains that had sealed Hela for countless years were shaken a fraction, a crack appearing. A good opportunity, Hela's eyes flash cold upon witnessing this. The next second, with all her might, a massive spike suddenly lifted Hela from the ground and slammed into the gap left by the countless souls. Boom! With a resounding, earth-shattering sound, the cage that had trapped Hela for countless years cracked, revealing an irregular gap about a meter in diameter. Seeing this gap, Hela, her mind shaken by the long years of confinement, was startled. However, the powerful battle consciousness cultivated over thousands of years instantly brought Hela back to her senses. Then, she followed a gap and escaped from the cage that had trapped her for thousands of years. Chapter 361, Nuclear Plague Covers Tokyo. The moment Hela emerged from her cage, the ocean of thunder suppressing her outside the world's prison erupted like a tiger being patted on the buttocks, its fur bristling and fur rising in a frenzy. Boom! The void erupted with a deafening roar, eclipsing the heavens and earth. Billions of silver-white bolts of lightning poured out, a terrifying vision obscuring the sky. The very earth shook, and the very void shattered. I've broken free. What can a mere bolt of lightning do to me? Though her hair was disheveled and she looked a bit disheveled, Hela's queenly aura remained undimmed. Facing the oncoming onslaught of thunder, the condensed black death energy morphed into a black spear in Hela's hand. Go! With a powerful swing of her right hand, the spear of death pierced the void and met the thunderous sky. Of course, Hela didn't think she could crush the raging sea of thunder with just a single spear of death energy. This attack, besides the single spear of death energy hurled forth by Hela, also radiated the boundless rage accumulated over millennia. Behind the spear of death energy, billions of massive black spears rose from the ground, vying to burst forth towards the thunderous sky. For millennia, Hela's rage and resentment towards this cage and towards Odin had reached a fever pitch. And when this rage was unleashed, the unleashing mighty force even changed the color of the heavens and the earth. Rumble. The moment the two earth-shattering attacks of billions of thunderbolts and black death energy collided, the deafening sound suddenly died away, transformed into a silent cry. Only a terrifying white light, as if devoid of all light and color, illuminated the heavens and the earth. The great Deo is silent, the great form invisible. This seemingly silent collision unleashed horrific destruction, yet it was more terrifying than any sound. In an instant, the dead world that had once imprisoned Hela for millennia crumbled in this terrifying collision. Even earlier, the golden rune chains entwined around the world crumbled, inch by inch, into nothingness. HMPH, amidst the endless light, Hela glanced at the crumbling cage. Without waiting for the terrifying world-destroying shockwave to sweep through, she vanished in a flash onto the Bridge of the Dead, a mere shadowy shadow. On the other side, satellite footage showed the nuclear bombs heading for Tokyo, once again derailed by unknown factors. A white-haired, yet energetic, old man's eyes grew cold as he asked in a deep voice, "What's going on this time?" The two previous bombs had suddenly, for unknown reasons, traveled a vast distance, impacting Mount Fuji several minutes early. The old man, who had long sat at the pinnacle of power, believing himself to be in control, had already turned a sour eye. Accustomed to being in control, he hated the feeling of things slipping out of his control. And when the remaining nuclear bombs began to lose control again, this sign of loss of control completely changed his expression. Instantly, an oppressive, suffocating, terrifying aura of power spread. The backs of everyone in the room were instantly drenched in sweat. Amidst this oppressive atmosphere, an elderly woman, whose faded features still shone with a touch of beauty, spoke up to break the silence. According to the satellite footage just transmitted, the nuclear bomb we launched, codenamed Fireworks, has suffered an external attack and been forced off its planned trajectory. It is now rapidly approaching the other nuclear bomb, codenamed Wilder, at Mach 7. She tapped on a massive screen, and soon, several satellite images appeared. On that massive screen, a blurry red figure, shrouded in crimson light, suddenly appeared next to the nuclear bomb and forcibly diverted its trajectory. Based on big data comparison, We've found that there's a 72.8% probability that the blurry figure that forcibly diverted the nuclear bomb's trajectory is the mysterious woman who recently broke into the prison and abducted former SHIELD director Nick Fury, the mysterious woman who abducted Nick Fury. It was her. The old man, standing upright, pondered the middle-aged blonde woman's description and remembered who the so-called mysterious woman was. She was the sole survivor of the Pegasus experiment. Due to his position, he had once witnessed a classified document and deeply understood the terrifying power that woman possessed. It was for this reason that he had chosen to ignore Carol's forcible removal of Nick Fury from the federal prison. Of course, this disregard didn't mean he condoned her actions. On the contrary, this powerful old man was extremely wary of Carol, or perhaps even loathing her. After all, no one wanted to have the sort of darkness hanging over their head, capable of taking their life. With this thought, the old man looked at the satellite image of the nuclear bomb Carol cradled in her arms, and a thought struck him. The next second, a mad idea struck him. After taking a deep breath, he turned to his equally elderly, blonde secretary and asked, "Has Hanabi entered Tokyo airspace now?" The blonde secretary glanced at the satellite and confirmed, "According to the Fuso map, Hanabi has." The white-haired old man's eyes flashed with brilliance. "Since Hanabi has entered Tokyo airspace, let's detonate it as agreed with the Fuso Prime Minister. Detonate now?" Clearly, the Prime Minister of Fuso was requesting us. The blonde secretary, about to say something, glanced up at the white-haired old man's deep, lake-like blue eyes. A sudden chill struck her heart, and she loudly replied, "Yes." At the same time, Carol, carrying 2 nuclear bombs in each hand, was forcibly flying towards a third, intending to detonate all 3 in outer space. Suddenly, she heard a beep from the nuclear bomb to her left. Not good. The moment she heard the sound, a strong sense of alarm washed over Carol. The next second, 2 beams of destructive light flashed almost simultaneously, instantly illuminating the sky above Tokyo. Hila, who had just crossed the void and re-entered the real world, guided by the bridge of souls and the blood of her loved ones, was about to say something to her brother, who stood before the inverted hexagram, arms open, eager to welcome her. 2 terrifying mushroom clouds, like twin lotus flowers, rose before her eyes. Shit, Loki, who had also witnessed the scene, his face changed. He tapped his toes hard on the ground and instantly leaped to his feet. Following his spiritual intuition, he quickly rushed to the safest spot around him, behind Hela. "Oh, Odin, are you welcoming me back?" With a sneer, Hela pressed her right hand to the ground. Instantly, a black substance harder than steel rose from the earth, like layers of lotus flowers, enveloping Hela and Loki before the terrifying nuclear explosion reached them. Boom, boom, the 2 nuclear bombs exploded almost simultaneously, seemingly triggering a chain reaction, causing the final bomb, which had just hit Tokyo, to explode in the sky. With a series of earth-shattering explosions, 3 terrifying forces unleashed, sending out visible shockwaves that instantly shattered tall buildings in all directions. Instantly, 3 wispy mushroom clouds, like enormous flowers of death, blossomed over the bustling city of Tokyo. Instantly, this dazzling pearl was transformed into a dead zone devoid of life. These life-annihilating flowers of death continued to spread at an alarming rate towards the surrounding cities. For a moment, countless tragically dead souls wailed incessantly, and a monstrous resentment filled the heavens and the earth. The death energy, nearly condensed into substance, obscured the sky for thousands of miles, darkening the very fabric of the world. However, unlike the previous 2 nuclear explosions, this time, without waiting for the remaining 3 hellish dimensional passages, the monstrous death energy and resentment were absorbed as fuel and sustenance to expand the dimensional passage. At the center of the inverted hexagram formation, the cocoon of death, enveloped in layers of black death energy, erupted into a counterclockwise death vortex that engulfed the heavens and earth. The terrifying section instantly devoured the death energy and resentment surrounding the vortex. It then pulled in the death energy even further away. Not only the death energy and resentment, but even the newly born undead and wronged souls could not escape the vortex's pull. At the center of the death vortex, Hela, imprisoned for millennia, felt the streams of death energy and souls pouring into her realm of the dead. Her face, already gaunt and pale from millennia of imprisonment, suddenly flushed unnaturally. Even from her throat, a suppressed, barely audible moan rang out. At that moment, the 3-dimensional passages connecting to hell shook, as if unwilling to see their nourishment taken away. Then, Each of the 3 hellish passageways manifested a monstrous beast with a gaping maw, snarling at the death vortex created by the inverted hexagram formation in Hela. Hiss. In an instant, the beasts from the 3 hellish passageways tore off vast swathes of flesh and blood from the death vortex they surrounded. Under the vortex's whirling compression, vast swathes of lifeless energy, nearly reduced to solid mass, and tens of thousands of souls were devoured by the 3 hellish passageways, snatching them from Helen's grasp. This sudden attack only awakened Helen, who was reveling in the overflowing death energy and countless souls. Asshole! Helen suddenly opened her eyes, a terrifying glint flashing in her gaze. The next second, the death energy that had just surged into Hela's realm of death was completely drained away by her. Within the vortex of death, an immensely massive holy sword of death condensed and slashed down upon the monstrous beasts that had manifested from the 3-dimensional passages. Die! With Hela's shrill cry, the holy sword, imbued with the laws of death, instantly slashed through the heads of the 3 phantasmal beasts. The beasts, merely manifestations of the power of hell, seemed to be truly killed after the holy sword stroke. Abruptly dying, they transformed into countless black mists imbued with the power of hell, dispersing in all directions. Even the 3 trembling hellish dimensional passages seemed to be damaged by the sword's impact, becoming sluggish. Far from morphing into another monstrous beast to snatch food from Hela's clutches, even the ever-expanding dimensional passages seemed to shrink slightly. The power of the hell dimension, is this another Mephistopheles scheme? But now that I'm here, it's all mine. With that, Hela, commanded by the holy sword of death, towering from the vortex of death, suddenly soared out, slashing at the 3 languishing hell dimension passages. Faced with this endless death energy and millions of resentful souls, imprisoned for millennia, even the very death kingdom she had forged was beginning to wither. How could Hela let them go? Let alone Mephistopheles' scheme. Even if Mephistopheles stood before her, Hela would have rushed forward with her sword to snatch a piece of cake from his hand. As the god of death, wielding the power of death over the 9 realms, Hela's divine power embodies the ultimate law of death. And the holy sword of death, forged at no cost, can even slay inanimate objects. Facing the holy sword slash, the 3 hell dimension passages, already weak in combat power, were effectively annihilated in no time. Quickly, Ailin and hundreds of Templar mages painstakingly sealed 2 hellish dimension passages, but Hela easily destroyed 3. While this was largely due to the early departure of the Abyss Lords guarding the hellish dimension passages, it was enough to glimpse Hela's terror from this very tip of the iceberg. Within the cocoon of death, Loki's ears twitched slightly, as if sensing the changes outside. A slight smile rose as he spoke. Of course, all this is a gift I prepared specially for you. Midgard has been a member of the 9 realms since ancient times. Previously, Mephisto took advantage of your absence and, using the power of the hellish dimension, eroded your authority. Now that you've returned, the glory of death must naturally be yours. Chapter 362 Odin's Headache. A gift for me. Hela turned and gave Loki a deep look, a strange expression in her eyes. Before being sealed away by Odin, Hela, due to her power over death, had countless encounters with Mephistopheles' hell. Hela was all too familiar with the ways of the hell dimension. Therefore, upon seeing the dimensional passages leading to hell and the millions of souls circling over Tokyo, Hela quickly understood what was going on. Rather than a gift from Loki, it was more like Loki was using her to steal the fruits of Mephistopheles' long-planned scheme. This so-called gift was hardly even a gift of borrowing flowers to offer to Buddha. However, Loki had one thing that pleased Hela. As the goddess of death, master of the underworld Helheim, from the moment of her return, the power and glory of death would return to her. Therefore, this fruit of death, which Mephistopheles and the hell dimension had been planning for an indefinite period of time, Hela unceremoniously accepted. With a soft chuckle, Hela channeled her death power and gently brushed her tangled hair. Instantly, the tangled locks transformed into a natural crown of death, appearing on Hela's head. In that case, I accept your gift. With a wave of her hand, the layers of death cocoon that had enveloped them instantly transformed into countless black particles, sinking into Hela's hands. Instantly, Loki and Hela were exposed to the pervasive and deadly radiation. It was the height of radiation in Tokyo, immediately after the detonation, when the radiation levels were at their highest and most deadly. Despite the terrifying radiation, which would have overwhelmed an ordinary person for even a few seconds, Hela remained oblivious, as if she hadn't noticed anything amiss. Conversely, Loki, clad in his 100 illusions heavenly clothes, felt the deadly radiation in the air, and his skin and muscles, hidden beneath his radiation suit, moved eerily. He seemed more active than usual. Was it the radiation? Loki, his heart aching, didn't betray it. Instead, he placed one hand on his chest, the other behind his waist, and gracefully bowed to Hela, the symbol of Asgardian respect. It's my honor. Though she didn't turn around, Hela seemed to sense Loki's gesture, and a look of satisfaction crossed her face. Very good. In view of this, when I ascend the throne of Asgard and become Lord of the Nine Realms, I wouldn't mind you becoming the true King of Midgard. Of course, if you satisfy me, you can also become King of Midgard and Jotunheim concurrently. Haha, my dear brother, I'm not as stingy as that timid old man Odin. As she spoke, a strong sense of confidence and dominance emanated from Hela, imbuing her with a compelling and unusual charm. Loki, standing with his head bowed behind Hela, heard these words. A fire of ambition instantly ignited in his eyes, and even his body seemed to become even more respectful. I will prove it to you, my dear sister. After saying this firmly, Loki's eyelids fluttered slightly. What Hela didn't know was that the seemingly respectful Loki was now swirling with countless thoughts. The King of Midgard and the King of Jotunheim, is this a warning? It seems that although this woman has been sealed away by Odin for thousands of years, she is not completely ignorant of the outside world. At least, she knows about Loki's declaration to Earth during the Chitauri army. As well as Loki's true origins. Did she retain some means of contact with the outside world, or did she gain information from the souls just now? A thought flashed through his mind, analyzing Hela's words. With countless thoughts flashing through his mind, Ailin became more cautious when facing Hela, and a smile crept into his heart. At least, not even the goddess of death discovered her true identity, right? Hela, feared by Odin to the point of sacrificing Asgard's power to seal her away, shouldn't be much less powerful than Odin. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been merely sealed away in the first place. Although thousands of years have passed, it's hard to say how much the sealed Hela differs from the current Odin. But the difference shouldn't be too great. After all, the aged and frail Odin is long past his prime. Whether he can still defeat Hela in her prime is still a question. In this case, being able to deceive Hela also means that his current disguise should, to some extent, be able to deceive Odin. This is undeniably good news for Loki. After beating Loki up, Hela once again unleashed the death vortex with all her might, continuously devouring the endless death energy that permeated Tokyo. Using it, she sent countless souls into her realm of the dead. As the death energy and the number of dead souls absorbed increased, Hela's aura, newly released from her seal, also rose at a terrifying rate. In the Shanghai temple, the mages, already prepared for the worst, the fall of Tokyo and the descent into hell, suddenly saw the three passages representing the hell dimension on the magical projection being slashed by the holy sword of death. Their eyes widened, and they stood there in stunned silence. The passages have been destroyed, the hell passages have all collapsed. This means Tokyo won't fall into hell. Doesn't this mean the hell dimension's plot has been thwarted? Great. Absolutely great. Quick, check what's going on. What was that terrifying black sword, brimming with the law of death? Does anyone know? I don't know, but it must be a backup plan left by the Ancient One. She must have seen everything from the River of Time and arranged a backup plan. I knew the Ancient One wouldn't let me down. Realizing that the Hell Dimension's plan had been shattered, the initially subdued, oppressive atmosphere within the Shanghai temple quickly dissipated, quickly becoming a frenzy of excitement. In this frenzy, the mages within the Shanghai temple became like noisy birds, chirping and chattering. Some of those who idolized the Ancient One enthusiastically attributed all the credit to him. Of course, there were also some rational mages who quickly used various methods to investigate the origins of the Death Sword that had just destroyed 3 hell-dimensional portals. Among them, Ailin even saw a seemingly wealthy mage using a nearby computer to connect to a satellite and, through technological means, monitor changes in Tokyo. It was undeniably camouflage. On the second-floor stairwell of the Shanghai temple, Ailin looked down at the chattering group of mages and shook his head slightly. Whether the Ancient One had witnessed this scene from the River of Time, Ailin didn't know. But he knew that if his clone hadn't had the ingenious idea of using the Holy Grail, a symbol of glory, stolen from Asgard, and the vial of Thor's blood he had secretly extracted, and using the countless souls of the tragically dead over Tokyo to build a bridge of souls, Hela would have been summoned from some unknown location. he would have snatched the monstrous death energy and the words of countless souls from the hell-dimensional mouth. Tokyo should have practically fallen into hell by now. Haha. He had spent so much effort just to repair his artificial godhood. At this point, how could he allow Mephitis, a lackey from the hell dimension, to reach into Earth and snatch his share of the pie? As for why he helped Hela break the seal in advance, that was another plan of his. It had to be said that the temple mages, who had protected Earth for thousands of years, were quite capable. It didn't take long for them to find the source of the incident. Soon, Hela and Loki appeared on satellite images, crystal balls, magic mirrors, and other media. It's him, the evil god Loki, who started the war in New York a few days ago. Damn it, is he a disaster star? Why is it that wherever he is, disasters will break out? It was like that in the small town in Mexico, and it's like that in New York too. Now it's Tokyo's turn, right? Well, although I don't like that god of mischief from Asgard, it seems that what happened in Tokyo this time was really caused by him. In fact, if it weren't for him, Tokyo would have fallen into hell by now. So what? Should we thank this guy? Of course not. If we really want to thank someone, we should thank the woman next to him. If my memory serves me correctly, I once saw a portrait of that woman in Norse mythology. She is the eldest daughter of Odin, the father of the gods, the lord of Helheim, the goddess of death, Hela, the goddess of death. I remember seeing records in the library of Kamartaj that because of the power of death, Helheim, which is controlled by Hela, often clashed with a dimension of hell. According to Asgard, Earth is one of the 9 realms. So, the holy sword of death that just slashed the dimensional passage was a counterattack from Asgard, preventing Earth's power over death from being infiltrated by the hell dimension. That's truly wonderful. Looking at the incredibly excited mages in the temple, Cassius, Wang, and a few other mages had grave expressions. They knew that for thousands of years, this renowned goddess of death had been sealed on Earth by Odin. Now that Hela had broken free, was this truly a good thing for Earth? At the end of Asgard, a rainbow bridge that seemed to connect directly to the other side of the starry sky, Odin, clad in golden armor, wielding a scepter, gazed silently at the vast expanse of the cosmic sky below. His single eye, gleaming with the light of wisdom, seemed to pierce the vast starry sky, piercing the barriers of the 9 realms, and descending upon Earth, upon Tokyo. It descended upon the figure whose aura was steadily rising. Hela, using Hela to thwart the Hell Dimension's plot. Is that your plan, Ancient One? In the fate Odin had glimpsed, Hela, sealed away by him, wasn't supposed to break free at this moment. At least, before his death, Hela shouldn't have emerged from his carefully crafted cage, yet, here she was. And, having just emerged, desperate to regain her strength, she encountered Tokyo's shrouded deathly aura and the millions of dead souls. With Hela's personality, such temptation was simply impossible to resist. And sure enough, to regain her strength, Hela acted without hesitation, disrupting the Hell Dimension's plot and snatching away the fruits of Mephistopheles' long-planned efforts. This, indirectly, led to the destruction of the Hell Dimension's plot. In Odin's view, Hela's timing was incredibly fortuitous. So fortuitous that he couldn't help but suspect the Ancient One was responsible for all this. After all, the Ancient One, possessing the Time Stone, was a master at orchestrating such schemes. With her strength and means, she was truly adept at this kind of overt scheme. With just a little guidance, Loki, the self-righteous child, would fall prey to the enemy's schemes, and at the opportune moment, according to the Ancient One's plan, summon Hela. The thought of his eldest daughter and adopted second son, mingling and plotting against him, a trace of fatigue crossed Odin's single remaining eye. It was a headache. Loki aside, his eldest daughter, raised from childhood for war and death, was far more formidable. The battle against Hela and her elite armies had severely decimated Asgard. Even Asgard's most elite Valkyrie troops had been decimated by Hela. If it weren't for the depletion of Asgard's elite forces, even his aging physique wouldn't have deterred the frost giants of Jotunheim. Now, though Hela no longer commanded the once invincible army of the dead, remaining alone, he too was old. In his current state, could he still hold off Hela? As for Thor, that was even more impossible. Odin began to feel a headache at the thought. Your Majesty, Heimdall, standing guard behind Odin, wielding a massive golden sword, spoke up. Do you need me to summon the gods of Asgard? Having personally witnessed the war between Odin and Hela, no one knew more about the terrifying power of Hela, the princess of Asgard, than Heimdall. Chapter 363 Taboo of Asgard. Call the gods, a war is about to sweep Asgard, and when it comes, no one can remain unaffected. Odin, his gaze piercing the vast starry sky, was silent for a moment before closing his eyes and uttering a weary voice. Yes, Heimdall's heart trembled at the words. Just as he was about to turn and leave, Odin, with his back to him, spoke again. Send Thor back. It's time he learned something. Yes, he responded again. After confirming that Odin had no further requests, Heimdall clasped his fists in a salute and quickly retreated. Soon, across the Pacific, Thor, speeding towards Tokyo with Tony Stark, received Heimdall's message. Walter? Father God wants me to go back now. Why? Listen, Heimdall, I can't go back now. A royal city in Midgard is suffering from a terrorist attack from another dimension. The lives of hundreds of millions of people are in danger. I must go to stop all this from happening. Besides, I haven't found Loki yet. Thor, who was pulled into an illusion space by Heimdall through his magic eyes, asked in confusion, and then quickly recounted a bunch of reasons why he couldn't return to Asgard yet. Thor, this is the order of His Majesty Odin. With these words, Thor suppressed the rest of what he wanted to say. Heimdall continued, as for Tokyo and Midgard, you don't have to go there anymore. The Midgardians who fell into the conspiracy of the Hell Dimension have destroyed the city with their own hands. Now, there is no living person there. After listening to Heimdall's words, Thor showed an incredible expression. Walter. The Midgardians destroyed that city themselves? That royal city is home to millions of ordinary people. Are they crazy? Thor knew Heimdall wouldn't lie, but that was precisely why he couldn't believe it. Thor, Midgard is different from Asgard. Their officials and king are even more cold-blooded than you might imagine. Just like what you saw in New York. As Heimdall explained this to Thor, his words betrayed a sense of pride and superiority as an Asgardian. Such a disregard for the lives of millions of people would never happen in Asgard, where honor is our life. Thor, having witnessed a Midgardians drop a nuclear bomb on New York, a city with a similar population of over 10 million, was speechless. After all, Earth's rulers could truly do such a thing. Heimdall then recounted the conspiracy of the Hell Dimension and the story of the Hell Passage. After a moment's silence, Thor said in a somewhat dry voice, Tokyo is destroyed. Does that mean the conspiracy of the Hell Dimension has succeeded? Then will the Hell Dimension invade the Earth in full force? Father God asked you to call me back. Is it related to this? No. Before Thor finished speaking, Heimdall interrupted. Although Tokyo was destroyed, the conspiracy of Hell was destroyed by Loki. As for His Majesty Odin asking you to come back, it was because your sister Hela is back. Hearing this, Thor's head was confused. Loki destroyed the conspiracy of Hell? Indirectly saved the Earth. Is this really the Loki I know? And when did I get a sister? Hela. Is she the illegitimate daughter that my father secretly gave birth to outside? Does the Queen Mother know about this? Although he was a little confused by the information revealed by Heimdall's words, Thor, however, was still somewhat excited upon learning that Loki had done a rare good deed. He said, I knew Loki, though a bit of a prankster, wasn't as bad as everyone said. He must have sabotaged the Hell Dimension's plot this time out of guilt over the damage that Chitauri had done in New York, and he was trying to atone for his guilt. Heimdall, looking at Thor's excitement, shook his head. Thor, Loki isn't as good as you say. He only did it to awaken Hela. Thor didn't take Heimdall's words too seriously. He knew that Heimdall had always disliked Loki because of his past. But Loki was still his closest brother. How could Loki be connected to Hela again? Had he always known we had a sister? Damn it, this couldn't be another case of Loki's past, where I was the only one who didn't know. Thinking of this, a puzzled Thor expressed his doubts to Heimdall. Hela, after a somewhat awkward glance at Thor, Heimdall continued, facing Thor's somewhat discontented gaze. Her Highness Hela is the eldest daughter of His Majesty Odin, the most powerful deity of Asgard, and the master of Helheim. She once followed His Majesty Odin to conquer the 9 realms, intimidating countless races across the vast starry sky, and spreading Asgard's glory to the depths of the universe. Walter, the most powerful deity of Asgard, the master of Helheim. Is my sister so awesome? And she conquered the 9 realms together with the Father God, but why have I never heard of her? In Thor's puzzled eyes, Heimdall continued, but later, due to some taboos, His Majesty Odin had to seal her himself, and even erased all traces of Her Majesty Hela. Since then, Her Majesty Hela has become a taboo topic in Asgard. It's not surprising that you little ones who were born later don't know about Her Majesty Hela. As for how Loki knew about Her Majesty Hela, I don't know. After he finished speaking, Heimdall saw that there were still a lot of question marks flashing in Thor's eyes, and hurriedly said, His Majesty Odin once issued a ban. I can't say much about Her Majesty Hela. Thor, if you really want to know, you can find a chance to ask His Majesty Odin in person after you come back. As for now, you'd better find a place to wait for me to take you away. Because of what happened in the past, Her Majesty Hela has a strong hatred for His Majesty Odin. With the return of Her Majesty Hela this time, perhaps a war that will sweep across the gods will soon break out in Asgard. We need you, Thor. After speaking. Without waiting for Thor's reply, Heimdall kicked Thor out of the eye's consciousness. A second later, Thor returned to reality. Although Thor and Heimdall's conversation in consciousness hadn't lasted long, Thor had drifted slightly off course during that time. While this slight deviation might not seem significant at first, over time, it could become a significant error. This quickly caught Tony Stark's attention. So, when Thor regained consciousness, he saw a steel-headed figure, furiously attacking him. Hey, men, are you still drunk from last night? Or are you having too much fun with your girlfriend and you're out? If you keep flying this way, our destination won't be Tokyo, but Hokkaido. Thor, kicked out of Heimdall's consciousness, was stunned for a second. He said to Tony Stark, Sorry, buddy, I probably can't go to Tokyo with you. He then controlled Thor's hammer and flew him toward a massive basalt outcrop in the Pacific Ocean. Thor's words completely stunned Tony Stark. After a split second, he followed Thor and landed on the massive basalt. As soon as he landed, the upgraded Mark's visor flicked open, revealing Tony Stark's unshaven face. Hey, buddy, what's wrong? If you feel my words just now offended you, then I apologize for my foul language, but there are countless civilians in Tokyo waiting to be rescued. Don't get angry now, okay? Glancing up at the sky and gesturing to Heimdall and Asgard, Thor turned away. With a heavy expression, he addressed Tony. Heimdall just now told me that the 5 nuclear bombs you dropped on Tokyo from Midgard have exploded. There are no survivors in Tokyo. You must know this better than I do, Tony. With Jarvis's uncanny and powerful intelligence, Thor was certain that Tony couldn't have been unaware of the detonation. Looking at Tony Stark, who seemed to have his throat strangled and lapsed into silence, Thor shook his head and said, Heimdall told me that the Tokyo incident was a conspiracy by the Hell Dimension. The millions of souls killed by the nuclear bombs will become the key to Hell's invasion of Earth, but fortunately, when Tokyo fell into Hell and became a bridgehead for Hell's attack on Earth, Loki, filled with guilt over what happened in New York, thwarted their plot and saved Earth's fate. He then added a private comment, embellishing Loki's words. Tony added, but the events in Tokyo have unnerved my father. Furthermore, Loki foiled the Hell Dimension's plot to annex Earth. Father suspects Hell will retaliate against Asgard, so he summoned the Asgardian gods. I must return. Tony, Thor, for Loki's sake, had good intentions. Thor, always straightforward, even managed to confuse matters. Odin summoned the Asgardian gods to deal with Helen, not Mephistopheles, the Hell Dimension. However, he was right about one thing. Just as Tokyo was about to fall completely into Hell, becoming a jumping-off point for their invasion of Earth, Loki and Hela suddenly snatched away the fruits of their labored plan. Hell and Mephistopheles would never let this go. And just as Tony finished his words, a colorful vortex rapidly swirled above their heads. Then, a rainbow of light descended from the sky, transporting Thor back to Asgard. Tony Stark, however, was filled with questions after hearing Thor's brief revelation. After seeing Thor, a man full of questions, he simply walked away. Tony was so angry that he practically yelled at the sky. Shit, a conspiracy from the Hell Dimension, and Loki foiled the Hell Dimension conspiracy? He saved Earth. What the hell is going on? The successive nuclear explosions had completely disrupted satellite communications and signals over Tokyo. The X-rays and electromagnetic pulses generated by the nuclear explosions had directly destroyed many of the satellite's electronic transponders. Add to that the shockwaves and additional ionized zones created by the nuclear explosions. Now, not only could satellites not monitor Tokyo's situation, but even those operating over it were severely disrupted. Consequently, aside from the knowledge that a nuclear bomb had been detonated in Tokyo, Tony Stark knew nothing about the specifics of the situation there. Not to mention the hellish conspiracy behind it. Damn it, Thor, you better not let me cross your path next time, or I'll teach you a lesson about the Riddler." After a grumble, Tony Stark closed his mask, activated the Mark's VI, and flew towards Tokyo again. Although Thor claimed there were no survivors left in Tokyo, what if a survivor had managed to escape by hiding in a decommissioned base before the explosion? While the probability of such a possibility was extremely low, for that 1 in 10,000 chance, Tony Stark flew to Tokyo without hesitation. Meanwhile, Cassius and his companions, equally wary of Hela, opened a portal to Tokyo. With the king, Mordo, and Ailin following closely behind, they passed through the portal and emerged in Tokyo. Although every inch of Tokyo was suffused with deadly radiation after the explosion, it was clear that for the Sorcerer Supreme lineage, with its rich heritage, this wasn't a problem. This had been discussed long before they set out. The king unleashed a treasure he had retrieved from the secret vaults of Kamartaj, transforming it into a hemispherical golden shield that enveloped the four. This translucent golden shield not only shielded them from the contamination of nuclear radiation, but also served as a powerful energy shield, capable of momentarily withstanding attacks from a formidable force like Hela. While this energy shield didn't render them invulnerable to a formidable force like Hela, it did give Cassius a measure of confidence in facing her. However, Cassius hadn't anticipated this. As soon as they emerged from the portal into Tokyo, they were horrified to find Hela confronting a crimson figure suspended high in the air. Chapter 364 Hela vs. Carol. When the nuclear bomb codenamed Fireworks detonated prematurely, Carol immediately took defensive action, enveloping herself in a thick energy shield. Leveraging layers of spatial energy, she minimized the damage she sustained. However, the nuclear blast still left her in a state of disarray. 2 more nuclear blasts followed, blasting Carol deep into the earth, severely wounding even her steel-forged body, tempered by the space stone. After the blast subsided, Carol, ignoring her aching skin and the bleeding wounds, slammed the ground with her fist, transforming into a streak of red light and soaring into the sky. As soon as she ascended, Carol, possessing superb hearing, spotted Hela and Loki in this deadly landscape. She didn't recognize Hela, but Loki, the culprit behind the Battle of New York, was incredibly familiar to Carol. After all, she had traveled countless times over the past 2 days searching for Loki and the space stone he possessed. Because of Loki's past misdeeds and Nick Fury's indoctrination, Carol instinctively pinned the unusual events in Tokyo and the current tragedy on Loki almost the moment she spotted him. The anger at failing to save the millions of civilians in Tokyo, the frustration of being blown away by the nuclear explosion, filled Carol with rage, and she unleashed a beam of energy at Loki with full force. In the distance, Loki, speaking to Hela, was mid-sentence when a sudden, horrifying feeling of danger swept through him. Sensing the suffocating, extreme danger, Loki activated his paper stand and fire leap abilities in quick succession. Leaving a paper stand to draw fire, his true form instantly leaped dozens of meters away. It was only then that Loki saw a terrifying beam of energy barreling down on him from thousands of meters away. However, just as the terrifying energy beam was about to engulf Loki's paper stand, a figure with heavy smoky makeup stepped in front of the paper stand Loki had left standing. She reached out and took the terrifying energy attack. Buzz! Under the terrifying energy attack, Hela merely retreated slightly, seemingly unaffected. "A very powerful attack," Hela said slowly, feeling the terrifying energy accumulating in her right hand. After a word of approval, Hela raised her hand, and a black spear with a metallic sheen pierced the air. Carrying terrifying force, it instantly struck Carol's chest as she flew towards them. Boom! With a resounding boom, the black sword was shattered by the energy layer on Carol's body, and the terrifying force that erupted instantly sent Carol flying at full speed back. Carol was blasted hundreds of meters away by a black spear, nearly losing her breath and feeling as if her chest had collapsed. She looked at the woman blocking Loki's path, startled and apprehensive, asking, "Who are you, with such power?" Hela, somewhat surprised that her attack didn't seem to cause much damage to Carol, didn't answer Carol's question. Instead, she addressed Carol with a superior tone, demanding, "You attack my beloved brother in front of me? Are you courting death, mortal brother?" Carol's already unattractive face darkened at the words. "You're Loki's sister? So, what happened in Tokyo seems to have something to do with you. In that case, I'll take care of you too." Before she could finish her words, Carol instantly accelerated, transforming into a streak of light, swinging her fist and charging at Hela forcefully. facing Carol's attack. A black aura instantly rose from Hila's body, and then, wrapped in the power of death, she unceremoniously blasted the crimson light. The two women's fists collided, sending a devastating shockwave radiating outward. Boom! The earth, plowed by the nuclear explosion and still tinged with scorch, instantly caved in, forming a hemispherical crater hundreds of meters in diameter. Loki, standing not far from them, became the first casualty of the aftermath of the two women's clash. As his paper stand instantly shattered, Loki's true form was also blasted away by the shockwave. With his internal organs churning violently, Loki couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Wow, he cursed Carol inwardly. He felt that if he stayed there any longer, he would be killed at any moment by the aftermath of the two women's fight. So, taking advantage of the shockwave that had sent him flying, Loki flashed and retreated rapidly into the distance. After a tentative exchange of punches, Carol and Hela, knocked back, collided almost instantly. Boom boom boom. With each violent collision, the ground beneath their feet crumbled, shattering into monstrous craters. As Asgard's most powerful goddess of death and master of Helheim, Hela has tapped into the full power of her own bloodline. For millennia, Hela has used this divine power of death to refine her body day and night. Strengthened by the countless treasures she devoured during her conquests of the Nine Realms, Hela possesses unparalleled strength. She can even crush Thor's hammer, a neutron star in mass, with a single hand. However, Carol, having absorbed some of the Space Stone's power, remains no less powerful. Carol, possessing some of the Space Stone's properties and possessing nearly limitless energy within her, possesses a cosmic energy that eclipses even the newly unsealed Hela. However, even so, despite Hela's millennial-long accumulation of terrifying combat experience, Carol, accustomed to overwhelming others with sheer force, was steadily defeated. Even with her masterful mastery of the law of death, Hela suddenly wielded the holy sword of death, inflicting a wound on Carol's body, imbuing the surrounding flesh with eternal death. Wounded by Hela's blow, Carol felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and instantly retreated. Even Hela's sudden burst of speed was insufficient. After suffering a crushing defeat, Carol quickly shifted her attack strategy, leveraging her superior speed to continuously fire beams of energy at Hela from a distance. However, facing these seemingly terrifying, yet in reality incredibly rigid, energy attacks, Hela was able to dodge Carol's relentless attacks with minimal effort. However, the incurable wound in his abdomen slowed Carol's reaction time, and he was often blasted away by Hela's lance of death. The battle raged for a few seconds, and Captain Marvel, now suffering from several wounds, no longer dared to underestimate the strange-looking woman before her. This woman was arguably the most terrifying and powerful foe she had encountered since gaining partial power from the Tesseract. No wonder Loki had appeared so fearlessly this time. It was this woman who had given him the confidence. Both Thor and this woman possessed unparalleled extraordinary power. Add to that a battle with Loki in New York. A mere handful of men from the legendary Asgard had wrought chaos upon Earth. No wonder Nick Fury was so wary of them. An enemy of this caliber was truly beyond his reach. Meanwhile, Helen, having dodged another energy blast, frowned slightly as she watched the woman, whose energy beams rained down from the sky with seemingly endless energy. This woman, even on the battlefield, Hela seemed to have Carol firmly pinned down. But Hela, with her vast experience, could sense that Carol's combat experience was rapidly improving during their battle. If she hadn't previously taken advantage of her opponent's carelessness and inflicted a death scar on him, slowing his reaction, it would have been much more difficult for her to suppress him as she did now. Furthermore, and more importantly, the seemingly boundless energy within him. Hela, having just broken free, had consumed the death energy swirling over Tokyo and the souls of millions, but neither her body nor her strength had yet recovered to its peak. Furthermore, Hela was certain that old Odin must have learned of her breaking the seal. If she continued to struggle with this woman, who knew if he would seize the opportunity to attack? We can't keep dragging this out. With this thought, Hela's brows arched, and the boundless divine power of death quickly emanated from her hand, transforming it into a pitch-black sword imbued with endless death energy. Elsewhere, Carol, observing Hela's unusual behavior, felt a sudden alarm. Want to finish me off quickly? Don't underestimate me. Carol, having instantly guessed Hela's intentions, was enraged. Her eyes flashed with a terrifying yellow light like lightning. Simultaneously, a powerful energy, seemingly capable of annihilating the heavens and earth, instantly erupted from Carol's body. twin star form. The terrifying energy continued to accumulate, and just as the two were about to unleash a devastating blow, Cassius, who had just emerged from the portal, suddenly shouted, sweating profusely, "Stop!" The rising energy field surrounding the two women sent a wave of fear through the heart of even the most experienced Cassius. He had no doubt that if these two unleashed their attacks, the defensive artifact the king had retrieved from Kamar-Taj would be powerless to withstand them. It might even be instantly shattered. However, even so, Cassius, emerging from the portal, shouted without hesitation as he faced the two women radiating a terrifying aura. "If you keep fighting, you'll destroy the earth." Carol, poised to strike nearby, felt a chill in her heart upon hearing these words. Carol's rapidly rising energy faltered as she gazed upon the cracks stretching for hundreds of miles across the earth, and the surrounding craters, hundreds and even thousands of meters across. The battered and bruised earth below was the aftermath of her battle with Hela. If she had unleashed her binary star form to unleash even greater power, perishing alongside that woman, that force might have shattered the very land beneath their feet, killing countless lives. While Carol was furious at the millions of civilians who had died, and she desired to bring the culprit responsible to justice, she definitely didn't want that outcome. Carol's rising energy was halted by Cassius's words, but Hela, on the other side, had no such concerns. For Hela, the death of Fuso was indifferent. In fact, the more people died, the happier Hela would be. After all, her power is inherently tied to death. The more people die, the more souls her realm of death will devour, and the more powerful she will become. However, Cassius's next words forced her to pause her attack. "Your Highness, Hela, this time you were able to disrupt the Hell Dimension's plot, preventing Tokyo from falling into hell and becoming a bridgehead for the Hell Dimension's attack on Earth. We, the Supreme Sorcerer, are deeply grateful for this. Afterward, we will offer a sincere thank you gift to express our gratitude, but if you continue fighting and cause countless deaths in the aftermath of your battle, I believe the Supreme Sorcerer will demand an explanation from you." Supreme Sorcerer, Hela's brow furrowed at the words. Although she was deeply displeased with Cassius's threatening tone, she had to admit that the Supreme Sorcerer was one of the few people Hela feared. Ailin, who had followed Odin through the 9 realms and grown up in war, was certainly no greenhouse flower like Thor. Hela was well aware of the meaning of the title Supreme Sorcerer, and even more so, how difficult it was to deal with one. Even Odin, in his prime, had suffered considerable loss at the hands of the Supreme Sorcerer during the conquest of Midgard, Earth. This generation's Supreme Sorcerer, the Ancient One, in particular, possessed the artifact, the Eye of Agamotto, and her fame spread across multiple dimensions, a formidable figure feared and a source of headaches for even the dimensional demons. It wasn't that Hela was afraid of the Ancient One. It was simply that her power hadn't yet recovered. If she angered the Supreme Sorcerer at this point, forcing her to join forces with Odin, it would be a serious problem for her as well. Typos, corrected after posting. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 365, Ancient One. Destroyed a Hell Dimension's conspiracy? While Hela fell into a moment of deep thought over the title of Supreme Mage, Carol, on the other side, frowned slightly at Cassius's words. Carol, accustomed to being straightforward, didn't hold back and asked directly, "What do you mean by destroying the Hell Dimension's conspiracy?" Without waiting for Cassius to reply, the usually talkative king began to explain to Carol. The Tokyo incident was a blood sacrifice orchestrated by a cultist who believed in an evil god to please the Hell Dimension. Their goal was to ensure that even though we had previously destroyed 2 Hell Dimension passages, the nuclear explosion allowed the Hell Dimension's conspiracy to succeed. If Loki hadn't summoned Her Majesty Hela at the last moment, devoured the pervasive death energy, and ushered in the millions of souls tragically killed by the nuclear bomb into her realm of the dead, Tokyo would have fallen completely into hell by now, becoming a springboard for the Hell Dimension to invade Earth. Once a war breaks out between Earth and the Hell Dimension, Earth will be devastated. After hearing the king's words, Carol, understanding the cause and effect, pondered for a moment before completely dissipating the accumulated energy within her body. Landing not far from Hela, she apologized, "I'm sorry, I misunderstood this time." The recent Battle of New York made me subconsciously connect everything that happened in Tokyo to Loki the moment I saw him. I didn't expect it would be you who saved the Earth this time, although Carol, always known for her dominance, wasn't used to apologizing. She still managed to suppress her discomfort and apologize to Hela after realizing she'd misunderstood and that the other person had indirectly saved the entire planet. Haha, Hela, who had been lost in thought, snorted a dismissive laugh at Carol's reluctant apology. Mortal, don't misunderstand me. I didn't do that to save the Earth. Besides, to be honest, I prefer your rebellious side. Carol, deeply annoyed by Hela's sneer, frowned, but she no longer felt wronged, her voice instantly regaining its usual strength. Really? Actually, I feel the same way, she retorted. Carol turned to look at Loki, who had returned to the battlefield without her noticing. Since you indirectly saved Earth this time, hand over the Tesseract, and I'll let go of the war you started in New York. Of course, I'm only representing myself. If anyone else comes after you for this, I won't bother. Carol glanced at Ailin, who stood behind Cassius and the king, as if silently conveying something. Ailin, what are you looking at me for? This guy is my clone, not the real Loki. Do you really expect me to fight my clone? Nearby, Loki, after hearing Carol's words, subconsciously pondered what the real Loki would do. At that moment, the perfect human skin, which had become one with Loki, flashed a barely perceptible light. In a trance, Ailin's clown clone seemed to have forgotten his true identity and truly believed himself to be Loki, taking on Loki's thoughts and feelings. Meanwhile, on a planet countless light years from Earth, Loki, waking up on a pile of garbage, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, as if he had lost something important. He shuddered subconsciously. What's this unpleasant feeling? Here and there, looking at the towering piles of garbage around him, and the purple dimensional tunnels that occasionally appeared in the sky, dumping large amounts of unidentified objects downward, Loki frowned deeply. With some difficulty, he climbed a nearby, stinking pile of garbage and surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, at the end of his sight, a vast city with a sci-fi feel filled the air. Within that city, aircraft streamed endlessly above the towering buildings. Unbeknownst to Loki, as he climbed the garbage mountain, greedy eyes suddenly filled the trash-strewn area. Then, from hidden corners of the pile, mysterious, sci-fi-inspired guns emerged, mercilessly pulling the trigger at Loki. Interesting. I seem to have arrived at some extraordinary place. Just as Loki was slightly awestruck by the sci-fi megacity, a smile flickering across his face, mysterious metal shims suddenly, with a soft click, rapidly fell onto his body. Immediately afterwards, a powerful electrical current instantly emanated from each of the shims. Zzz, a dense, pulsating sound. Loki, barely conscious, was struck by the sudden surge of electricity, his entire body convulsing, foaming at the mouth, and passing out. In the final moments before he passed out, a deep thought resonated in his mind. I hate lightning. On the other side, under the influence of perfect human skin, the clown Ailin subconsciously believed himself to be the real Loki, even forgetting his true identity. He patted his white radiation-proof suit. In a flash of golden light, it transformed into a magnificent green robe. Draped in the robe and crowned with a metal helmet with two huge curved horns, Loki seemed to grow taller and more confident. Meeting Carol's gaze, he coldly said, "Hand over the Tesseract? Mortal, are you slandering a great god, not to mention that the Tesseract isn't in my hands? Even if I did, do you think I would give it to you? As for those who want to cause trouble for me," Loki's lips curled slightly, and he said disdainfully, "Let them come." Very good. Hela, witnessing this, looked at Loki with a hint of approval for the first time. Very good. This is the aura that a crown prince of Asgard should possess. Despite her feud with Odin, Hela still possessed the arrogance that was uniquely Asgardian. Without waiting for Carol to respond, Hela, wielding the death sword, raised her blade once again. Hand over the Tesseract? Mortal, who gives you the confidence to force an Asgardian prince to hand over Asgardian treasures on Earth? As Hela raised the death sword once more, the tension between Hela and Carol, which had finally eased somewhat, plummeted to a freezing point. In an instant, the situation between the two sides was once again tense. Just as Cassius and the others' faces changed drastically, a deep sigh suddenly echoed in their ears. With a sigh, the entire world seemed to have been paused, everything frozen in an instant. Faced with this power that froze time, Ailin's thoughts froze for a moment before slowly turning again. Amidst a dazzling revelation of time's repeated freezing and rewinding, Ailin seemed to possess a remarkable resistance to the forces of time, allowing him to quickly awaken within this frozen space. As he saw the nearly frozen space outside, he quickly understood what had happened. Again, before Ailin could break free from this frozen time, a golden red portal rapidly formed before his eyes. Like a vast ring of fire, it streaked across the sky, engulfing Carol. Just as the golden red portal turned, attempting to swallow Hela as well, Hela's body suddenly collapsed inward, emitting a massive black mist that swallowed her and Loki before the golden red portal reached it. Huh? Surprised by this scene, Ailin's eyes flickered with surprise. He wasn't surprised Hela had broken free from the forces of time. Rather, he was astonished at how Hela had managed to break free from the forces of time in such a short time, regaining her freedom within this frozen time and escaping with Loki. Indeed, Hela, a veteran who had cultivated for thousands of years and comprehended some of the power of the laws, possessed a wealth of skills that were simply beyond the reach of a formidable being like Captain Marvel, forcibly born. At least. Facing the Ancient One's attack, Carol had no time to react before she was swallowed by the golden red portal. At that moment, a gaze of immense evil and terror, one that sent chills down Ailin's spine, suddenly passed through the golden red portal and descended into the real world. In an instant, the area closest to the portal was suddenly filled with a maddening aura of depravity. Puff! Before the terrifying aura could dissipate, the massive golden red portal closed in vain, blocking the gaze that had passed through it and reached the real world. And as the golden red portal dissipated, the seemingly frozen space-time suddenly returned to normal. No. It hasn't returned to normal. Aside from the sudden disappearance of Carol and the others, the area previously swept by the corrupted gaze underwent a terrifying transformation in a matter of moments. The outlines of eyeballs quickly appeared within the charred, shattered concrete pillars. The charred earth beneath them silently softened, transforming into a strange swamp bubbling with black bubbles. Beside the swamp, several crumbling walls had been covered in strange, still wriggling lines. Evil god contamination detected. The world is suffering from the evil god's infestation. The trajectory of fate has deviated, and the river of destiny is in turmoil again. The host can choose to purify the area of the evil god's aura. Purifying this area is expected to grant the host a significant amount of fate points and slightly increase the world's favor. Methods for purifying the evil god's aura are as follows. Method 1. The angels master the law of purification. The host can use the angel scepter to summon 6 winged angels to cleanse the area of the evil god's aura. Method 2. The host can consume 1,000 fate points to condense a purifying light from the river of fate, completely cleansing the area of the evil god's aura. Method 3. The host can use the divine power condensed from the godhead to slowly dispel the evil god's aura from this area. Method 4. Warning. This area is rapidly degenerating and corrupting under the influence of the evil god's aura. Please make a decision as soon as possible to prevent the evil god's aura from spreading to this world. Goodness. So you were waiting for me here, gazing at the nearby swamp area rapidly degenerating and expanding under the terrifying gaze behind the portal. Ailin suddenly understood the real reason why the Ancient One had the king summon him and give him the Shadow of Ages, which could temporarily reset the Angel Scepter. Oh my goodness. It turned out that the Ancient One's purpose in giving him the Shadow of Ages wasn't to use the Spawn Seraphim to deal with the monsters from the Hell Dimension, but to have Ailin use the Angel Scepter to summon Seraphim and purify this area contaminated by the evil god. Haha, you've got me completely tricked, haven't you? No. It wasn't just Ailin. Perhaps even Carol and Hela were part of the Ancient One's plan, capable of observing the vastness of time. Carol had already been drafted into the Ancient One's service, thrown into an unknown land, facing the master of that terrifying aura. Had Hela not somehow managed to break free from the power of time, she would likely have been drafted into the unknown land behind the portal as well. Haha, but this time, I have something to thank you for. With a sneer, Ailin quickly closed his eyes. At the same time, as the power that bound time dissipated, Cassius and the others, who had been visibly distraught by the tense exchange between Hela and Carol, desperate to prevent another clash, were struck by the strange discovery that both Carol and Hela, the legendary goddess of death, had vanished without a trace. Just as they were searching for Carol, Hela, and the others, Ailin, who had his eyes tightly closed, suddenly opened them again. He then quickly swung a purifying light that had suddenly appeared in his palm, emitting a brilliant glow, towards the swamp area where black bubbles were rapidly expanding. Just as Ailin swung the purifying light he had just exchanged, the charred concrete pillar in the middle of the swamp, which had grown black eyeballs, suddenly let out a shrill wail, as if sensing something. Those stiff, shriveled black eyeballs even shot a large amount of black light towards the purifying light. I'm a bit stuck, and I've revised it several times. Well, let's leave it this way for now. Chapter 366 Return. Purification. Purification. Before the purifying light that seemed to cleanse everything, cleansing the world, everything seemed to be thrashing out, whether it was the layers of ghostly figures, the shrill, terrifying wails, the filthy black light imbued with the aura of corruption and madness, or the swamp, bubbling with black bubbles and spreading outward, all seemed like the final struggles of a dying being. Everything was futile, so useless. The eerie demonic sound was easily silenced, and the filthy light, before it could even approach, was silently dissipated by the aura of the purifying light. In an instant, the purifying light touched the concrete pillar in the center of the swamp, covered in black eyeballs. Then, the purifying light suddenly erupted with an incomparably brilliant, dazzling holy radiance. Even Ailin and the others were forced to turn their heads and squint under the radiant light. Chi. As the pure and sacred light faded, it faded. The strange swamp before Ailin, tainted with a hint of the evil god's aura by the gaze of the evil god, was now completely cleansed. Yes, literally cleansed. Whether it was the concrete pillars covered in black eyeballs, the dilapidated walls covered in strange patterns, or the ever-expanding swamp, they had all vanished completely. Aside from a massive, mirror-smooth crater over 1,000 meters in diameter, no trace of them remained in this world. Ding. Congratulations to the host for purifying the area contaminated by the evil god, preventing the spread of the evil god's contamination. 5,000 fate points awarded, and a slight increase in world favor. Almost as soon as this notification rang out in Ailin's mind, a mysterious cyan beam of light descended from the void, landing on the azure, even faintly purple, pillar of fortune above Ailin's head. After scanning the information that came to his mind, Ailin pinched the shadow of time in his other hand, chuckled softly, and tossed it into his interspatial ring. 1,000 fate points had instantly become 5,000. He had also accumulated some extra world favor and a trump card sufficient to refresh his angel scepter. It had to be said that, aside from the fact that he had been tricked and that he had overdrawn his spiritual energy hunting those demons to earn extra income, this trip to Tokyo had been a huge success. However, if possible, Ailin didn't want to be tricked for no reason. This also made Ailin even more eager to achieve greater strength. While the Angel Scepter and Dragon Slayer had greatly enhanced his combat capabilities and greatly increased his strength, only true strength that belonged to Ailin could bring about a comprehensive transformation. Thinking of this, Ailin couldn't help but take a deep breath. Fortunately, thanks to the purifying light, the nuclear radiation within a kilometer radius centered on the swamp was purified. Otherwise, Ailin would have inhaled an untold amount of nuclear contamination with this breath. And just then, the king, who had been searching for Hila and Carol for a long time but couldn't find them, walked up to Ailin with a puzzled look and asked, Lord Ailin, do you know what happened just now? Looking at the confused king, Ailin whispered, just now, the supreme sorcerer froze time, scared away Hila and Loki, and used a portal to teleport Carol, who was talking to you just now, to a certain place. It's just that there seems to be an indescribable evil god on the other side of the portal. Although the supreme sorcerer quickly closed the portal, that terrifying existence took the opportunity to spread a breath and polluted the area in front of us. Yes, it's the strange swamp area you just saw. You should have seen that the swamp area was spreading rapidly. In order to prevent the evil god's pollution from spreading, I had to use a powerful treasure just now to barely purify the evil god's pollution. At the end, Ailin's face was full of pain. Although the swampland contaminated by the evil god was easily cleansed by the purifying light manifested by Ailin through the scales of fate, and Ailin even profited handsomely from it, the king and his companions were unaware of this. For the mages of this world, anything connected to the evil god is extremely difficult to deal with. And items capable of purifying the evil god's contamination are even rarer. Otherwise, the Ancient One wouldn't have given Ailin such a valuable item as the Shadow of Ages, hoping that Ailin would summon the Seraphim to cleanse the evil god's contamination, in order to prevent the spread of the evil god's contamination. However, the Ancient One could never have imagined that Ailin could use the scales of fate to manifest a purifying light, an item capable of restraining and purifying the evil god's contamination. This simply allowed Ailin to profit handsomely. The Ancient One couldn't have imagined this, and certainly the king, Cassius, and the others couldn't have imagined it either. Recalling the divine light that had seemingly cleansed and baptized their bodies and minds, they had no doubts about Ailin's so-called treasure. It was precisely for this reason that they seemed to understand Ailin's pain. Who wouldn't feel bad for wasting all this treasure? Seeing Ailin's distressed face, the king glanced at Cassius and Mordo with a sense of guilt. After exchanging glances, the king pulled out a scroll inscribed with a mirror space mage's spell and handed it to Ailin. Looking at the magic scroll before him, Ailin looked up at the king with a deliberately puzzled expression. This is a spell scroll inscribed with mirror space. While I know it's probably not as valuable as your treasure, it's still quite useful. I hope it can make up for your loss. As Wang Yang finished speaking, Cassius spoke up. Indeed, Lord Ailin helped us greatly during this hell invasion, yet in the end, we lost such a treasure. This spell scroll, personally inscribed by the Supreme Mage, is our token of appreciation. Please accept it, Lord Ailin. Seeing Ailin hesitate to accept the scroll, Mordo, who was standing on Cassius's other side, spoke up. Are you worried about not being able to use this scroll? This engraved magic scroll doesn't require any special methods. Simply infuse it with some mental energy to activate the spell imprint within, allowing you to cast mirror space. After Mordo and the others' persuasion, Ailin, who almost couldn't hold back his laughter, finally accepted the mirror space spell scroll with a look of embarrassment. Looking at the spell scroll in Ailin's hand, Cassius and the others smiled a bit more. After a few pleasantries, their conversation quickly turned to the previous incident. Looking at the huge crater before him, purified by Ailin's treasure, Cassius's eyes flickered with worry. A mere trace of aura seeping through the portal has quickly contaminated a vast area. It seems the Ancient One's enemy this time is even more formidable than I imagined. This ancient universe is home to numerous evil gods from outside the realm. Their power varies greatly. The powerful ones, like the sun and moon across the sky, are incredibly powerful. Weaker ones, however, are often defeated by even the Ancient One. The fallen lord that the Ancient One encountered this time was clearly a formidable figure. Even Dormammu, Lord of the Dark Dimension, couldn't swiftly contaminate a vast area with a single trace of aura and cause it to flourish. However, Master Mordo had a blind confidence in the Ancient One. So, after hearing Cassius's words, Mordo said with uncanny confidence, although this enemy is formidable, I believe the Ancient One will surely defeat those greedy creatures. Of course, Cassius nodded, then added, I'm not worried about the Ancient One, but about ourselves. I'm worried about whether we can protect Earth for the Ancient One while he's held captive by those evil gods. As for the Ancient One, I believe she'll triumph this time, just as she has in the past. Cassius's words sank the king and Mordo into silence. If Hela hadn't fortuitously foiled their plot during this hell-dimensional invasion, Tokyo would likely have already fallen into hell. Had that happened, the creatures of hell would have invaded Earth en masse, devastating its inhabitants. Having already been taught a lesson by those demons, could they truly protect Earth while the Ancient One was trapped? Just as the king and Mordo fell silent, so too did they. A golden and red figure suddenly streaked through the sky, landing beside them. As soon as it landed, Tony Stark, in his Mark armor, confronted Ailin. Damn it, you little brat. Are you looking for death? Get out of here. 5 nuclear bombs just went off in Tokyo. Every inch of land here is now saturated with radiation. Under these circumstances, you dare expose yourself to the air? Do you really think your death isn't coming soon enough? With that, Tony, his face grimacing beneath his mask, quickly reached out and grabbed Ailin, attempting to forcibly carry him away from this deadly area shrouded in radiation. Seeing the massive, steely hand reaching out for him, Ailin tapped his right foot to the ground, his body nimbly dodging Tony Stark's grasping hand like a monkey. After dodging the grasp, he felt the intense wave of worry emanating from Tony Stark. Ailin sighed helplessly. Before taking action, wouldn't a famous Iron Man measure the surrounding radioactive elements? Or is it that your Mark suit simply doesn't have such a function? Of course the Mark 17 can measure radioactive elements, but is it really necessary to calculate the nuclear radiation in this damn place? Cut the crap, brat, and come with me. I'm telling you, I've had Jarvis connect you with Pepper. If you don't want Aunt Pepper to worry, you'd better cooperate. As he spoke, Tony Stark also had Jarvis make an appointment for Ailin at the best hospital in advance. Tony planned to take Ailin to the hospital for a full-body checkup upon returning to the Federation to prevent any problems caused by nuclear radiation contamination. But at this moment, Jarvis's mechanical voice suddenly sounded again. "Sir, according to the test, the radiation level in the surrounding air is 0.0001 MSV. Far lower than normal surface radiation levels. If we're just looking at the data, it's no exaggeration to say that this place you're in has the lowest radiation levels in the world." Upon hearing Jarvis' words, Tony Stark blurted out, "How is that possible? You have to understand that normal surface radiation levels are between 0.05 and 0.3 MSV. The radiation contamination from a single nuclear bomb detonation would raise this level to a level that threatens human life, let alone 5 nuclear bombs exploding in quick succession." When Tony first entered Tokyo, the radiation level detected was almost over 8,000 MSV. This level of radiation could almost instantly kill a person. Although the level has been decreasing as the nuclear explosion subsided, it's impossible to reach such an outrageous level as 0.0001 MSV. If only Mark 17 hadn't detected anything wrong with itself. Tony Stark suspected Ailin had hypnotized him again, causing him to experience visual and auditory hallucinations. Unconvinced, Tony Stark quickly had Jarvis test the data again. This time, the readings were identical. Seeing Tony begin to worry about Jarvis's condition, Ailin said, "Alright, stop worrying. Jarvis wasn't wrong. I've already cleansed the area of radiation with a device. Of course, that's only within a 1,000-meter radius. Beyond that, the radiation level hasn't changed much." Ailin looked at Tony Stark and asked, "By the way, you're just in time. You can help me figure out who launched those 5 nuclear bombs. According to the intelligence we've received, those responsible have likely been bewitched by the Hell Dimension, becoming its puppets." Another Hell Dimension? Could that shocking statement from Thor be true? Tony repeated the information he just received from Thor. After listening to this, Ailin nodded, then shook his head. Aside from some details, Thor isn't wrong. Loki has indeed done Earth a great favor this time. Of course, Loki didn't do this out of guilt or anything. He just wanted Hela to regain her strength as quickly as possible. With that, Ailin, a hint of fatigue on his face, yawned and said to Tony, "Okay, I'm going to go get some sleep. Tell me when you have news. I've been busy for 2 days and haven't slept a wink. I'm so sleepy." Chapter 367 Aftermath. Go back to bed? Hearing this, Tony Stark looked at Ailin's slightly tired face and shook his head slightly. Regardless, Ailin needed to go back. If Pepper knew he'd left her nephew alone in this radioactive place, he probably wouldn't be sleeping in her bed for the next few days. Having finally gotten Pepper to agree to be his girlfriend, Tony didn't want to sleep on the cold couch alone. "Okay, whatever, as long as you're willing to leave. Do you want me to arrange a private plane for you at the nearest airport?" Just as Tony was about to have Jarvis use his connections at Stark Industries to arrange a private plane for Ailin shook his head. "No thanks. I have a more convenient way to get you there." He turned and glanced at the king beside him. The moment Ailin's gaze met his, the quick-witted king understood what kind of transportation Ailin desired. "Of course, compared to taking off, our portal is much more convenient." A smile, not too bad, formed on his fleshy face. Wang flicked his wrist, swiping through the air. Suddenly, a circle of light, emitting golden-red sparks, appeared before Tony Stark. Staring at the circular light, emitting golden-red sparks, and Chinatown appearing on the other side, Tony Stark opened his mouth in disbelief. "What the hell is this?" "As you can see, it's a perfectly ordinary magic portal," Ailin said, walking towards the portal Wang had opened. "Magic portal? Damn it. How can such a thing actually exist in this world? It's unscientific." Wang, watching the incredulous expression on the famous Tony Stark's face, couldn't help but jokingly remark, "Well, it's certainly unscientific, but it's magical." Ignoring Tony's teasing, Ailin shook his head and stepped directly through the portal, appearing on the other side of the planet. Stepping onto the land of Chinatown, where the faint scent of gunpowder still lingered, Ailin turned to Tony Stark and said, "Don't bother going there. Tokyo is completely deserted." With that, Ailin headed towards his own house, located not far from the portal. Before Ailin could even get close, the 3-story building's tightly closed door creaked open, as if welcoming Ailin's return. Watching Ailin almost return home, Wang turned to Tony Stark and asked, "Want to come with me?" Awakened by Wang's words, Tony, though incredibly eager to experience what it would be like to travel through such a portal, ultimately shook his head as he gazed at the shattered ruins of Tokyo. Thor and Ailin both told him there were no more survivors in Tokyo, but Tony refused to give up. He could imagine the despair they would feel if rescue continued unabated. Having experienced that kind of despair firsthand, Tony knew the feeling. In his most desperate moments, it was Ethan and Arlen's paper cranes that brought him hope. Now, he wanted to pass that glimmer of hope on to others, even if the chances were only 1 in 10,000, or even 1 in a billion. Tony refused to give up. Wang, with whom he wasn't familiar, didn't say much in response to Tony's insistence. After closing the portal to Chinatown, Wang, along with Cassius and Mordo, entered another portal to the Shanghai sanctuary. They watched as the mysterious magicians vanished without a trace after entering the portal. Tony Stark asked, "Jarvis, have you recorded everything?" Jarvis replied, "According to your orders, I've recorded the entire process of the mages opening and closing the portal." "Excellent. Archive this recording and create a task to analyze it in depth. I want to know how this portal works." If he could fully understand the mechanism and develop an alternative method, using technology to open this miraculous portal, Tony believed it would be a milestone in human technology. It could even change the fate of humanity. If this technology could be applied to the Mark's VI, it would significantly enhance the Mark armor's maneuverability. After giving the order, Tony pressed a button on the Mark's VI's armor, and the visor, which had been opened to facilitate conversation and observation, snapped back into place. The moment the visor closed, a fiery flame erupted from the soles of Mark's VI's feet and palms, lifting Tony Stark and soaring into the sky. At the same time, the various detection devices on the Mark 17 were fully operational, searching for any possible survivors of the nuclear explosion. It was unclear whether Wang had habitually cast a shielding spell upon opening the portal, blocking ordinary people's perception, or what. Despite the fading light of dawn, numerous pedestrians appeared on Chinatown. However, no one noticed the conspicuous portal on the street, or Ailin emerging from it. Only the small monster, connected to Ailin's mind, sensed his master's return. Before Ailin even approached, it eagerly opened the gate to welcome him. After entering his home, Ailin stroked the small monster's excitedly raised head and its wet tongue, then went into the bathroom for a comfortable hot shower. However, the hot shower didn't wash away Ailin's fatigue. Instead, it made him feel even more exhausted. After his shower, Ailin downed 2 doses of 1,000 Years potion, and sank into his bed. The Battle of New York, the Terror Cruise, and the recent Hell invasion. In just 2 days, Ailin had fought countless battles, leaving him physically and mentally exhausted, his spirit more than once exhausted. Consequently, within seconds, a soft snore echoed from Ailin's bed. As if afraid that the faint sounds from the street through the window would disturb his slumber, a faint gray light flashed, and Ailin's room was instantly plunged into pin-drop silence. At the same time, a bottle of perfumed water, originally stored in the basement laboratory, appeared in Ailin's room with the silent movement of the wall. After dripping the special perfumed water, which had the power to calm the mind and soul, into the 4 corners of the room, the monster gently pulled the quilt over Ailin and tiptoed to the corner of the room. After retracting the hands that had extended from his body, he silently crouched in the corner of the room like a monster in a large trash can, transforming into the most loyal guard, quietly protecting his master. As time passed, the sunlight streaming through the window into the room constantly shifted its direction. And while Ailin fell into deep sleep, the disaster that struck Tokyo was like a drop of water falling on a mirror-smooth lake, creating ripples that spread in all directions at an incredible speed. Whether it was the demons that emerged from hell, seeking to invade the human world and wreaking terror and slaughter, or the legendary Yamada no Orochi standing atop Mount Fuji, unleashing a devastating flood, or the group of magicians clad in yellow robes battling the demons from hell beneath Tokyo Tower, they all stirred tremendous waves among humanity. When the Seraphim appeared over New York, saving its residents time and again, the myth, once a distant memory, loomed large in reality. However, at that time, both the demon slaying the streets of New York and the mythical Seraphim were merely isolated cases. Consequently, while ordinary people were thrilled by the myth's arrival in reality, their excitement was often fleeting. After all, isolated cases are only isolated cases. For ordinary people, the chances of encountering either the sacred Seraphim or the terrifying demons in their lifetimes were incredibly slim. But this time, As the demons from hell swarmed like locusts from a terrifying hole that seemed to connect to the abyss, unleashing a horrific slaughter in bustling Tokyo, ordinary people around the world were horrified to realize how close they were to this very thing. Especially when someone posted online the video of the mysterious magicians battling the demons. From ordinary people to high-ranking officials, everyone was in a frenzy. It turned out that the extraordinary was not an isolated case. The appearance of the legendary group of mysterious magicians gave ordinary people hope for the extraordinary. With a continuous appearance of demons, angels, gods, like Thor, alien armies, and hell, humanity, who once believed themselves at the top of the food chain, suddenly felt their sense of security shattered to its core. The deaths of millions in Tokyo further ignited their inner anxiety and fear. Many online were clamoring for a mythical revival. In this context, the appearance of hordes of magicians excited them and gave them hope of using their own power to protect themselves. While magic has always been the preserve of a select few, whether in mythology or film and television, in this era of information overload, no one considers themselves ordinary. In the minds of most, their mediocrity stems from a lack of the right opportunity. Once they encounter that opportunity, they will soar to the top, becoming the heroes of their time, like Iron Man or Tony Stark. Driven by this sentiment, the topic of magicians suddenly became a global focus, a terrifying sensation. Even the horrific nuclear explosion that wiped out millions in Tokyo was slowly suppressed under the guidance of those with ulterior motives. After all, the dead are gone, and most of the living are more concerned with their own safety. However, while the Tokyo bombing faded from the public consciousness due to the instigation of some, it garnered immense attention within other circles. Only now had the countries to which the 5 nuclear bombs belonged been horrified to discover that, with the exception of one, the Japanese Prime Minister, in order to address the hell disaster in Tokyo, proactively requested permission from the Federation and obtained congressional approval. The remaining 4 were launched without the consent of any other nation. Following the news that Tony Stark had targeted those who launched the bombs, potentially becoming Hell's puppets, this information garnered even greater attention from the World Security Council and other high-ranking officials. Soon, orders were secretly issued by the world's leaders to arrest the bomb launchers. In this situation, the federal government was horrified to discover that those who pressed the nuclear launch button might not be the only ones bewitched by the hell dimension. After the nuclear explosion, Fuso government officials discovered a body that had been dead for several days in the Fuso Prime Minister's residence. Shockingly, that body belonged to the current Prime Minister. But if the Prime Minister had truly been dead for several days, then who had previously petitioned the federal government to use a nuclear bomb to destroy the demons wreaking havoc in Tokyo? This thought sent a chill through the minds of the leaders of various nations. This led them to increase several nuclear launch approval procedures overnight and, simultaneously, to reinforce their own defenses. While these guards and bodyguards weren't necessarily enough to stop the demons from hell, they did offer a slight sense of security. Furthermore, the mysterious demon-battling mages caught the attention of these leaders. Ordinary people couldn't protect them from the demons' prying eyes, so what about these demon-fighting mages? However, under the constraints of the Supreme Mage, the Templar mages, who advocated seclusion and had long mastered a method to block the perception and even the memory of ordinary people, were not so easy to find. Under these circumstances, Ailin, hailed by countless as a miracle magician, quickly reappeared in everyone's sight. Whether it was the miracle magician or Ailin's identity as the reincarnation of a 6-winged angel, they were both undeniably members of the mystical world. The whereabouts of these magicians were unknown to ordinary people. So what about Ailin? Chapter 368, Breathing. I don't know how much time passed. As a faint ray of sunset light filtered through the gap in the curtains and shone into the room, Ailin, lying in bed, lashes fluttered slightly, and then he slowly opened his eyes. As his eyes gradually focused, his vision gradually returned. The white frame and the dim light formed the familiar ceiling. Although this sleep, which lasted for who knows how long, didn't completely restore Ailin's body and mind to peak health, it did relieve him from the exhaustion he had been feeling. After sitting in bed for a while, Ailin looked at the sunset streaming in through the window and thought, "Sunset? Has a whole day already passed? It seems I'm recovering faster than I thought. I thought I'd wake up in the middle of the night this time." After regaining some clarity, Ailin threw back the covers, stood up, and walked to the window. Just as he was about to draw back the curtains and open the window to breathe in the fresh air, he found himself surrounded by a dense crowd. Seeing the frenzied expressions on those faces through the crack in the curtains, Ailin retracted his hand from the curtains, abandoning his original plan to open them. What was going on with these people? Frowning at his awakened master, a small monster that had been guarding Ailin moved over, carrying a fully charged phone. "Did you charge my phone?" "Thanks, little monster." Watching the dimly lit screen and the full bar of light, Ailin smiled and rubbed the monster's head. Then, slowly, he lifted the phone from its perch. He flipped the screen open and glanced at the time, only to be surprised to discover he hadn't napped for a day, but a full day and night, plus half a day. How could I have slept so little this time? It turns out this isn't even the day I'm back. Shaking his head, Ailin's eyes flickered, and he saw over 130 missed calls on the screen, followed by a long list of names. The most missed calls were from Gwen. 36 calls in total, averaging one every hour. Besides Gwen's call, Pepper's call alert topped the list. Even Tony Stark made several calls while Ailin was unconscious. The remaining calls were quite varied. There were calls from Little Fatty and Big Dog, some of Ailin's former classmates, and even more, a string of unknown numbers that Ailin had never seen or marked. So many calls? Is it because the things I did in Tokyo have spread, or is there something else going on? Just as Ailin was wondering what was going on, Fragra's call suddenly rang. Ailin didn't hang up Fragra's call, just in time to ask what had happened outside while he was unconscious. Beep, Ailin's phone rang again for a few seconds, and his thumb pressed the answer button. "Hello." Upon hearing Ailin's voice, Fragra excitedly said on the other end of the line, "Boss, you finally answered the phone. If Carries hadn't gone to Chinatown to check on you, I'd have been tempted to return to New York." Fragra's concern was palpable even through the screen. Ailin smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. I'm just a little tired from the intense combat these past 2 days, so I slept a little longer." After explaining this, Ailin glanced out the window at the crowd that practically surrounded his house and asked, "By the way, what's with all those people outside my house? I remember there weren't that many people outside before I went to bed." Fragra, speaking of which, I was just about to tell you, although Fragra wasn't in New York. Through Miracle Group's intelligence channels, Fragra, who constantly monitored New York's affairs, was well aware of everything going on there. He even thoroughly investigated the intentions of those gathered around Ailin's house. When a group of people first gathered around their boss's house, Fledgera, realizing it wasn't a good idea, dispatched a team of elite soldiers from Killis's group to serve as temporary bodyguards outside Ailin's house, attempting to disperse the growing crowd. While their efforts managed to disperse most of the ordinary people, a group of fearless fanatics refused to disperse, even in the face of the bodyguards' threats of violence. Instead, the number of people gathering outside Ailin's house grew even larger over time. Furthermore, aside from a few enthusiasts with a deep yearning for supernatural powers, the majority of those gathered around Ailin's house became members of various factions and spies. Faced with a dense crowd outside, Fledgera's bodyguards were ultimately overwhelmed and forced to retreat to guard Ailin's house's door and windows to prevent the group from sneaking in. Even if the group outside tried their best, they wouldn't be able to break into Ailin's house from the outside. After listening to what Fragra said, Ailin touched his chin and said, "You mean, these people gathered outside because of my identity as a miracle magician? This is only part of the reason. When they couldn't find that group of magicians, they wanted to get in touch with the extraordinary through your channel, boss." At this point, Fragra shook his head. The emergence of the Hell Dimension and magicians scared those old guys who hold extraordinary power. They are afraid that such a disaster will befall them one day. These old guys who are afraid of death can't wait to form their own extraordinary team, and on your side, boss, you are the channel through which they are most likely to come into contact with the extraordinary. Ailin sneered when he heard this. "Oh. You are afraid of the Hell Dimension, want to form an extraordinary team, but you have your sights on me? Do I look too easy to talk to?" "Oh, maybe it is true," Fragra on the other end of the phone said helplessly. "In the eyes of most people, God is always merciful, and in their eyes, you're an angel sent by God to save humanity, boss. Even if they're not so easy to talk to, you can't do anything to them just because they're surrounding your house. After all, they're not doing anything drastic." Hearing this, Ailin suddenly understood the intentions of those behind the scenes. "So that's it. Haha, are they planning to take me down? But I'm sorry, an angel like me might not be what you think." After a cold sneer, Ailin turned to Fragra. "Fragra, have you figured out the details of the forces behind those people outside?" Fragra, on the other end of the line, smiled. Of course. After those people continued to surround your house despite our warnings, I had Coulson and others find out their identities. Do you want me to send you a list of those people now? As the CEO of Miracle Group, Fregla didn't consider Ailin a traditionally good guy. So, after realizing that those forces and influential figures were targeting Ailin, he had Coulson gather information on them. Excellent, send me all that information, haha, it's time for a good man like me to have a good chat with him. After instructing Luo to receive the encrypted file from Fragra, Ailin first called Pepper back to tell her he was fine, having simply overslept from exhaustion. Pepper, who had learned of Ailin's presence in post-nuclear Tokyo through Tony, was not at all relieved by Ailin's explanation. Instead, she suspected Ailin of radiation exposure, which was why he slept so long, and demanded that Ailin go to the hospital immediately for a checkup. Ailin had no choice but to explain himself, even involving Tony as a witness, until Pepper finally convinced him that the area he had been staying in had been specially decontaminated and free of any nuclear contamination. He himself had also not been exposed to any nuclear contamination. Having finally reassured Pepper, Ailin secretly held a grudge against Tony for his tattling. Ailin turned around and took a shower. Then, with a quick snap of his fingers, he used Flame Leap to appear 50 meters away, behind a man who had just lit a lighter and was about to smoke. His mind field swirled. Ailin, using his illusions to rewrite the perceptions of those around him, glanced at the dense crowd surrounding his house. Then, unassumingly, he turned and left Chinatown. Ailin walked unobtrusively through the streets, yet no one noticed his departure. Less than half an hour later, Ailin appeared outside Gwen's window and knocked on it. Knock, knock, knock. Inside, Gwen, looking slightly haggard, occasionally frowned and glanced at her phone, as if waiting for a reply. Hearing a noise outside, Gwen looked out the window and immediately saw Ailin leaning against it, waving at her. After a moment of distraction, Gwen's jewel-like eyes suddenly lit up with a dazzling brilliance. Her haggard face seemed to be revitalized, instantly radiating with vibrant energy. A smile curved her lips, and she suddenly burst into action with a speed that even surprised Ailin. She swiftly appeared at the window and opened it. Pleasantly surprised, the moment Gwen opened the window, Ailin's empty hands suddenly conjured a bouquet of pink baby's breath. As she took the flowers from Ailin's hand, Gwen's lips curved into an even more beautiful smile. She pulled Ailin, who was leaning against the windowsill, through the window. Gwen then said to Ailin, "Don't think you can buy me off with just a bouquet of flowers. I've called you 36 times in the past 36 hours, but someone hasn't even sent a single message. Where are those 36 bouquets?" Ailin snapped his fingers, and instantly 35 bouquets of various colors filled Gwen's room, transforming it into a sea of paintings. "Oh, my goodness." Just as Gwen couldn't help but exclaim in surprise at the sudden flood of flowers, Ailin suddenly dove in and attacked with a basic attack. Suddenly, Gwen's exclamation ceased. Unconsciously, the bouquet of baby's breath had fallen from Gwen's hand, giving way to a slender figure. As two candlelight shadows clung to each other in the light, the only sound in the flower-covered room was the two men's slightly rapid breathing. A few minutes later, Gwen's moist, red lips, slightly damp, breathed rapidly as the air flowed back into her chest, cooling her slightly oxygen-deprived brain. After releasing Gwen's lips, Ailin couldn't help but hold her close again, looking at her blushing face, her eyes adorably lost. Then, leaning against Gwen's delicate eardrum, he whispered, "Sorry, Gwen, I worried you." HMPH, Gwen, feeling a tingling sensation from the breath against her ear, couldn't help but groan. After a soft groan, she reached out and wrapped her arms around Ailin, burying herself in his chest. Then, she asked, "What happened that you didn't call me back earlier?" Gwen, whose heart had long been set on Ailin, wasn't angry at Ailin for not answering her call. Instead, she felt a deep sense of worry at his sudden loss of contact. Gwen was so worried that something might happen to Ailin that she couldn't calm down at all during this short period of time. Not to mention getting a good rest. During this period, because she was so worried, Gwen even borrowed a bicycle from a neighbor and traveled alone through the chaotic neighborhoods after the New York War, and appeared in Chinatown. Unfortunately, at that time, Ailin's house was surrounded by a large group of people. Gwen tried her best but couldn't get close. Fortunately, when Coulson was investigating the details of the people outside Ailin's house, she found Gwen, took her out of the crowd, and told her that Ailin was fine. Only then did Gwen give up the urge to call George and ask him to drive her to Ailin's house in a police car. After feeling Gwen's tight hug for a fear that he would disappear, Ailin touched his nose awkwardly. "Actually, I just overslept." After saying this, Ailin softly recounted what happened after he separated from her. "I have revised it several times, so let's leave it this way for now." Chapter 369. Don't cause a death too soon. Snap! After retracting his right hand, which Gwen had mercilessly knocked off while climbing the mountain, Ailin touched his nose with his right hand, which still retained a faint fragrance. Then, looking directly into Gwen's eyes, he asked calmly, "I've finished my story. Now, tell me about yours. Did you discover it?" Gwen froze at this. Then he sighed deeply and said a little irritably, "After returning from that mysterious cruise ship, I had a broken but somewhat long dream. In that dream, I was bitten by a strange spider and gained strange superpowers. Then I used that superpower to fight criminals and became a superhero like Iron Man. At the end of the dream, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the sky of that world, and then a huge pupil poked out from the huge crack. After that I appeared, that world and my dream collapsed at once. I thought it was just a dream, but when I woke up from that weird dream, I found that my body seemed to have undergone some strange changes, and I had the same abilities as the Spider-Woman in the dream." As Gwen said this, she jumped lightly, and the person rolled in the air in an incredible way, and then hung upside down on the ceiling of the room like a spider. "Wow, that's a cool ability." Ailin, looking up, caught sight of a fair complexion through the slit in Gwen's clothes and couldn't help but let out a heartfelt compliment. "But next time you do that, you'd better wear a tight-fitting bodysuit, or I'll be jealous." Gwen, whose chest was visible through Ailin's gaze, blushed, then her lips curled up slightly. Releasing her limbs from the ceiling, Gwen was just about to find a foothold when a pair of steady arms grabbed her by the waist, still in midair. Her long, fair legs naturally wrapped around Ailin's waist, and Gwen nipped at Ailin's ear in a sly manner. "Of course I know. Aren't you the only one here?" Of course, feeling the touch against his waist, one hand naturally rested on Gwen's elastic hips, lifting them. Ailin chuckled softly into Gwen's ear, "But, Madam Helen's going to knock on the door soon. Are you sure you don't mind if she sees us like this?" Almost as soon as Ailin finished speaking, Madam Helen knocked outside Gwen's room. "Gwen, can I come in? I thought I heard you scream just now." While Gwen was hanging upside down from the ceiling, Ailin heard footsteps outside. Using his telepathic force field, Ailin quickly identified the footsteps as belonging to Gwen's mother, Helen. Gwen, also startled by Madam Helen's voice, instinctively jumped down from beneath Ailin. Swish, swish. Although Gwen's movements were light and graceful, the flowers scattered on the floor made them make a loud noise. These noises made Helen, who had recently experienced a crisis and was extremely sensitive, feel a pang of anxiety. She immediately turned Gwen's doorknob. The next moment, the bouquets covering the entire room and Ailin, who had appeared without a trace, came into view. Seeing the romantic sea of flowers covering the room and Ailin's silent arrival in her home, Mrs. Helen glanced at her daughter, whose clothes were disheveled. They had fallen from the ceiling and were somewhat messy, and somewhat panicked. As someone who had experienced this, Mrs. Helen instantly imagined a scene. While Mrs. Helen's eyes were filled with meaning, Ailin greeted Helen calmly. "Mrs. Helen, good evening." Helen, startled awake by Ailin's voice, glanced at her daughter and gave Ailin a knowing smile. She smiled at Ailin and said, "Good evening, Ailin. I just made some hot cocoa. I thought you could come down for a cup." "Of course. It's my pleasure." Ailin's response brought in Mrs. Helen's smile. "Then I won't bother you two anymore." With that, Mrs. Helen pulled the wide-open door back. Just as the door was about to close, Helen's hand suddenly paused, and then Mrs. Helen's voice came again. "By the way, while the second-floor windows aren't high, they're still a bit small. I think the front door would be more convenient. What do you think?" Without waiting for a response, Helen closed the door to Gwen's room. Recalling Helen's meaningful look, Gwen's face felt strangely hot. Looking at Ailin, who still smiled, Gwen stood on tiptoe and bit Ailin's shoulder hard. However, it wasn't long before Gwen's lips moved from Ailin's shoulder to another place. A few minutes later, Ailin and Gwen, their lips slightly moist, descended from the second floor to the first. On the dining table, Mrs. Helen had already laid out several exquisite pastries and 2 cups of steaming hot cocoa. Glancing at the 3 little ones struggling with the pastries on their plates, Ailin asked in surprise, "Isn't Mr. George back yet?" Mrs. Helen shook her head. He's still a long way off. Because of the previous battle, the NYPD is severely understaffed. These past 2 days, George hasn't been back until the wee hours of the morning, and then he's rushing out the next morning. A flicker of worry crossed Mrs. Helen's eyes as she spoke. George was no longer young. The intense workload was taking its toll on his body. Every time he returned, Mrs. Helen could clearly see the fatigue in George's eyes. Perhaps to atone for his guilt over deserting during the Battle of New York, George hadn't complained of fatigue during this time, even though he was incredibly tired. Instead, he worked even harder. Under these circumstances, Mrs. Helen couldn't help but worry about George's health. Is that so? After nodding, Ailin, as if sensing Mrs. Helen's concern, withdrew 6 tubes of blue glowing potion from his space ring. He placed them on the dining table, pushing them toward Mrs. Helen and saying, "These are energy potions. They effectively relieve mental fatigue and nourish the spirit, keeping one's energy high. 1 dose is enough to keep Mr. George energized all day long. Yes, but I think giving Mr. George half a dose each morning is enough. That's enough to keep him energized all day. Any more, and I'm afraid he'll be so excited he'll stay up late." Yes. After hearing Ailin's explanation, Mrs. Helen's eyes lit up as she looked at the 6 energy potions on the table. Helen had no doubt about the potion's effectiveness. Not to mention Arlen's achievements in the medical field and his now famous miracle potion, Arlen's other status, revered by countless others, alone gave Helen an uncanny faith in the potency of these energy potions. "Don't worry, I'll keep him in check." After his subordinate Arlen handed her the energy potion, Helen thanked him earnestly. "Thank you, Arlen. George really needs these right now, so I won't be polite, of course. This is a gift to curry favor with my future father-in-law. You certainly don't have to be polite. On the contrary, if you don't accept it, I'll be worried that George will burst into my house one day with a shotgun and shoot me." The one who climbed through his daughter's window in the middle of the night, PFFT, Helen, instantly amused by Arlen's joke, looked at Arlen and shook her head, as if to say, "You knew it too." Although George had come to terms with Arlen's relationship with Gwen after the horror cruise ship incident, he wouldn't resort to shooting Arlen. But if George knew that Ailin had secretly climbed through his daughter's window in the middle of the night, his blood pressure would definitely rise, and he would glare at Ailin. It must be said that Helen's cooking skills are still as good as ever. The sweet egg tarts and milky cookies were baked to perfection, and a cup of steaming hot cocoa instantly dispelled the chill brought by the night. After watching Ailin and the 3 children finish off the desserts on the table, Helen's smile seemed to soften. After sending the 3 children who had just finished their desserts to brush their teeth, Ailin and Gwen cleared the table. Ailin originally wanted to help, but was strongly rejected by Mrs. Helen. After putting the dishes in the sink, using the kitchen as a barrier, Madame Helen quietly pressed something into Gwen's hands, whispering into her ear, "Be careful, don't get anyone killed this early." Hearing the sound and feeling the touch, Gwen instantly understood what Madame Helen had thrust into her hand. Her delicate, pink ears flushed red. "Mom," she whispered softly, then hurriedly grasped the incredibly hot object, seeming bewildered. But for some reason, Helen, who had been about to press the object back into her daughter's hands, hesitated to extend her own hand. Having never seen such an expression on her daughter's face before, Helen found it incredibly amusing. With a soft chuckle, she pushed Gwen out of the kitchen. "All right, leave this to me. You go stay with Arlen." After being forcibly pushed out of the kitchen by Madame Helen, Gwen instinctively hid the object in her hand and quickly fled their home, pulling Arlen with her. Gwen fled, dragging Ailin with her. After running for several hundred meters, they reached a small park near the community, where she let out a long sigh. After a deep breath, Gwen thought about the item in her pocket and said to Ailin, "It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, my mother wouldn't have misunderstood. It's not my fault. If you hadn't made a little noise just now and Helen had heard it, she wouldn't have noticed me." Ailin spread his hands, giving a helpless expression. HMPH, anyway, it's all your fault." With a soft snort, Gwen slowly recalled the discussion she and Ailin had had before Helen discovered them. At this thought, her left hand, held together by Ailin's, tightened a little. Gwen, somewhat apprehensive about the changes taking place within her, pursed her lips and spoke uneasily, "Ailin, are the changes happening to me a curse from that terrifying cruise ship? Will I end up like those people aboard, becoming one of those horrific monsters?" As she spoke, Gwen's face paled. The moment she gained her powers, Gwen immediately connected them to the terrifying cruise ship. Thinking of those transformed by the ship, Her mind quickly spiraled into panic. Feeling Gwen's tense grip, Aaron shook his head. "Don't worry, this isn't a curse, really," he smiled at Aaron's nervous eyes. "There's no curse in this world that can escape the perception of a seraph." Aaron's words, awakening Aaron's alter ego, lifted Gwen's heart as if a heavy stone had fallen from her chest. But soon, she became troubled again. "But if it's not the curse of that terrifying cruise ship, then what about my abilities?" In mysticism, strange dreams are often considered revelations from the gods. Of course, I think they're more likely a revelation from your own spirituality. Although I haven't delved deeply into dream interpretation, we can try to interpret your dream. As he spoke, Ailin led Gwen to a relatively quiet corner of the park, found a bench, and sat down. Unbeknownst to Gwen, the moment they sat down, an invisible mental force field spread. As that mental wave dissipated, confusion suddenly crossed the eyes of those around them who had been heading towards this quiet corner. They stopped and turned in another direction, transforming this relatively quiet corner into a truly undisturbed zone. After this, Ailin said to Gwen, "Gwen, can you describe your dream in detail?" Chapter 370. Of course, Gwen raised her head, her bright eyes scrutinizing Ailin's face, taking in those black eyes and that high nose bridge. Then, slowly, she recounted everything she could remember from her dream. "The world in my dream seemed chaotic and broken from the start. Due to an accident, the me in that world was bitten by a strange spider and gained some magical abilities. At first, it seemed she simply wanted to use those abilities to make her life better and attract attention, but after going through certain things, she ultimately embarked on a life of fighting crime. However, she didn't seem to handle some things well, leading to her father, George, and a group of criminals led by Matt discovering her identity, ultimately turning her life upside down." At this point, a strange look crossed Gwen's eyes, as if she couldn't understand why her dream self had been so foolish, unable to handle even such a small matter. Shaking her head, Gwen continued, "But that wasn't the worst, because after that, terror descended. First, the sun seemed to be tainted by some unknown entity, turning a scarlet hue. Then, countless bizarre monsters sprang up from all over the world like mushrooms after rain. Deformed corpses, wandering ghosts, reflections in mirrors with their backs turned, babies crying in the middle of the night, and that's even more terrifying. In that world, legend has it that a terrifying monster appeared that could silently devour a city, transforming everything in it, including people and animals, into part of its own body. Then, it replaced them and continued to live as if nothing had happened, disguised as them. After being devoured by that monster, were those seemingly still alive people and animals truly the same as before?" The thought sent a chill through Gwen's heart. Noticing Gwen's slight trembling, Aaron pulled her into his arms, gently stroking her back, soothing her fear and anxiety. Honestly, Gwen's dream puzzled Ailin. After listening to Gwen's description, Ailin felt as though the first half of her dream involved a parallel universe, where she had become Spider-Woman. But the second half of her dream left Ailin's spirit with an inexplicable sense of unease. A crimson sun. Was this a reflection of the crimson moon in her dream, or something else? If so, what exactly did the monsters that sprang up everywhere, and the unknown entity that devoured an entire city and then replaced it, represent? With Ailin's comfort, Gwen's fear seemed to gradually subside. She continued, "After the appearance of those monsters, the already shattered world seemed even more chaotic, and the human population dwindled at an unimaginable rate. However, within that chaos, there seemed to be a certain opportunity. After the blood-red sun appeared, many surviving humans around the world emerged with superpowers. However, their appearance didn't slow the rate of human extinction, but instead exacerbated the chaos. At that moment, a gigantic pupil suddenly tore through the sky and peered in from outside. Then, immediately afterwards, that world, along with me in my dream, shattered." Ailin gathered his words and continued, "Gwen, dreams, whether pleasant or nightmarish, when repeated, could be reminders from your spirit, but in dreams, fear and sudden events can easily make us lose our observations. Upon waking, we often overlook many details that we shouldn't have overlooked. But this doesn't mean we didn't see them. We simply overlooked them and forgot them, but within your subconscious, within your spirit, the overlooked details still exist. Therefore, we need to employ special methods to recall them." Ailin's voice, as if imbued with some special magic, became elusive and uncertain. Though the voice was clearly right beside her, to Gwen, it seemed to float in the clouds. Ailin's ethereal voice pulled Gwen's thoughts upward, becoming equally erratic. With Ailin's help, Gwen's mind raced, and the dusty memories deep within her mind began to churn once more. Frame after frame, images like yesterday's faded flowers, rapidly replayed before Gwen's eyes. It was as if she had returned to that night, to that dream again. And at this moment, images she had subconsciously forgotten also resurfaced before her eyes. At the end of that dream, at the moment when the terrifying giant eye appeared, a palm-sized spatial tunnel suddenly appeared behind Gwen. As the spatial tunnel appeared, Gwen, previously attached to her other self, suddenly regained consciousness, rapidly separating from her other self and being drawn uncontrollably into the palm-sized spatial tunnel that led nowhere. At that moment, the other Spider-Gwen, whose world was shattering along with hers, seemed to sense something and suddenly turned back to look at the Gwen being pulled into the spatial tunnel. As if seeing something, her eyes, previously expressionless, suddenly lit up with a bright light. And at that moment, the terrifying giant pupil in the sky, obscuring most of the sky, seemed to sense something as well and cast a deadly light towards the suddenly appeared spatial tunnel. Just as Gwen was about to be engulfed by that deadly light, the straight-jacketed Spider-Gwen suddenly blocked Gwen's body and, with an unknown force, pushed Gwen with all her might. Go! Gwen felt as if some force passed through the hands of her other self and landed on her. And the next second, the other Spider-Gwen, in that deadly light, was shattered into a haze of fragments. Then, along with the palm-sized spatial passage that had engulfed Gwen's consciousness, it collapsed instantly in the terrifying light. Whoa! Gwen, recalling the scene once again, instantly snapped out of her trance. Suddenly, a thick layer of sweat covered her back. I remember it. As if afraid of forgetting the scene again, Gwen quickly recounted the events of her dream to Ailin. At the end of that dream, a spatial passage appeared behind me, separating me from my other self, and then, as she spoke, as her other self in the dream was blasted to pieces by the terrifying light in an attempt to save her, Gwen trembled. This wasn't fear, but self-reproach and guilt. Her expression changed several times before finally returning to normal, but still a little pale. Gwen opened her mouth and said, Ailin, when she pushed me away, I seemed to feel a part of the power flowing down her arm and into my hand. Do you think the superpowers in me were given to me by her, gifted? Not necessarily. After listening to Gwen's description, Ailin shook his head slightly and said, dreams are just dreams. What you dream about is not necessarily real. It's more of a way for your subconscious mind to present what it wants to express in a way that is consistent with your cognition and easy for you to understand. In my opinion, everything you experienced in your dream was not actually experienced by you, but a memory that the girl in your dream had experienced, and this memory is very likely what you received when you received the superpower in your body, or it is simply the information carried by that superpower. At this point, Ailin lowered his head, looking directly at Gwen in his arms, and said, moreover, I think even the superpowers that have awakened in you are not necessarily given to you by the other party through dreams. It is very likely that you obtained them through other means. Remember the spatial tunnel in your dream? This may also be your subconscious reminding you. For example, the space where the terrifying cruise ship that was blown up by Carol was located was a special space, and when we came out of that space, we also passed through a special tunnel. You mean, Gwen bit her lip, I am very likely to have acquired my abilities in that space, or while traveling through that space. Ailin nodded, then said calmly, I once saw many souls of different races under that terrifying cruise ship, like boatmen, dragging the cruise ship forward. Many of those souls are not creatures or species from Earth. Perhaps that special space connects different worlds, and that terrifying cruise ship, relying on the special nature of that space, attracts souls from different worlds into that space. After Carol destroyed that terrifying cruise ship, that space seemed to trigger some chain reaction, causing the entire space to vibrate. Perhaps you unexpectedly acquired this ability at that moment. Ailin's words seemed to instantly resolve all of Gwen's doubts and speculations, leaving her with a sense of sudden enlightenment. Are you saying that when that terrifying cruise ship was destroyed, or when I was traveling through that space, I unexpectedly gained the abilities of a deceased person drawn to that space? Ailin shook his head. That's not necessarily the case, but it's the most likely possibility. After all, it's all just too coincidental, isn't it? Gwen's abilities suddenly emerged after leaving that space. Along with these, there were also fragmented memories. This experience was remarkably similar to the one Ailin had experienced when he absorbed the experience and skills of MR.X. Barring any unexpected events, his hypothesis was the most likely one. This was Ailin's spiritual insight, vaguely hinting at the most likely answer. Ailin's only puzzling thought was why the memories and abilities Gwen had received came from another Gwen. After listening to Gwen's description, Ailin was almost certain that the images she dreamed of and the abilities she gained came from Gwen, Spider-Woman, in another parallel universe. Could it be that the terrifying ship, or that strange space, could even attract souls from another parallel universe? Was that ship truly that powerful? Or had this Marvel world already established connections with other parallel universes? But wasn't that just a ridiculous act done by this world's Spider-Man just to get into college? Ailin's guess was incredibly close to the truth. However, Ailin was mistaken in one respect. This Marvel world currently had no connection with other parallel universes. Nor did that ship possess the ability to cross cosmic barriers and draw in souls from other universes. It was simply due to the battle between the Ancient One and those dimensional demons, and the Hell Dimension's attempts to invade Earth, which constantly forced the Hell Dimension to overlap with Earth, causing the cosmic barrier outside the real world to become unstable and triggering a degree of spatial chaos. Furthermore, the original Spider-Gwen's world had been shattered. Furthermore, the unique nature of the space within which the mysterious cruise ship resided led to the attraction between the two similar souls, Gwen and Spider-Gwen, and the resulting attraction to the soul of Gwen from that shattered world. What a coincidence. Gwen, having understood the source of her power, seemed to relax a bit. However, amidst this relief, Gwen asked with a hint of concern, "If it's true as you say, will this power I've gained have any side effects?" Side effects? She spread her hands, looking at the results of her divination. As for Gwen's astral form, which he had scanned repeatedly, inside and out, without finding anything unusual, Ailin shook his head. "At least for now, I haven't noticed any side effects from your ability. And from both my observations and divinations, you're in exceptional health. Relax. The Spider-Woman in your dream is also named Gwen, and even her father is named George. Perhaps she's you from another parallel world. In a way, you're receiving your own inheritance." Chapter 371 Invitation. "You're just accepting your own inheritance." Gwen couldn't help but roll her eyes at that. Then, reaching out and pinching the soft flesh around Ailin's waist, she gave it a sharp squeeze. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Feeling the stinging pain in his waist, Ailin gasped. "Wow. This skill is universal, right?" Seeing Ailin's exaggerated expression, Gwen's face slowly broke into a smile. Actually, Gwen hadn't used much force, and Ailin's apparent pain was mostly a feint to please Gwen. Ailin could sense that after roughly figuring out the source of the power within him and confirming that it posed no immediate threat, Gwen felt a significant sense of relief. It was as if a heavy weight had been lifted from his heart. With their worries resolved, Gwen, feeling much better, took Ailin for a walk through the small park. As they walked and chatted, they soon turned to the large group of people blocking Ailin's house. Remembering the frenzied crowd she'd seen outside Ailin's house, Gwen frowned slightly. "Speaking of those people, do I need to ask my dad to bring some people to disperse them?" Ailin shook his head. "No use. If the NYPD had the ability to disperse the crowd outside Ailin's house, Ailin was sure Fragra would have already sent someone to do it. So what are you going to do next? Just make do with it for now, or move somewhere else." "Move? I'm doing fine here. Why should I have to move because of these people?" At this thought, Ailin felt his mood sour considerably. "To prevent those damn guys from getting to me, I'll go talk to them tonight," following the list Fragra just transmitted. "Don't worry, I'll take care of these things." After saying this, Ailin seemed to think of something and asked, "By the way, did you receive the school's holiday notice?" "Of course. When the New York War broke out, Midtown High was also affected by the war, and many buildings collapsed in the flames. It's just that now New York is full of damaged streets and neighborhoods, and even the roads are being repaired. Although the school finally found a construction team through connections, due to the lack of sufficient building materials, the school may not be able to restore its original state in a short time. In addition, some of Midtown High's teachers were also killed in the war not long ago. So, the school decided to temporarily give a month-long holiday, just like several other elite high schools in New York." Looking at Gwen, who was telling her story, Ailin asked with some surprise, "Why do you know so much? Have you forgotten that I'm a 12th grade student assistant?" After glancing at Ailin with dissatisfaction, Gwen continued, "Because the school archives were also damaged in the war. It was me and the students' union who helped to convey this news, but to be honest, this is not good news for many people." Before they knew it, it was already April. In just 2 months, Graduation season would be approaching for Ailin and Gwen. This time of year is usually the peak of high school academics. Many students are either busy cramming exams and completing credits, or trying to secure a letter of recommendation from a top university. However, this year, the Great War in New York disrupted many students' plans. While some schools near New York City will undoubtedly offer preferential treatment to New York students due to the war, they will still miss out on many opportunities. Of course, this incident had no impact on either Gwen or Ailin. The former was a renowned academic at Midtown High School, having completed all her credits early and received letters of recommendation from several top universities. As for the latter, as the founder of Miracle Corporation, a pioneer in modern medicine, and one of the most famous superheroes of our time, getting into a prestigious university was a piece of cake. Not to mention that after contemplating the cosmic brain meditation method, thanks to his photographic memory and formidable learning ability, even though Ailin hadn't focused much on studying in the past few months, his grades had still managed to rank among the top 3 at Midtown High School. With such a high-caliber talent, if Ailin only hinted, any top university in the world would open its doors and welcome him. Therefore, after hearing Gwen's words, Ailin shrugged and said, "That's different. I have a feeling many people will be overjoyed upon hearing the news. At least Doug couldn't wait to call me to share his joy. He even invited me to join him on a study tour." It was called a study tour, but in reality, it was just a group of students, both young and old, going on a variety of trips. As for the fascinating stories that unfolded during the trip, outsiders wouldn't know. They were all trying to escape the shadow of war, for this hard-earned vacation, and perhaps to leave New York at this time. Little Fat Doug even borrowed a RV he bought at great expense from his father, using it as a gimmick to invite many of his classmates to join him on this study tour. Gwen glanced at Ailin and asked, "Did you agree?" "Of course not. I prefer being with you to them." Seeing Gwen's lips curl slightly, Ailin shrugged. "But it's nice to go out and have some fun now." New York, having just experienced a war and sent countless people away, was now filled with sorrow. Even walking in this relatively quiet park, Ailin could still sense the city's sadness. Spending too much time in such a place would inevitably take its toll on one's spirit. Taking this opportunity to get out and change his mind was indeed a good choice. Furthermore, strictly speaking, Ailin hadn't really explored this world since arriving. Ailin turned to Gwen and said, "On my way here, I got a call from the Vatican. They want to invite me to visit. I heard the scenery is beautiful, and I was thinking, why don't we take advantage of this rare opportunity to enjoy the scenery and relax?" Gwen narrowed her eyes and asked, "Is that an invitation?" "Of course." Ailin's eyes flickered with a smile, and then he said seriously, "Then, can I invite Ms. Gwen to go with me? Just the two of us, of course. I don't want to be a third wheel." Gwen glanced at Locke and said, "You know, I have to discuss this with Helen and George." Ailin, just as a hint of disappointment crossed Ailin's eyes, Gwen's eyes suddenly flashed with a sly smile. "But I believe Helen would agree, and George listens to her." Gwen was sure Helen wouldn't refuse this. After all, just a moment ago, Helen had secretly slipped her a small umbrella. "Well, it seems I'll have to curry favor with Ms. Helen for our trip. I was planning to invite you to my house tonight, but that seems to be off the table." As he spoke, Ailin glanced at Gwen's right pocket. When Gwen followed Ailin's gaze to her own pocket, her cheeks flushed bright red. The small umbrella Helen had given her lay quietly in that pocket. Add to that Ailin's words, and the underlying intention was self-evident. A little while later, after calming Gwen's irritation with a long, breathtaking kiss, Ailin strolled with her for a while. Having some business to attend to that evening, Ailin dropped Gwen home. After leaving Gwen's neighborhood, Ailin looked at the long list of names and addresses displayed on his phone screen and sighed. "Looks like I'll be busy tonight." The next morning, after a busy night, treading through the dew, Ailin still hadn't managed to visit all the people on the list. It wasn't that they were particularly difficult, it was simply that there were too many of them and they were spread out too thin. Ailin spent most of the night on the road. Even with Luo optimizing his route, visiting each person area by area, after a busy night, Ailin had only managed to reach a third of the people on the list. As for the remaining two-thirds, they were either in their manors in the New York suburbs or in other cities like Washington, D.C. For them, the chaotic New York, with its day and night construction efforts to expedite repairs, was no place to live. So, after the war, they moved to safer private manors in other cities unaffected by the conflict. At that moment, Ailin envied the mages of Kamartaj who could easily open portals, and the travelers in the mysterious world. If only I had this ability, he secretly resolved to find someone with similar abilities. Ailin. Shaking his head, he had a hypnotized New York City councilman record his own evidence, then transmit the video to Fragraviolo. Compared to many politicians he had met that night, this guy's abilities were quite good. So, after hypnotizing him and planting a mental imprint in his heart, Ailin planned to keep him as his own for the time being. As for the evidence he confessed, they were, of course, Ailin's trump card to prevent Iori from breaking free from his hypnotic control and turning against him. For Ailin and his men, who had inherited the Hydra legacy, with his evidence in hand, they had plenty of ways to force the other party to comply. Shortly after leaving the councilman's private villa, Ailin got into a black private car at a dilapidated intersection. After getting in the car, Ailin asked Curious, who was sitting in the driver's seat, "How's it going over there? I've already visited 1/6 of the people on the list you sent me. Aside from some useless losers and idiots, I've developed the rest into our underlings, as you instructed. As for those idiots and losers, I've made them pay." As she finished speaking, a faint bloody aura emanated from Curious, clad in a leather jacket. Whether assassination or bewitching, Curious, as a witch, was the ultimate professional. In that case, aside from the ones I've already dealt with, I'll leave the rest of the list to you. Curious didn't say much after hearing Ailin's words, simply nodding calmly. She started the car, driving through the cleared roads toward the Miracle Building. After turning a corner, a message suddenly lit up on Curious's phone. She opened it with one hand and scanned it. Killis turned to Ailin and said, "Boss, we just received word that our men have located Julius Claw, the vibranium dealer, but he's being very cautious. Do you need me to bring him back?" Julius Claw, a vibranium smuggler and one of the few in the world who knew Wakanda's location. For Ailin, whether it was Wakanda's vibranium, gold, or the heart-shaped grass with its strange powers, they were all targets of his attention. So long ago, Ailin assigned Killis and Fragra to inquire about Julius Claw. However, it must be said that someone capable of smuggling such a strategic metal as vibranium is indeed quite skilled. At least their covert methods are quite good. Only now have Killis's trained men been able to locate him. After pondering for a few seconds, Ailin nodded. Julius Claw is more capable than he appears, capable of smuggling vibranium. After you've dealt with the guys on the list, you can go there yourself. Leave it to me. Half an hour later, as Killis was driving through Hell's Kitchen, Ailin suddenly saw a roadside law firm with a sign that read Nelson and Murdoch Law Firm. Nelson and Murdoch Law Firm. Was this the same law firm where Matt, the Daredevil, worked? Recalling Gwen's mention of the criminal gang led by Matt last night, Ailin suddenly felt a spark of interest in the so-called Daredevil. And just as Ailin was beginning to feel this spark of interest, a man in a sharp suit, leaning on a cane, opened the door to the law firm and, with a smile, escorted a white-haired elderly woman out. With a gentle snap of his fingers, Ailin's eyes darkened. Immediately afterwards, a celestial spirit that was several times stronger than an ordinary person appeared in Ailin's sight. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 372, Looking Up at Heaven from Hell. Killis, noticing Ailin's movements through the rearview mirror, said thoughtfully, "Did you notice him too?" Ailin couldn't help but look away. Matt Murdoch. On the surface, he's the only blind lawyer in Hell's Kitchen. But in reality, many nights, this guy dons a mask and a tight-fitting uniform, and roams the streets of Hell's Kitchen fighting crime and doing good deeds. Well, some of those in Hell's Kitchen who've benefited from him seem to have given him a nickname, Daredevil. Daredevil. Killis briefly recounted the information she'd stumbled upon while investigating Matt. Her account wasn't much different from Ailin's impression of Daredevil. Although this world had taken a different path because of Ailin, fate had still led many characters to their destined paths. Finally, Killis said, "Do you want me to contact him? He's quite skilled. When I first noticed him, I was planning to recruit him into my elite squad. But considering his personality and hobbies, I decided not to." Killis didn't utter the last word, but Ailin understood her meaning. Killis's elite squad was a ace team she had meticulously forged using the Winter Soldier's training methods. As everyone knows, such a dedicated ace team often demands absolute obedience. With Matt Murdock's personality, he wasn't necessarily suited to being in such an elite squad. While Ailin and the others discussed himself, Matt Murdock quietly listened to Ailin and Killis's conversation. Although Matt had lost his sight due to the accident, his hearing had unexpectedly been enhanced, giving him super hearing, even allowing him to hear sounds from several blocks away. So, when Killis mentioned Matt Murdock's name, Matt's attention shifted to the two slowly moving cars. And when the word uttered from Killis's mouth, Matt's muscles tensed. Matt's emotional shift sensitively affected the emotions of his celestial body, allowing Ailin, who had been using his clairvoyance, to instantly detect the change. "Did you hear that?" Recalling Matt's exceptional hearing, Ailin shook his head at Killis. "In that case, let's leave it alone for now. When Fregula returns, have him ask him if he's willing to work as a lawyer at Miracle Group. Let's go back." Killis, who was about to get out of the car to recruit Matt, turned and saw Ailin wink at her. Killis didn't ask any further questions. "Okay," he replied, and drove towards the nearby Miracle building. After Ailin and Killis left, Matt's taut nerves slowly relaxed. Recalling what he had just heard, he couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "Miracle Group. Becoming a lawyer at Miracle Group seems like a good option." Ever since the fall of Kingpin's Dark Empire and the powerful takeover of Hell's Kitchen by Miracle Group, Matt, who had been in Hell's Kitchen for many years, could clearly sense the changes they had brought. Kingpin's fall hadn't brought the stability Matt had hoped for. Instead, it had deepened Hell's Kitchen's chaos. Without the restraint of Kingpin, the Underground King, gangs of all sizes sprang up like mushrooms in Hell's Kitchen and across New York City. Robbery, extortion, kidnapping, vendettas, drug trafficking. Fighting for territory and profits, these newly formed gangs, born from the collapse of the Dark Empire, were frantically active in the New York nights. During that time, even though Matt fought tirelessly through the night, taking down one gang after another, he couldn't reduce the ever-increasing crime in Hell's Kitchen. It wasn't until Miracle Group forcefully took control of Hell's Kitchen and, with its formidable armed forces, forcefully suppressed the rebellion that the chaos in Hell's Kitchen began to subside somewhat. Since then, the impact of Miracle Group and the changes it brought to Hell's Kitchen have brought a breath of fresh air to the once stagnant city, giving those trapped in the slump a glimmer of hope. In reality, Ailin didn't specifically offer special treatment to the residents of Hell's Kitchen. Rather, for the safety of Miracle Group employees and future Miracle Group customers, Ailin had Killis lead Miracle Group's growing and somewhat idle security force to improve Hell's Kitchen's security. To facilitate Miracle Group's business expansion, Miracle Group partnered with the New York City government to fund the renovation of Hell's Kitchen's dilapidated roads. Furthermore, because labor was cheap in Hell's Kitchen, Ailin, already desperate for additional staff due to Miracle Group's rapid business growth, had Fragra hire a large number of employees there at prices exceeding the market price. Due to Hell's Kitchen's history and the organizational structure of its personnel, any larger company or factory in New York wouldn't consider hiring residents from Hell's Kitchen. However, for Miracle Group, which already had a large number of Hell's Kitchen natives within its ranks, this wasn't a problem at all. Furthermore, with Miracle Group's vast military presence, it wasn't afraid of any problems arising from these recruits. Furthermore, with the presence of so many Hell's Kitchen natives, even if some of them did have issues, Miracle Group could easily deal with them. These seemingly insignificant matters, even to Miracle Group and even to Ailin, injected unprecedented vitality into Hell's Kitchen and gave hope to those numbed by the torture of Hell's Kitchen. No one naturally enjoys chaos, and even less a life of precariousness, living on the edge of a knife. Previously, due to Hell's Kitchen's unique environment, no one was willing to give them a chance to escape this abyss. It was precisely for this reason that Miracle Group, despite past mistakes, offered them a respectable job that could support themselves and their families, and for which no one dared to demand protection money. Those who had received the offer from Miracle Group clung to this glimmer of hope with all their might, refusing to let go. Later, Miracle Group, under its name, acquired a private school with a strong faculty and offered free admission to the children of its employees. This provided a safe and conducive learning environment for the children of Miracle Group employees. Freed from their burdens, these unemployed slaves could work even harder for the company. Upon hearing this news, those in Hell's Kitchen who had a bit of foresight and a sense of conscience for their families went wild. The original schools in Hell's Kitchen had long been corrupted by gangs of all sizes, becoming a breeding ground for crime. Students who graduated there ended up either becoming gang members or frequent inmates. Previously, due to financial constraints and various other reasons, most people in Hell's Kitchen had been forced to accept this fate for their children. However, the school acquired by Miracle Group and offered free to its employees offered everyone hope for their children to escape the hellish swamp that was Hell's Kitchen. It was precisely for this reason that, ever since then, the residents of Hell's Kitchen have been frantically vying for jobs at Miracle Corporation. Under these circumstances, as soon as Miracle Corporation's positions became available, they were flooded with applicants. Even the dirtiest and most tiring job of cleaner attracted countless applicants. Besides Miracle Corporation itself, the Miracle Potion also attracted numerous investment companies to Hell's Kitchen, once largely unpopular. Catering, transportation, and renovation companies have sprung up like mushrooms after rain. While these companies may not particularly favor the local residents of Hell's Kitchen, they have nonetheless offered some formal jobs. This, in turn, has brought further changes to Hell's Kitchen, especially after the Battle of New York. Thanks to Miracle Corporation's protection, Hell's Kitchen, having withstood the Chitauri attack, suffered no significant damage during the Battle of New York, and has become a unique site in the city. For these changes brought about by Miracle Corporation, those living in Hell's Kitchen, though unspoken, are deeply grateful to Ailin and his company. It was precisely for this reason that Matt, who had witnessed the transformation of Hell's Kitchen firsthand, remained positively impressed with Miracle Group despite knowing of its hidden agenda. Matt's change of heart was unknown to Ailin. After entering the elevator at Miracle Tower, Carries asked Ailin curiously, "Did you suddenly change your mind in the car just now because of something wrong with that person?" Ailin shook his head. "No, he just overheard our conversation, and that's why I changed my mind temporarily." Ailin's words, "heard our conversation," instantly changed Carries' expression. The car Ailin and his companions were riding in had been specially traded. Even standing outside, even pressing against the window would have made it difficult to hear the conversation clearly. Furthermore, Matt was dozens of meters away. Yet, in these circumstances, Matt was able to hear their conversation clearly. At this thought, Carries' bright eyes flickered with interest. "Interesting. It's such a waste to have a guy like that as a lawyer. Boss, lend me that all-knowing notebook and I'll find a way to tame him." Seeing Carries' keen interest, a strange flicker crossed Ailin's eyes, but he ultimately pulled the question notebook from his interspatial ring and handed it to Carries. As he handed it to Carries, Ailin warned, "You know the side effects of using this notebook, so if you don't want to get socially stricken, it's best not to use it in crowded areas." "Don't worry, I've seen Steve get socially stricken before. But honestly, I'm quite curious about what questions this notebook will ask me. Besides, socially stricken is a novel experience for me." At the end of her words, a hint of anticipation crossed Carries' clear, lake-like eyes. Ailin was about to say that the question notebook had become even more demanding after receiving such profound inspiration from him. But seeing Carries' anticipation, Ailin shrugged. "As long as you're happy." With a soft ding, the private elevator carried Ailin and Killis to the top-floor offices of Miracle Tower. After exiting the elevator, Ailin headed straight for a large, spacious dining room not far away. Inside, 3 beautiful women, both exquisitely dressed and curvaceous, were waiting at the table, unloading breakfast dishes from a dining cart. By the time Ailin and Killis approached, the long, luxurious stone table, over 3 meters long, was already laden with exquisite breakfasts. Ailin never skimped on himself when it came to food. So, before returning to Miracle Group, Ailin had a sumptuous breakfast prepared. Not only was there an exquisite Chinese breakfast prepared by the chef Ailin had hired at great expense from the East Country Hotel, but there were also special breakfasts prepared specifically for Ailin by several local chefs from the Federation. Even before approaching, the enticing aroma of the food was enough to whet his appetite. After greeting the 3 beautiful women with disappointed looks, Ailin sent them off. Then, he beckoned Carries to sit down and savor the delicious meal before them. Carries didn't hesitate. After pouring a sweet corn drink from a nearby glass, she took a spiced corn tortilla wrapped in beef and mutton from the table and began to chew. Perhaps due to past experience and habit, Carries ate quickly. The palm-sized corn tortilla vanished in a matter of seconds. After swallowing the tortilla, Carries took a sip of the sweet corn drink and then picked up a roasted onion with a fork and put it into her mouth. However, with her beautiful face and uniquely innocent temperament, her astonishing eating speed didn't seem awkward at all. but rather added a touch of liveliness to her meal. If this scene were seen outside, it would likely be seen as a feast for the eyes. However, Ailin, who knew Gillis well, had no thoughts. Instead, he picked up his chopsticks and reached for the crystal-clear shrimp dumplings sitting on a steamer in the center of the table. Ailin had always had a special liking for those chewy shrimp dumplings. Chapter 373 Good News and Bad News. Just as Aaron and Gillis were quickly finishing off the dazzling array of food on the table, another ding sound suddenly rang out from the nearby private elevator. Not long after, Dr. Banner, yawning, arrived at Aaron's top-floor kitchen, wearing a white lab coat that hadn't been washed in who knows how many days and exuding a faint scent. He sniffed a few times, then looked at the nearly eaten food on the table. "Leave some for me." Then, he immediately picked up a clean fork and scooped up a piece of tender beef smothered in red sauce and faintly fragrant with wine, filling his hungry stomach. After chewing a few times, he spat out the beef and grabbed the large, untouched glass of milk next to him, gulping it down. In no time, he shoved down the remaining 1/5 of the food on the table. After not having a good sleep or a proper meal for several days, Dr. Banner finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally alive, Ailin picked up a glass of juice from the side and handed it to Dr. Banner, saying, "Drink some juice first. As for food, I've asked the kitchen to bring some more." After taking the glass of juice handed over by Ailin, Dr. Banner waved his hand and said, "No need to bother. I've almost eaten." After rejecting Ailin's kindness in adding a meal, Dr. Banner said, "There is good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? It's early in the morning, let's tell the good news first. I don't want to be affected by the so-called bad news at the beginning of the day, okay?" As if convinced by Ailin's reason, Dr. Banner said, holding the juice, "The good news is that the Fenrir egg you gave me before, after absorbing a large amount of purple star aloe nutrient solution, the vitality emanating from it has grown a lot. According to Betty and I's estimate, after absorbing another 3 tons of purple star aloe nutrient solution, the Fenrir egg should be able to return to normal. After it returns to normal, we can find a way to hatch it." Upon hearing that the faint Fenrir egg he'd drawn earlier had been revitalized thanks to Dr. Banner and Betty's research, Ailin's eyes lit up, a hint of joy on his face. But then, the joy froze. "Wait, did I hear that? Did you use tons just now?" Dr. Banner spread his hands. "No, you didn't hear me wrong. I did use tons, and the 3 tons of purple star aloe nutrient solution I mentioned was a conservative estimate. If you want the little one inside the Fenrir egg to have even greater potential after hatching, it'd be best to give it something else to boost its potential and growth." Ailin's stiff face twitched after hearing this. Purple star aloe nutrient solution wasn't some cheap nutrient solution from Earth. While the purple star aloe, the main ingredient in the solution, wasn't rare on Earth, it was definitely not common either. Even for the miracle group today, gathering enough ingredients to create 3 tons of purple star aloe nutrient solution in a short period of time wouldn't be easy. And that was just Dr. Banner's most conservative estimate. "So, that's the bad news you were trying to tell me," Dr. Banner nodded. "Indeed, that unborn creature is worthy of being the legendary Warcraft egg. Even before its birth, its appetite is astonishingly voracious. The remaining ingredients in the group's warehouse can only create enough nutrient solution to sustain it for 5 days at most. So, if you want it to hatch successfully, boss, you need to prepare it immediately." Ailin smiled wryly and said, "Okay, I'll call Fregler shortly and have him gather the ingredients for the purple star aloe nutrient solution as soon as possible." Dr. Banner immediately responded, "No, it's not just the purple star aloe nutrient solution. The group's warehouse is also running low on some of the ingredients for the miracle potion. If possible, it would be best to have Fregler prepare some." Rubbing his head, Ailin said helplessly, Okay, I'll tell Fregler. Besides these things, tell me what else you need, and I'll have Fregler prepare it." After a moment's thought, Dr. Banner said, "Have Fregler help me procure a batch of new equipment. To produce as much miracle potion as possible, the equipment in the labs and factories has been running non-stop and overloaded. Some equipment has already developed problems. If we don't buy some equipment to help relieve them, I'm worried they'll go on strike soon." After having Luo record Dr. Banner's needs, Ailin packed them up and sent them to Fregler, asking him to arrange for the procurement. After stating his request, Dr. Banner suddenly said, "By the way, Betty heard from her father that someone found the magical blood orchid you mentioned deep in the Amazon rainforest." "Blood orchid? Did they really find it?" And didn't Betty's father go to court-martial last time? How come he's out again? Ailin was a little surprised to hear the news. Dr. Banner spread his hands as if he had already gotten used to it. Boss, this is the Federation. Although the last incident in Harlem caused a lot of casualties, it was apparently thanks to General Ross's army that the casualties were prevented from increasing further. Plus, he is a veteran and powerful figure in the military, and after the Battle of New York, the military wanted to restart General Ross's super soldier serum plan, so it's not surprising to reactivate him. Ailin, very good, this is very Federation. When Ailin was silent, Dr. Banner continued, as for the news about the blood orchid, it seems that General Portman from the logistics department told him. After you mentioned the blood orchid to General Portman last time, boss, he seemed to attach great importance to this information. He has been sending people to search for the whereabouts of the blood orchid for some time, and even issued a large reward. However, it was not until 2 days ago that someone brought out a broken blood orchid from the depths of the Amazon rainforest. I heard from Betty's father that the data on the blood orchid in some aspects is amazing. After a brief study, some people in the military even really believe that the so-called concentrated miracle potion was developed based on the blood orchid. However, because there is only a broken blood orchid, a lot of the data is not of reference value. So recently the military plans to organize an exploration team, and then cooperate with several special operations teams to go deep into the Amazon rainforest to obtain the magical blood orchid. At this point, Killis, who had been silent nearby, finally spoke up. According to Duke's report, SYNOPSIS has also temporarily assembled an elite team to head to the Amazon to collect a batch of blood orchids before the military can completely plunder them. Because of what Ailin had said at the Miracle Potion launch, the previously unknown blood orchid had come to the attention of many factions. So, after its discovery, not only the military and SYNOPSIS, but even many forces unknown to Ailin and his team began to stir. They planned to organize a force and head deep into the Amazon rainforest to seize a share of the spoils. Had it actually been discovered? Ailin had previously suspected the existence of the blood orchid after seeing SYNOPSIS satellite footage of the terrifying python deep in the Amazon. Unexpectedly, this suspicion was confirmed by the military. Dr. Banner was shocked when he heard that SYNOPSIS had also dispatched personnel to the depths of the Amazon to retrieve the blood orchid. SYNOPSIS is going to? Then I'll wait for Betty to come back and talk her out of joining the Amazon. It turned out that after hearing about the blood orchid, Betty, through General Toros's connections, had gone to the military laboratory to see for herself what it looked like and to obtain first-hand data on the supposedly astonishing data. There, after witnessing the miraculous factor contained in the blood orchid, Betty, fascinated by biological anomalies, even considered joining the military's exploratory team, escorted by a special forces unit, deep into the Amazon rainforest. It was precisely because of Betty's absence that Dr. Banner had been so slovenly over the past 2 days. Of course, this was also closely related to Ailin's previous request that Dr. Banner develop a large number of miracle potions as quickly as possible. However, after hearing that SYNOPSIS was also planning to send personnel into the deep Amazon, Dr. Banner stopped wanting Betty to go. The military and SYNOPSIS were at odds. Who knew what kind of conflict would ensue when they met in the remote Amazon rainforest? The Amazon rainforest was dangerous enough as it was. Dr. Banner didn't want his girlfriend to face further danger because of the conflict between the military and SYNOPSIS. Upon learning that Betty was planning to travel to the Amazon to explore the blood orchid's habitat, Ailin shook his head. The most dangerous thing in the Amazon is an SYNOPSIS. Ailin then shared with Dr. Banner and Killis the information he had obtained from SYNOPSIS regarding the terrifying giant python and other mutant plants and animals deep in the Amazon. Upon hearing that a terrifying giant python, tens of meters long, existed in the deep Amazon rainforest, Dr. Banner's face changed immediately. His skin, slightly pale from living in the laboratory for so long, now glowed faintly with a greenish hue. Damn! Just based on its sheer size, this monster wouldn't be easy to deal with. If it possessed special abilities, even a fully armed special forces team wouldn't stand a chance. Thinking of the dangers of the deep Amazon rainforest, Dr. Banner immediately decided that no matter what Betty said, he wouldn't agree to her plan to go deep into the Amazon. Watching Dr. Banner pick up his phone and hurriedly walk to a corner to make a call, Killis said to Ailin, "What do you think Dr. Banner's chances are of convincing Betty this time?" Ailin glanced at Dr. Banner, who was not far away, and shook his head. If Betty isn't too interested in the blood orchid, Dr. Banner has a 30% chance of convincing her. But if Betty is determined, Dr. Banner has less than a 10% chance of convincing her. Betty had always been very opinionated. Otherwise, she wouldn't have ignored everyone's advice and fallen in love with Dr. Banner, a man who had beaten her to death by her teenage years. Nor would she have stood firmly by Betty's side even after she transformed into the Hulk, even going so far as to completely break up with General Ross to repeatedly help Banner escape the military. Dr. Banner had always been incredibly doting on his girlfriend, a dozen years his junior. Especially since he felt he owed Betty a great debt due to the Hulk incident, Dr. Banner rarely challenged Betty's decisions. In this situation, if Betty had truly made up her mind, given Dr. Banner's personality, the chances of convincing her would be extremely slim. Sure enough, after more than 10 minutes, Dr. Banner hung up the phone with a look of helplessness. Seeing Dr. Banner's dejected expression, Ailin said to Ailin, "It seems we were right." Ailin smiled and took a sip of his apple juice. After Dr. Banner approached, without waiting for him to speak, Ailin took the initiative to say, "The depths of the Amazon rainforest are rarely visited, and no one knows what kind of dangers are hidden in there. If Betty wants to go, for safety reasons, Dr. Banner can accompany her. By the way, they can also investigate the growing environment of the blood orchid and see if we can replicate the growing environment of the blood orchid and artificially cultivate this magical plant." Banner, who was originally dejected, was stunned when he heard this. After looking at Ailin with a hint of gratitude, Dr. Banner shook his head and smiled bitterly. Although Betty can be a little willful sometimes, she is not the kind of unreasonable person. She was at the military research base just now, so there are many things I can't say. When I find a chance to explain it to her, I believe she will give up her plan to go to the Amazon. Ailin smiled and nodded when he heard this. I know Betty is not that kind of willful woman, but if she is really interested in the blood orchid, then Dr. Banner, you can actually accompany her on a trip, just as a way to relax. After staying in the laboratory for a few months, Dr. Banner, you can take advantage of the time when Fragra is collecting materials to go out for a walk with Betty and change your mood. Don't worry, I'm not that kind of black-hearted capitalist. This time you can consider it a trip at public expense, a paid vacation, and yes, it comes with a bonus. After making a joke, Ailin said seriously, and I am indeed very interested in the blood orchid. If this plant can be artificially cultivated, it will also be of great benefit to our miracle group. Chapter 374 George Who Can't Be Bribed. Seeing that Ailin wasn't joking, Dr. Banner hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Okay, I understand. However, if possible, I'll try to convince Betty to give up her plans to go to the Amazon. Ailin smiled and nodded. Of course, after dealing with Dr. Banner's situation, the food Ailin had just ordered was brought up by 3 sexy female employees. The 3, still not quite full to begin with, ate their newly served breakfast while leisurely chatting about their recent experiences. It wasn't until Gwen sent Ailin another message that their casual conversation ended. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Ailin arrived at Gwen's door in a black bulletproof SUV from Miracle Group. Gwen looked at Ailin, who had opened the door and stood before her. He was dressed in a casually fitted tailored suit and tie, looking as if he had meticulously groomed himself. Her eyes lit up, as if she was struck by his handsome appearance. I'm not late, am I? As he spoke, Ailin handed over a red gift box. Of course not. In fact, you came just in time. Gwen shook the box with surprise and asked curiously, what is this? A gift for me? Of course not. As Gwen's gaze suddenly turned dangerous, Ailin smiled and said, this is red wine for George. After all, I'm trying to kidnap his precious daughter this time. If I don't bribe George well, I'm worried he'll block the door next time and won't let me in. My dad wouldn't do such a thing, George protested. Although a hint of dissatisfaction still played on Gwen's face, the dangerous aura that had flashed in her eyes had disappeared without a trace. Come in. After welcoming Ailin in, Gwen turned and took the gift box Ailin had handed her. She walked over to George, who was staring at the door from across the dining table, and called out, Dad, Ailin prepared a glass of red wine for you. Do you want me to open it? After Ailin entered, George stood up from the table and shook his head. Put it there for now. After dinner, I have to drive to the police station to take care of some things. I don't want to get scolded by your mother for driving under the influence. With George Stacy's position in the NYPD, his license plate was already registered throughout the New York City traffic system. Even if he was driving under the influence, no traffic officer would be so blind as to stop him for a check. But George, with so much else to tend to, wouldn't choose to drink at this hour. In fact, if the Pope hadn't personally invited Ailin and his precious daughter to the Vatican, George would probably still be busy at the New York City Police Department. George, who had originally intended to ask Gwen to place the bottle of wine that Ailin had just brought on the wine cabinet, caught a glimpse of the gift box's packaging and his gaze froze. "Wait, Romani Conti," frowning, George took the gift box from Gwen. He opened it and his frown deepened. Date of production: 1985. Romani Conti is already one of the most expensive wines in the world, and the 1985 vintage, due to the quality of the grapes and the climate, is the pinnacle of Romani Conti. Similarly, its price is also exceptional. More importantly, ordinary people simply cannot afford such a fine wine. With prices out of stock, a single bottle of Romani Conti can cost tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of dollars. The gift box Ailin had sent contained 2 bottles of 1985 Romani Conti, not counting bonuses and other income. These 2 bottles of wine alone were worth half a year's salary for George. George, who had never embezzled anything, didn't think he could afford such fine wine. Gwen had no interest in wine, so she didn't know much about it. Furthermore, she trusted Ailin, so she accepted the 2 bottles without even looking at them. But George couldn't just accept 2 bottles of such expensive wine. "These bottles are too expensive." Just as George was about to refuse Ailin's gift and ask him to take the 2 bottles of Romani Conti back, Ailin spoke first. "These bottles were given to me. Mr. George, you know I don't like drinking. It would be a waste to keep them with me. Besides, I'm going to the Vatican with Gwen soon, so please help me with these 2 bottles." Even though George knew Ailin didn't like drinking, he hadn't intended to accept the 2 bottles of Romani Conti. But when Ailin mentioned that he and Gwen were going to the Vatican together, George's heart skipped a beat. The thought of the little girl he'd worked so hard to nurture and raise being taken over by this fellow, Ailin, filled George with a wave of frustration. The more he looked at Ailin, the more he disliked him. He didn't even bother to say anything about returning the wine. Having no intention of drinking, he simply found a corkscrew nearby and pressed it against a cork of the Romani Conti. Pop, with a crisp sound, the bottle of Romani Conti worth tens of thousands of dollars in George's hand was opened. He casually pulled out a wine glass and poured some crimson wine into it. George then grunted at Ailin and took a deep swig of the multi-thousand-dollar bottle. His face seemed to say, "HMPH. Don't think you can bribe me with 2 bottles of wine? I tell you, no way." Gwen, who had noticed something wrong in George's expression and had secretly taken out her phone to search for Romani Conti prices, glared at Ailin. That look seemed to say something. "Why did you send such fine wine?" "I'm just trying to please my father-in-law." After shrugging and silently making eye contact with Gwen, Mrs. Helen, who had just finished her work and emerged from the kitchen, saw George open a bottle of red wine. Her eyebrows raised, and she whispered, "Honey, do you remember what you promised me?" "Don't worry, honey. I promise I won't drive. I'll have Bob take me to the police station, okay?" "I'm glad you didn't forget." Seeing that George hadn't forgotten his promise not to drive after drinking, Helen nodded and said nothing more. Instead, with the help of the 3 little ones, they filled the already set plates on the table with dinner. Unfortunately, with the damaged roads and the terrible traffic conditions in New York, Mrs. Helen couldn't buy fresh sea bass this time. So, she switched to a juicy Angus steak for tonight's main course. A ladleful of special sauce, a sliced cherry tomato, and a garnish of broccoli complete the Stacy family's signature Angus steak. Besides the Angus steaks for each person, Helen also prepared specialties like roasted lamb chops, baked salted shrimp, and pea soup. While not particularly sumptuous, it was nonetheless exquisite. "Aaron, here, thank you, Mom." Aaron accepted the cutlery from Helen, who smiled and offered it, and thanked her. "You're welcome," Helen said. "And don't call me Mom, just call me Helen. Or maybe you could follow Gwen's lead and call me Mom? You know what? Ever since the Pope personally invited you and Gwen to the Vatican, I've been imagining you getting married there." Gwen, sitting across from Aaron, said, somewhat speechlessly, "Mom," to convince Helen and George. Gwen portrayed Arlen's desire to take her on a trip to the Vatican as a personal invitation from the Pope, inspired by rumors of the 6-winged angels. Upon learning she was Arlen's girlfriend, the Pope also extended an invitation. Gwen's family had always been devoted believers in the Church of God, Therefore, upon hearing the Pope invite Ailin and his daughter to the Vatican, an overjoyed Lady Helen agreed without a second thought. Helen laughed heartily at Gwen's drawn-out call and stopped teasing her daughter. Instead, she winked at Ailin and said, "I hope you enjoy the food." Ailin chuckled softly, then pulled out an invitation bearing the Vatican seal from his lap and handed it to Lady Helen. Gwen's explanation wasn't meant to deceive Lady Helen. Ailin actually had what she mentioned, though it was only acquired after Gwen convinced Lady Helen. Despite the seemingly plain appearance of this invitation, bearing the Vatican seal, it was personally written by the Pope. It was arguably the highest-ranking invitation from the Vatican. Within hours of Ailin responding to the Vatican's message, the invitation arrived in his hands, bearing both Ailin and Gwen's names. The Pope, having already arrived in New York, had initially intended to meet with Ailin in person. However, due to the events of the Heldo mention, Ailin politely declined the meeting, citing a lack of energy. While somewhat disappointed not to see Ailin, upon seeing Ailin accept the invitation to the Vatican, the Pope expressed concern for Ailin's well-being. He then quickly dispatched a messenger to deliver the personally written invitation. He also announced that a special plane had been prepared for Ailin to travel to the Vatican, ready for departure as soon as Ailin was ready. Later, on behalf of the Vatican, the Pope made a discreet donation of supplies to New York in the name of Ailin, the reincarnated angel. After leaving New York, she enthusiastically expressed her willingness to await Ailin's arrival at the Vatican. After receiving the invitation letter from Ailin, bearing the Pope's signature, Madame Helen's eyes lit up. Even the three boys beside her curiously moved closer to Madame Helen. Ahem, George, who was sitting opposite, coughed in obvious displeasure when he saw that his wife and children had not noticed the destination. "So, Ailin, how do you and Gwen plan to get to the Vatican, and how long do you plan to stay in the Vatican?" "As far as I know, hotels in the Vatican are not easy to book." "Have you booked a hotel in advance? Don't tell me you only booked one room." "If that's the case, I won't agree to let Gwen go to the Vatican with you." Hearing this, Gwen frowned dissatisfied and said, "Dad." Ailin and Gwen smiled and said to George, "Don't worry, Mr. George, the Vatican has already arranged accommodation, and Gwen and I don't need to worry about it." "Well, it is said that it is according to the highest standards, so you don't have to worry about only having one room. As for the way to go to the Vatican, although the Pope has arranged a special plane for us, Gwen and I plan to take an ordinary flight to the Vatican, because Gwen and I feel that it will be more comfortable and there will be more atmosphere that way. The Vatican has prepared the highest standards of reception." George's mouth twitched when he heard this. Goodness me. After spending so much time with Ailin, he'd almost forgotten all of his other identities. The reincarnation of a six-winged angel, a saint descended to Earth, the savior of New York. Remembering all of Ailin's identities, George's eyes grew complex, yet he breathed a sigh of relief. At least he wouldn't have to worry about his daughter and Ailin being alone together during their trip to the Vatican. Having also been there, George knew all too well how dangerous it was for Gwen and Ailin to be together at that age. Nodding, George spoke again, facing his daughter's disapproving gaze. "If that's the case, I won't say anything more about that. However, things haven't been very safe lately, whether in the Federation or elsewhere, so you must protect Gwen this time. If anything happens to Gwen, I will never let you go." As he spoke, George's gaze towards Ailin became captivating. Even the three children flanked by Helen felt a tinge of fear at his piercing gaze. Although New York had been somewhat chaotic recently, George knew that with a recent surge in unusual incidents around the world, it wasn't necessarily safer than New York. Just like the terrifying cruise ship incident that nearly wiped out his family, George wanted Gwen to take advantage of this time to relax and unwind, but he absolutely didn't want her to be put in danger again. Facing this gaze, Ailin nodded earnestly and solemnly assured, "I promise, until I'm dead, I won't let Gwen come to any harm." Chapter 375 Don't Cause Any Death. The next day, Ailin arrived at Gwen's house early in the morning. A moment later, Helen emerged, helping Gwen carry a suitcase. Taking the suitcase from Helen, Ailin opened the trunk and placed Gwen's luggage inside. Seeing Gwen eagerly approaching Ailin, Helen said, "Take good care of Gwen, Ailin." Ailin earnestly assured her, "I will, Madam Helen, I believe you." Helen smiled and nodded, then walked over to Gwen, kissed her cheek, and whispered softly in her ear, "Remember what I told you. Don't get anyone killed." Mom, seeing the sly smile in Helen's eyes, Gwen, who had been teased by her mother several times in the past 2 days, spoke with a hint of irritation. But thinking of the box Helen had stuffed into her suitcase that morning, Gwen felt her cheeks flush. Okay, I'll stop talking, okay. Before Gwen could fully rage, Helen stepped back slightly and released Gwen, giving her no chance to strike back. Then, she said to Ailin, there are still some troublemakers at home, so I won't be seeing you off at the airport. Of course, after bidding farewell to Mrs. Helen, Ailin and Gwen drove to the airport as Helen watched them go. As Mrs. Helen disappeared from sight, a flicker of reluctance flashed in Gwen's eyes. However, this reluctance was short-lived, replaced by excitement. After clearing away the reluctance in her heart, Gwen glanced at the empty backseat and asked curiously, "Where are your gifts?" "I didn't think I saw them in the trunk just now," Ailin smiled and said, "Every magician carries a castle with them, so my gifts are hidden in my castle." Gwen looked at Ailin with a smile and said, "They say every castle hides a beautiful princess. Is there such a princess hidden in your castle?" "Princess?" Ailin shrugged and said, "There's no such thing as a princess in my portable castle." Gwen asked curiously, "Why?" Ailin turned to look at Gwen and smiled brightly. "Because my princess only stays by my side, not waiting for me in the castle." "Really?" Gwen narrowed her eyes slightly, then suddenly smiled. "Then what if I want to wait for you in your portable castle?" Ailin shrugged helplessly. "If that's the case, then I'll have to find a space ring that can accommodate a living person." "Huh?" As Gwen stared in astonishment, Ailin removed the illusion from his right hand and held the space ring on his middle finger in front of Gwen. "This is my portable castle, with a 5x5x5 meter space inside. Unfortunately, this space ring can't hold living things yet, so my princess will have to endure this for now." Hearing Ailin's straightforward and honest words, Gwen, curious as she looked at the space ring in Ailin's hand, said, "Space rings? Do such things really exist? I always thought they were just fictional creations in novels." "Of course they do. In fact, many novels are based on facts. It's just that this kind of space equipment isn't as commonplace as it seems in novels. Even in the mystical world, space equipment is an extremely precious treasure. Furthermore, this space ring is a crucial prop of mine. Many of my magic tricks and performances require it." Ailin snapped his fingers, and a snow-white, loose-fitting down jacket suddenly appeared in Ailin's hands. Gently stroking the unopened bag on the down jacket, Gwen said in shock, "It's real." "Of course it's real, otherwise where would I put the down jacket I picked out in your size at the mall?" This was the first stop on their vacation, and the temperature was incredibly low. Under these circumstances, if they didn't take advantage of this opportunity to stock up on necessities, Ailin suspected they'd be frozen wherever they arrived. Midtown High School's vacation lasted a full month. Neither Ailin nor Gwen wanted to spend the entire month in the Vatican. So, with Helen and George's approval, Ailin and Gwen began planning their month-long trip. For their first stop, Ailin chose Iceland, located near the Arctic Circle. The endless expanse of glaciers, the wondrous volcanoes nestled within them, and the stunning, dazzling aurora borealis were all truly breathtaking. However, Iceland's cold climate was as famous as its golden glow. So, after confirming their flight, Ailin prepared several sets of clothes for himself and Gwen overnight. "It's amazing," Gwen said softly after watching Ailin stuff his down coat back into his interspatial ring. "If those professors and doctors studying spatial geometry saw this interspatial ring in your hand, they'd go crazy, of course, but only if they can get their hands on it." Ailin had no interest in sharing his personal interspatial ring with so-called scientists. Happy times are always short-lived. So, Ailin and Gwen arrived at the renovated New York airport, chatting casually. After casually dropping Gwen's suitcase into the interspatial ring, Ailin and Gwen headed for the airport's VIP channel. Although he wasn't planning on using the private jet the Pope had been waiting for, Ailin had no intention of leaving it unused. After confirming Ailin's identity, the airport attendant quickly ushered Ailin and Gwen into the VIP reception room. After boarding the plane and entering first class, Gwen pulled out a slim magazine with the words Iceland Travel Guide clearly written on it. This was the guide the waiter who greeted Ailin and Gwen while they were in the VIP reception room had given them. It listed most of Iceland's attractions and travel tips. Ever since receiving it, Gwen has been poring over it with relish. "Wow, this Icelandic volcano looks so beautiful," she said. Gwen flipped open the magazine and pointed to a section of the guide. "Do you think we should go there sometime?" "Well, we could also look for the aurora borealis and see if we're lucky enough to see them." Ailin smiled and nodded at Gwen's enthusiasm. After Ailin's response, Gwen quickly flipped the brochure to the next few columns. glaciers, aurora borealis, golden circle, gulfis, blue lagoon, Seljalandsfoss, Seer. These are sights you can't see in New York. Gwen, always curious about Iceland, was filled with curiosity. Seeing Gwen's excitement, Ailin didn't disturb her. Instead, he lay back in the soft first-class seat and closed his eyes. The Tokyo match had overdrawn Ailin's spiritual energy. Even now, Ailin hasn't recovered from that overdraft. Although Ailin's energy had improved slightly over the past 2 days, he still tires easily. So, whenever he has time, Ailin meditates to accelerate the recovery of his physical and spiritual losses. After quickly flipping through the Iceland travel guide in her hand, Gwen looked up from her drooping head to see Ailin fast asleep beside her. After asking the flight attendant for a blanket to cover Ailin, Gwen switched to a new book from the nearby magazines and began to flip through it gently. New York isn't close to Iceland. Even a direct flight would take 5 or 6 hours. By the time the plane arrived at Keflavik International Airport, 5 or 6 hours had already passed. And this wasn't the end for Ailin and Gwen. After leaving the airport, Ailin and Gwen boarded the long-awaited private car outside and headed to their reserved Blue Lagoon hotel. By the time Ailin and Gwen arrived, it was almost evening. As Iceland's only 5-star hotel, the Blue Lagoon boasts arguably the most beautiful scenery in the country. Illuminated by the lights, the blue hot springs shone with a breathtaking beauty. After completing check-in in the hotel lobby, a well-dressed waitress emerged and guided them to their reserved suite. Mr. Ailin, Ms. Stacy, welcome to the Blue Lagoon. Your room is over here. Please follow me. The Blue Lagoon Hotel boasts 62 rooms, all decorated in a minimalist European and American style. Walking down the hallway, the dark wood, soft lighting, and white lines create a comfortable atmosphere. Ailin's room is located on the first floor. First-floor rooms offer direct access from their balconies to the mineral-rich hot springs, allowing them to enjoy nature's gifts. We're here. Not long after, the beautiful waitress stopped at a room door and let Ailin and Gwen to a suite with a perfect view of the Blue Lagoon. Thank you. After glancing at the view from the balcony, Ailin pulled a franklin from his pocket and handed it over. Thank you for your help. Money has infinite power. Upon seeing the franklin, the pretty waitress's face lit up with a bright smile. If Gwen hadn't been standing nearby, Ailin felt she would have come close. Of course, because of Gwen's presence, she hid her intentions well. After smiling and explaining the suite's features, the beautiful waitress bowed and retreated. Did she recognize me? Ailin shook his head slightly, looking at the phone number that had been slipped into his pocket while Gwen wasn't paying attention. With a flicker of a small flame in his hand, Ailin incinerated it to ash. Then he walked out to the balcony, opened the window, and let the air in. It's worth noting that Ailin and Gwen had only booked one room this time. Originally, Ailin had booked 2 rooms. But when Gwen saw the Blue Lagoon's lavish price, she simply asked Ailin to cancel one of them. Honestly, when Gwen asked Ailin to cancel one room, Ailin's heart fluttered, but his mind raced. One room, was this a test? Ailin's thoughts raced, wavering between beasts and worse than beasts. How should I answer this question? Good? Or bad? If I answer well, will Gwen think I planned this trip all along? If this question was a trap set by Gwen, wouldn't I be doomed if I answered badly? What if Gwen didn't mean it? Then, if I didn't answer well, wouldn't I miss the golden opportunity? Because Gwen and Ailin were on the phone at the time, there was no time for Ailin to divine. Before Ailin could reply, Gwen, on the other end of the line, faltered and explained, well, I just looked it up, and the Blue Lagoon Hotel is too expensive. Besides, we're a couple, so 2 rooms would be a bit of a waste, wouldn't it? Hearing the slightly strained voice on the other end, Ailin chuckled and said, okay, I'll listen to you. A beauty invites him. If Ailin didn't understand the situation, he would be worse than an animal. After a while, Gwen, feeling the room temperature drop several degrees from the outside air, asked Ailin to close the balcony window. After closing the window, Ailin looked at the room service sign on the wall, turned to Gwen, and said, do you want me to order room service? Gwen shook her head. No, let's go to the restaurant. I heard this hotel has some great specialties. We can go and try them together. And then we can go to the hot springs. Speaking of hot springs, Gwen's jewel-like eyes seemed to light up. It was obvious that the hot spring outside the room had made Gwen a little eager to go. Sure enough. What woman would resist the temptation of a hot spring bath? Okay, but before that, We have to pack our luggage." After nodding with a smile, Ailin took out Gwen's and his own luggage from his space ring. After sorting out their gifts, Ailin and Gwen walked out of the room together. Ailin had noticed the hotel layout diagram in the hotel lobby earlier and had already memorized the layout of the Blue Lagoon Hotel. So, even without the waiter's guidance, Ailin was still able to accurately find the way to the restaurant. Typos, posted first and corrected later. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.